totally relax with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
But
I know we talk for a living, but
Yeah.
that doesn't make us automatically good at the words,
No.
the word making.
I have a communication degree, and I don't know anything.
This thing is useless.
Yeah.
Why did you get that?
I don't know, because my parents, dude, I was working in radio at 18 and didn't want to leave. I was out at the game in San Francisco, if you don't know that lore about me. And my parents were like, you have to go to college. And I was like, why? I don't need a degree to talk about football. And I'm already doing that. And they were like, no, you have to go to college. So now I'm like $75,000 in debt for a piece of paper that I don't need. I don't even have my diploma on display.
Should have jumped onto the Connecticut School of Broadcasting.
No,
like
for
I
real.
did.
My diploma in my house, framed, sits behind the onesie that I was born in at Baptist Hospital with the Jacksonville Jaguar logo on it that my mom had framed. Literally, it sits behind that frame.
You've come so far.
I know. Yeah. I was born in the streets, and here I am. The dirty streets of Duval County. All right. Wildcard weekend. I wish it was still Super Wildcard weekend. If I call it Super Wildcard weekend, don't call in and yell at me and say that it is not called that anymore. Let me live. Let me have a good time. I do have some bets to give out. I have 4 tracked in the app right now. I will say I need somebody to talk me off the ledge of loving every single underdog this weekend, because I really do. And everyone all week has been talking about how all the games are outside, lots of rookie quarterbacks, and there's no rookie quarterbacks, but rookie in the sense that they've never played a postseason game. Okay. So lots of stuff going on. I am going to start with the first game this weekend, which is the Rams-Panthers game. This total 45.5. There is a 46 and a 46.5 out there. So you've got some options depending on how you feel about this total. Spread opened at 10, currently 10.5. Of course, they're going to give you that half. It was 10 earlier this week because that's what it opened at, but I don't know how to feel about this game. I feel like the money, I haven't looked at the money splits. I can in a second, but I feel like this is pretty split based off of who I've been listening to this week talk about this game. A lot of people are on the Panthers, and I feel like a lot of people are on the Rams. It is so hard to beat a team twice in a singular season, but the Rams and McVay have done well on the East Coast, and the Panthers did beat the Rams earlier this year, but here's the thing. Matt Stafford does not lose to people badly twice in a season. I went back and did a little bit of research. It's been a while. I don't think he has as a Ram, based off of the little bit of research in the few years that I've gone back. So I don't think that the Rams, let me put it this way. I think that the Panthers will be competitive for a half of football. I think the second half is when the Rams really start to break away from this. My worry here is a little bit of a backdoor cover situation. That's why I think that this number, and I think that if I'm not mistaken, this is the highest spread in postseason history for a playoff game. I think that the 10.5 made it so. If I'm not mistaken, you can please feel free to correct me. As always, if I'm wrong, I've listened to so much media this week that my brain feels like a bowl of soup between the college football playoff and this. But I think the Rams probably win this game by a touchdown at this point. I have no play in this game. I just want a good game. I want this to be competitive. I want Bryce Young to not turn into a pumpkin, and I want the Sad Cats to be competitive and not get embarrassed.
It's the largest road favorite spread in the Super Bowl era. And look, obviously, I've been backing Carolina for a large portion of the year. I had them to win outright when the Rams were here during the regular season. And I did, just for the fun of it, I did put a sprinkle on Carolina outright, even though I don't really believe that they will be able to do it. What I think is going to end up happening is kind of what you said in the backdoor cover sense. I think that Carolina can play a perfect game and still lose. They can go out there and Bryce Young cannot stink and not, turn into a pumpkin like he's been known to do at times during the year. And they can run the ball and they can defend well. But I think that this is the time of year where Matt Stafford tends to excel. I think his offense is way too good that even if Carolina comes out and does everything that they're supposed to do, limits mistakes, scores when the Rams score, I just think that Los Angeles is too much firepower.
Yeah, juggernaut.
So I believe that Carolina can cover the spread.
Me too.
But I'm not willing to go like all in on this game.
No, yeah.
Just a little fun on the money line because it's such a big number. Totally. And I have seen what it looks like, but I still think the Rams are going to win this game.
Yeah, like I said, I really think that this is going to be a competitive half of football. The Rams are going to pull away, and then Carolina's going to backdoor cover. That is because the Rams are going to try and sit people and stay healthy. They're going to get up, 2 touchdowns, sit people for like the last drive, 2 drives, whatever that they have. Carolina backdoor covers, and that's how this game ends. That's exactly how I expect this to go. Shout out my buddy Kevin. He just texted in. We did get the road favorite clarification on the spread, but he said the Pats-Rams Super Bowl minus 12.5 in 2002.
Neutral site. Yeah. I understand the sentiment, and I guess it does fit in, but I think as far as like actually on
playoff
games,
but
I get that.
Yeah, me too.
Good
so
stat.
That's kind of how I expect this game to go. You will not catch me dead having a singular dollar on this spread. And I've been bitching all week about how I don't think that Tetairoa McMillan should be the favorite for Offensive Rookie of the Year. I think that that's insane. I get that he's, the guy who's performed through the entire season. And, Tyler Shuck and... why am I forgetting? Jackson Dart did not play every single game this season. And I don't want these, offensive awards to turn into quarterback awards. But if you're asking who impressed me the most out of the rookies this year, who is going to say, if we're literally, like, if you're a ball knower and we're sitting here having a conversation at the bar over some Guinness, right? And I ask you who the most impressive rookie to you this year was, what person in their right mind do you think is going to go, oh yeah, Tetairoa McMillan? Like, literally nobody. I'm sorry, but that's not what anyone would say. They would say Tyler Shuck or they would say Jackson Dart. And I don't think that either of them are getting the respect in the market that they deserve. And I get that that's not how this works, whatever, but I hate this answer to this award and where this market is at.
An MVP is about to go to a guy based on a Lifetime Achievement Award, so it's kind of the state of things for NFL awards.
Yeah, but, like, it's a rookie award. Like, I get that the market and, like, the votes and everything are kind of political, but still, why are we getting political over Tetairoa McMillan? I'm sorry. Like, it drives me nuts. So, that's how I see this game in particular going. I will not have anything in this game. I didn't look at Puka's odds for a touchdown, but at this point, they almost seem like automatic money. Like, it's crazy. I had him for 1 in a parlay last week, and he's just a beast. Unlikable, but so good at football.
Yeah, great athlete. 10-cent mine, though.
Yeah.
Puka Nacua, best line I am seeing. You can go to Bally's. Bally has an anytime touchdown for Puka Nacua at plus 102.
Wow.
But I'm seeing a lot of
plus money.
Yeah, minus 110.
I don't hate that.
Minus 105 on Fanatic. Even the exchanges have a couple plus money odds.
I'm in jail for betting things live on this show because the last 4 times that I have done that, they've all not hit. So I'm not allowed to convince myself, and neither are you, to convince me to get in anything live, but I will think about it.
No, we didn't get our Hunter Henry a couple weeks ago, did we?
No. And I didn't get Ole Miss last week after Danny called. So, and I didn't get my Sam Darnold incentives. So, yeah. Yep. So I'm in jail.
Week 18 is such a... I ended up very, very green, shockingly, on week 18, but it's such a tough week to bet.
No, and that's the thing. And if we want to talk about the entire season, what I learned, I feel like when you look back at a betting season, you learn something every single year. What did I learn this year? Holiday weeks, Thanksgiving, Christmas, no dollars. No monies, no. Week 18, no money, no schmeckles, no dollars, leave it at home. Nothing. Leave it all. Like, those are the days that I'm not going to bet. And also, the other thing that I learned, I took a lot of risks preseason with futures. And let me tell you, those paid off. So take some risks. I think it's 30% of playoff teams every single season are new or different teams than the year prior. So keep that stat in mind for next year. But take some risks in your preseason futures, because look at me and my Carolina Panthers, my Los Angeles Rams, and my Seattle Seahawks. I also had the Chargers to make the postseason, not win anything, just make the postseason. Missed out on the Bengals to make the postseason, obviously. And then we missed something else that I'm sure I will remember in a second. But yeah, this game, I just don't want anything to do with it. I think that the Rams could either beat the crap out of them or the Panthers backdoor cover. I don't think that there's any way that the Panthers win this game. I know that there are people out there that do. They are plus 480 on the money line, which is crazy. The Rams are minus 575. And I get that it's a home game for Carolina. Do we think that that crowd is going to be insane? Because I just don't think that when I think about like NFL teams with good football, I think about the Carolina Panthers and like their fans and like a good atmosphere or energy or anything, but the weather's probably going to be pretty decent.
It might be like a little fake enthusiasm, like, it's the playoffs and we're excited, but you know, this is a really, really talented football team that's coming in here. Like, hey, I think if you're an NFC South fan, you kind of know, like, this is what it is. Like, we're going to have a team go 8-9 and make the playoffs.
And if, like, the Eagles were coming to Charlotte, I'd be like, this is going to be 60% Eagles fans. But the Rams don't have fans, let alone the fact that they're coming from L.A. Like, I feel every time that someone's in SoFi, it's like 60-40, whoever the other team is. So it's not like they have that advantage either. I don't think this game is absolutely deserved to be Saturday at 4 o'clock. Like, this is the Saturday, 4 o'clock, get us started, put our toes in, like, lukewarm water to Wildcard weekend game. So let's hit a quick break. We'll hit all three other games when we come back. I have 4 bets to give out. If you want to give us a call, 617-779-0985. You're listening to Saturday Over Under Show.
The Sports Hub Over Under Show. Sports Hub Over Under Show with Kendra Middleton on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's not just about where you're going, but who you go with. That's why we work even harder to protect what matters most. And as a mutual insurance company, we're built for our customers and prioritize your needs. Amica, empathy is our best policy. Visit amica.com and get a quote today.
Erectile dysfunction affects nearly 50% of men over age 50. But even with so many men affected, finding a trusted provider to treat the condition isn't so simple. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice, and I'm excited to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health in Warwick, Rhode Island. As a Promenic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health can offer men with ED the latest treatment protocols, which are shown in medical studies to be effective in well over 90% of men. And unlike groups that only offer wave therapy or online pharmacies that just sell pills, we offer a variety of treatments to help get you the results you want. You should also know that Northeast Men's Health is a true medical practice, which means our providers have access to a complete range of treatment options to get you back on track. So call Northeast Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult, blood work, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com.
When you compete with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
See icon David Ortiz at the Brook Casino Saturday, January 22nd at 7 p.m. in the season showroom. Hear Big Poppy's stories from his time in Boston, plus a Q&A with the crowd. Additional seating in the DraftKings Sportsbook. Free event, 18 plus. The Brook, exit 1 off I-95 in New Hampshire. Live free and play.com.
Hi, it's Joe at Super Service Today. A sewer line backup at your home or office never happens at a good time. It's vital to have it cleared quickly and, if needed, repaired right. At Super Service Today, all of our drain cleaning services include a free camera inspection so our trained technicians can pinpoint the exact issue, offering real-time solutions to get it fixed day or night and always done right.
Get it done. Get it done right. Get it done right away. Call superservicetoday.com.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law Group. At Catches, we're proud to stand up for the people who keep New England moving, the ones who have spent a lifetime working hard, day in and day out. Whether you've been hurt on the job or you're suffering from years of physical wear and tear, we're here for you. You deserve real help from real trial lawyers who understand what you've been through and know how to win. There's no fee unless you win. Visit catcheslaw.com or call today to schedule your free consultation. Catches Law Group, fighting for the workers, fighting for you.
Hey, it's Beetle. I got my LASIK surgery more than a decade ago from Boston Vision to correct my distance vision, and it's still perfect. And now, Boston Vision not only can correct distance, but also reading issues. Just ask Big Poppy.
I trusted Dr. Melky and the crew at Boston Vision with my eyes. Best decision ever. LASIK brought my reading vision back strong. Reading glasses? Not for me anymore.
Book a free evaluation today online at bostonvision.com because your best vision is Boston Vision.
Hey, it's Hardy. I got a question. Is your attic insulation as old as your home? It's probably time to upgrade. Call my friends at Revise, a Mass Save partner. They'll do a no-cost home energy assessment where you could get 75 to 100% off approved insulation and air sealing improvements. Why wait? Schedule your no-cost home energy assessment with Revise today. Visit callrevise.com or call 800-885-SAVE. That's callrevise.com or 800-885-SAVE.
Here we go.
Boom. I win. Boom.
Yeah.
It's a buddy.
We've got a passion for Boston sports.
Get angry.
98.5 The Sports Hub. Who you got? The Sports Hub. Over-under show with Kendra Middleton on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
There's nothing subtle about that. I was like, did you just like whip that audio down so quick?
That's how everybody else here does it.
Packers Bears this afternoon is going to be our second game. Once again, I don't have anything on this game. I don't like this. The Packers have, if I counted correctly, 16 people on IR. 16 people. I want to love this Packers team today, but I don't. And I don't believe in the Bears, okay? I really don't. This total is 44.5. There is nothing else on the board, and the spread is 1.5 points. I want to love the Packers today, but I don't. Like I said, I don't trust the Bears either. Packers have so many people on the injured reserve. I think Tucker Kraft would make a huge difference for them in this postseason. They go out there and they pretty much put all their chips in the middle of the table on Micah Parsons, and they're not getting him either. The thing is that Caleb will, the fluky game that we had a couple of weeks ago between the two of them that went to overtime, I think is probably just going to sum up how this game is going to go today. I expect it to be weird. I expect it to be fluky. I think if I'm not mistaken, there's going to be 20 to 30 mile an hour winds in this game. If there weren't, I would love the over. 44.5 would feel so low if this wasn't going to be a wind game because the Bears defense, not good. Their offense can put up 40 points on just about any defense in the league. But how much are they really going to throw the ball? I think this is going to be a super classic, just run the ball. Whoever can establish the run first, probably going to win this game. And it just feels like the Bears, if they don't beat themselves, because they're the healthier team and they can score points. But the big question looming over this game is, will they beat themselves? Because you know that they will. And Caleb Williams will turn the ball over from time to time. Like, that is something about him that he gets in his own head, he gets scrambled, and he makes bad decisions, and he will turn that ball over. But that's my fear here, is that the Packers, specifically on defense, are so banged up. And Jordan Love coming back from a concussion. And yes, it's been a couple of weeks. But anytime a quarterback comes back from a concussion, whether it's, the week after they get cleared, 2 weeks after they get cleared, whatever, they usually take a minute to kind of settle into a game. And him coming back into a high-pressure road playoff situation makes me nervous, especially because it's on the road. And I know that crowd, as cold as it's going to be and as hellish as it's going to be, is going to be an insanely raucous crowd.
Yeah, I'm also not a fan of this game. I jumped on the first half under last week, so I have it at 22.5 and 23.5. And I think the latter, I just checked, moved from -115 to -135, and I think that really is all predicated on the weather. And I also like their backup running back for the Bears, Kyle Monangai, to score a touchdown. He's got a little of that. We haven't seen it lately, but the whole aspect of Travion Henderson is, he can just rip one off and score a touchdown long. So, I'm hoping that
Angry runs
finds the end zone. But, I agree. I would not go crazy on really either of these Saturday games.
Yeah, no, and I hate, that we get 2 NFC games today. And I get, why, but I want one of each. I want a little bit, because it happened last weekend too. Last Saturday was also both NFC games. And it just feels like I want the drama, which is the AFC this year. But I agree with you. Monangai, not the most consistent player the last couple of weeks, but I expect a ground and pound game, so I don't hate that look at all. And you know that he's capable of it. Definitely great comp from you for the Henderson thing too. So I don't know. This game feels weird. I would have loved the over if there wasn't going to be weather, but that's where we're at. The next game, 49ers-Eagles. This is where 2 of my 4 plays are going to come from for the week. This number opened at 3.5. Currently, there is a 5.5 and pretty much 6s across the board. This number has moved quite a lot this week. Sorry, I'm still sick and having the hiccups and just a complete meltdown right now. I don't know what's going on with me. Total 44.5. I took the under in this game at 44.5 for a couple of reasons. One, San Francisco, talk about injured. Talk about an injured team. And I get that people are like, well, they're injured. You don't think that the Eagles are going to be able to score a ton? No, because what do I say to you guys all the time? When someone shows you who they are, you should listen to them. Whether they're verbally telling you or showing you, signs of who they actually are, take it for what it's worth. And this Eagles team, for more than a half of the regular season, showed you that their offense is anemic, sometimes for a half of a game at a time. And that's kind of my thing here. Yeah, the 49ers are hurt. And Brock Purdy comes out this week that he's nursing a shoulder injury. Ricky Pearsall, out. Their left tackle, also probably going to be out once again this week. They had an NFL journeyman at left tackle last week in that divisional championship game. The divisional game between them and the Seahawks. So I'm a little concerned about there being a ton of points in this game. I really like this under because I don't think that Brock Purdy is going to be throwing. I think it's going to be a McCaffrey game. It has to be a McCaffrey game. Also, he would be my MVP if I had a vote. Sorry, not sorry. I hate that it's turned into a quarterback award. I don't think that it should be, and I get why it is, because the quarterback, it is the most valuable player, and the quarterback is the most valuable player. However, Christian McCaffrey really put this team on his back this year, and it's very impressive that this team, as injured as they were, won as many games as they did, and that is thanks to Christian McCaffrey. But that being said, the Eagles can stop the run. It's just a matter of, can they put points on the board? I expect this to be like a 14-20 type of game. That is where I expect this to go. And it's in Philly, which is a tough place to play. I don't see a ton of points being scored in a game with an offense that is absolutely beyond anemic for more than a quarter at a time. And then a team where their quarterback is nursing an injury. They rely on their running back for absolutely everything, and their receivers are beat to hell.
Yeah, I also do not have much on this game. I don't remember making this bet, which are sometimes the most fun bets to make.
Yeah.
But I obviously saw a number on, I'm going to be on the opposite side of you here, Brock Purdy, 2 passing touchdowns. And I do agree that I think Christian McCaffrey is going to be a factor in this game, but I don't think it's going to be on the ground. I think it's going to be through checkdowns.
Even with the shoulder?
Even with the shoulder. Yeah, they need him. They absolutely need him right now, based on everything.
I don't know. Mac Jones won some games, baby.
Yeah, he did. And it's part of the reason that they're where they are right now. And I know I made this spot with McCaffrey a couple weeks ago and it didn't hit. But I'd say I'm modestly confident. Again, not a huge sprinkle from me. I'm really not liking a lot of these NFC games as we go through them. But yeah, that's really all that I saw, at least that stuck out to me is Brock Purdy hopefully getting 2 passing touchdowns, because a plus 140 is the number I got it at. Why not?
I also got the Eagles money line at minus 220 earlier this week, and I know a lot of people are like, ew, why would you do that?
Super chalk.
Yeah, it was super chalky, but I liked it, and it was in a parlay, and I'm not the biggest parlay person, but if you want to throw it in somewhere else, like any kind of touchdown, something that you have, it has moved to minus 260, so I don't recommend it, but if you saw me put that in the action app and you were wondering why, that is why. The Steelers are my upset pick of the week. I do think that the Texans are one of the better teams left just because of what that defense can do to people. But dome team, going up to the weather, I think Aaron Rodgers has been playing his best version of himself recently, and they're getting DK Metcalf back. That Monday night conversation can continue, whatever. I think the Steelers are the upset of the week. If you didn't pick an upset this week that you like, definitely do so. Wildcard weekend is insane. I'm going to go with the Steelers to beat the Texans. That total is disgusting at 38. The Jaguars-Bills game is going to be where I have a player prop for you guys. Some people were saying that this has disappeared. I have Tim Patrick over half of a reception in this game. He's good for at least a catch a game. I think that that's kind of where I fell with this. I know that people don't watch Jaguars football. You're probably sitting here like, who the hell is Tim Patrick? That is my favorite player prop of the week. I also looked at maybe like a Gabe Davis revenge game angle. I think his total reception, like yardage, is sitting at like 8.5, 9.5, something like that. I could also see that happening just because Khalil Shakir has dropped off. Who knows what's going on with Keon Coleman. And obviously Gabe Davis used to be a Jacksonville Jaguar, and we hated him and ran his ass out of town. So they might, use that as a little bit of a revenge angle. And I have absolutely nothing in this Chargers-Patriots game. This is obviously the hot ticket here this week. I am in Patriots bet jail. You guys know this. I'm not allowed to bet on the Patriots for the rest of the season, and I'm taking that seriously because otherwise you guys know where I'd be with this. I think that this is a field goal game, and the fact that they're giving me 3.5, I like it.
Are you not excited about Ladd McConkey going out there?
Don't start with me and Ladd McConkey. You know what's going to happen? I don't think the Patriots are going to lose this game by any stretch of the imagination. I think it's going to be a field goal, or the Patriots are just going to absolutely rock their you-know-what. But it would be so poetic if Ladd McConkey scores the touchdown that beats the Patriots, for me personally. Like, I might parlay a Chargers money line with a Ladd McConkey anytime.
Yeah, I mean, look, he came in here and performed very well the last time they played him. I jumped on the, Patriots team total over 27.5 points. I got that at plus 158 earlier in the week. I like this. I mean, this is like my refrain on this show and other shows where I talk football. If you're able to get the ball up and down the field and you can kind of do it in a very easy, succinct way and not waste a lot of time, perfect. And I think I'm not saying it's going to happen early, but I do like the Patriots scoring at least 28 points in this game because they have been able to score on basically everybody that they played this year.
Garvin. You're scaring me. Your bets this week are very saucy, and I'll give it to you.
I did not make a lot of picks, but you're right. The ones that I make are out there.
Insane. All right, so just to recap, we have Tim Patrick over half a receiving yard. We have the Eagles money line, the under 44.5 in the Eagles game as well. And then we have the Steelers to cover 3 points tonight or tomorrow. I don't know what day it is. It's tomorrow. Monday. Monday. Okay, those are our picks. I am so sick. I'm going to go take a Benadryl and get on a flight to Jacksonville, Florida. I love you guys so much. Have fun. If you're going to the game, be safe. Don't drink and drive. Buy some hand warmers. Have a McGillicuddy's nip for me, and I hope to see you guys. Jags Pats at Gillette next week. Keep an eye out on the Action app for any of my college football bets. Be safe. Love you guys. Have a good one. Ty Anderson's coming up next.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
They say if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. At Amica Insurance, we know what matters most to you. And we work even harder to protect it, together. As a mutual insurance company, we're built for our customers and prioritize your needs. Amica, empathy is our best policy. Visit amica.com and get a quote today.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
Low testosterone affects many men today, even men as young as 30. But finding someone you can trust for quality low T treatment isn't so easy. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, a Promedic restorative health practice, and that's why I'm pleased to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health right here in Warwick. As a Promedic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health has the experience and expertise to get you the right treatment for your particular medical situation. At Northeast Men's Health, we're experts in treating low testosterone. In fact, we've successfully treated thousands of men for low T and have seen the amazing impacts low T treatments have. If you're like most men, you'll sleep better, have more energy and improve mental clarity, get better gains in the gym, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you.
When you compete with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior like beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Ian Herzig, Project Director at Blue Sky Restoration Contractors. When water and storm damage hit, time's of the essence. The longer you wait, the more extensive the damage can become. At Blue Sky, we offer fast, 24/7 emergency response to minimize damage and restore your property quickly. And because of the size of our staff and number of locations across New England, we're there in no time and get to work quickly. So when disaster strikes your property, don't panic, but don't wait either. Visit goblusky.com and we'll be there. Blue Sky Restoration, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow.
Gain the skills to lead, motivate, and inspire at Babson College. Ranked the #1 graduate school in entrepreneurship for 32 years by U.S. News & World Report and the #2 best college in the United States by the Wall Street Journal. Come explore Babson's full-time in-person programs and part-time in-person and online programs at Babson's virtual graduate admissions workshop on January 7th. All attendees who have not yet applied will receive an application fee waiver up to $100. Register at babson.edu/grad-workshop.
Hi, I'm offensive lineman Caden Wallace. When I got drafted, I worked hard to find my place, learning the playbook, building trust, and finding a home in New England. But not everyone has that chance. That's why I'm proud to partner with Heading Home. Heading Home is working to end homelessness in Massachusetts by helping families find stability and a future. Because a real win is when everyone has a place to call home. Learn more at headinghomeinc.org. That's headinghomeinc.org.
Most roofs are designed to be replaced. East Coast Metal Roofing is designed to be done once. Their metal roofs are guaranteed to last a lifetime with a lifetime transferable, non-prorated warranty that actually means something. And right now, during their New Year savings event, Sports Hub listeners get 10% off a new roof installation. Plus, no payments and no interest for 1 full year with approved credit. Call 844-611-ECMR or visit eastcoastmetalroofing.com. East Coast Metal Roofing, the last roof you'll ever buy.
This hour of the Sports Hub was brought to you by Valvoline. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of busy people.
What if the bank worked with you? Because it is you. South Shore Bank is a mutual bank. Our clients are our stakeholders, and partnerships are our priority. We want to build up our community because we're part of it. That means when you win, we win. And that we still includes you. What do you even call that? Double win? Twice as nice? A 2-for-1? We've got another name for it. Sharing success. South Shore Bank. Member FDIC, DIF, Equal Housing Lender.
From the Telefair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. Touchdown! The flagship station of the Patriots, Bruins, the Celtics, WBCFM and HQ Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub. Easley Media Group station celebrating 65 years of broadcasting. Essential Sports Hub headline presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
National championship game is set in Miami after the Hoosiers put the beat down on the Oregon Ducks last night, 56-22, for a date in Miami with the Miami Hurricanes on January 19th. Can the Hoosiers synergy push them to a national championship? We shall see. Over in the NFL, it is Wildcard weekend, which means more NFL on Saturdays. The Rams and the Panthers will kick us off at 4:30 tonight, and the Packers visit the Bears at 8. For your Patriots, they have a hot date with Justin Herbert and the Chargers tomorrow night at Gillette Stadium. We have you open to close, covered right here on the Sports Hub for kickoff at 8 with Bob and Zoe. Kyrus Tonga has been ruled out for tomorrow. Harold Landry and Keyshawn Booty are both questionable, and Mac Hollins has been added to IR. Celtics winners at home last night over the Toronto Raptors, 125-117. Peyton Pritchard had a night leading the team with 28 points. Jaylen Brown right behind him with 25. They will host the Spurs tonight. Tune in to pregame at 7:30 for tip-off at 8 right here on the Sports Hub with Brandy and Max on the call. And the Bruins are also home today to take on the New York Rangers at 1 o'clock. We've got you covered with that game as well. Pregame at 12:30 with RJ and Bob for Puck Drop at 1. Sports Hub headlines were brought to you by Revise Energy. Feeling drafts in your house and struggling to stay warm this winter? Call Revise, a mass save partner. They offer no-cost energy assessments and 75 to 100% off installation. Call 800-885-SAVE or visit callrevise.com today. You're listening to 98.5 The Sports Hub, Boston's home for sports. I'm Kendra Middleton, and your next update is around 10 with Ty Anderson.
High wrist shot.
The Bruins.
Rebound score!
Play here, the Sports Hub. Hockey fans, this is your show. The Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show. Brought to you by Sparks Hockey, Dairy Queen, Monkey Sports, Safety Insurance, NEHDAA, and Sports Etc. Now, Ty Anderson, Ryan Johnston, and Bob Pierce.
Oh, good morning, everybody. Live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, it is the Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show. I am your host, Ty Anderson. Bob Beers will be joining us shortly, and Ryan Johnson will be joining us in the 10 o'clock hour. And most importantly, we have you on the phone line, 617-779-0985. Like I said, I am Ty Anderson. That is Ryan Garvin behind the glass producing. Ryan, how are we doing today?
I'm back, everybody. Hello.
Welcome back. You know what's happened is we had like an emergency quarterback situation last week.
I got a sense of that, yes. There was a Ryan by another name was in here.
There was, and he was like the OG producer for a while there. You know, like when I was first doing this show, he was the guy. So it was great. It was a very Phillip Rivers-esque situation here, bringing him out of hockey show retirement. He did a great job as always, but
similar physiques.
Glad to have you back.
Total joke.
I believe he's half the age of Phillip Rivers, who is forever years old. Big week for the Boston Bruins. I think in the sense that, you know, they have a road trip that they feel pretty good about, right? And then it ends horribly. 7-goal game from the Kraken. Don't think they've scored 7 goals ever in their entire franchise history. It feels like just not a team you think about offense when you think about the Seattle Kraken historically. They get their doors blown off. Not a great game. Just an awful game in terms of the giveaways and the penalties again. This team is kind of... What's funny about this team, and I've been saying this now for a little bit here, is that, are all the penalties great in terms of, the quality of the penalty? No, but they've also lost the benefit of the doubt because they take so many penalties that, the league is watching them. The league is watching them for stick infractions because they commit a billion of them. And it's not fair. I understand that, but, you kind of lose the benefit of the doubt after a while. And I think the Bruins are there. But it was a big game coming back home, right? That Thursday night game against Calgary, after you lose the way you did in Seattle, you look at that Thursday game typically as a really tough game. First game back from a long road trip. Your body is still a little achy, a little out of sorts. It's a long flight home from Seattle to Boston. And you have the Flames, who, yes, I know, played the night before. They're a team that, not the best team in the world. We all understand that. But, that's a hard game to play, right? And I think most notably, you're going back to Joonas Korpisalo for the first time in almost 2 full weeks. He hasn't played in 12 days.
And he'll tell you about it.
And he will. And you know what? Rightfully so, in my opinion. When they lose in Buffalo right out of the holiday break, I thought Korpisalo was the only reason why they didn't lose by 5. I thought that he actually battled. He played well. He gave them a sporting chance before it kind of fell off the table there for them. But I do think that he should be playing more. I thought he should have played in Seattle. I thought that he should have played in Vancouver. One of those games should have gone to Korpisalo. There was no reason not to. And this is the question now. This is sort of the issue for the Boston Bruins, is that are they going to play Joonas Korpisalo enough to justify having him on their roster? I don't know if Michael DiPietro is any good. I don't know. But I look at his numbers in the AHL, .935, sub 2 goals against average, and I look at you, for the most part, benching $3 million every night. Korpisalo makes too much money to not play enough. You got to play him more. There's no point in having $11 million plus tied up in goaltending if you're gonna only play the $8 million guy. That's a waste of money.
Do you think that, kind of seeing how everything fell out, do you think that the coaching staff looks at how they scheduled their goalie lineups and basically giving Swayman that last chunk of games before Christmas? Do you think they look at that and go, maybe we should have done that differently? Or do you think they go, no, this was the right decision. We needed to get Sway out there, and, Corpy can be a little salty about not playing, but ultimately, Swayman has to be the guy.
I think it's a mix of both. I don't think they trust Korpisalo as much as they should. And that's obviously sort of all right, if you don't trust him, why is he here? That's kind of how I feel about it. But I think that they realized that Swayman, for all of November, Swayman was nails. He was fantastic. And then he kind of cooled off a little bit because I think he was getting overworked. But he's had some good games, right? He's had some pockets of play where you look at him and you go, okay, that's better than the numbers would indicate, right? He's had some losses where he's been, again, a big reason why they didn't lose by 4 or 5 instead of 2, and so I think that goes into consideration there as well. But you got to play him more, right? The numbers kind of bear this out now that when Swayman plays 4 games in a row, that 4th game is kind of a disaster.
Swayman played Tuesday the 16th, Thursday the 18th, Saturday the 20th. Okay, that's not that bad. And then the 21st, the 23rd. So that's 5 games in the course of 7 or 8 days, I think, if I'm just doing the math off the top of my head. And I know that's always been a point for you of we don't want our starting goaltender out there for 65 games in the regular season. So I wonder if, I don't want to say the Christmas break kind of snuck up on them, but that's almost what it feels like. I don't think there's any situation, regardless of salary or not, where your backup goaltender goes almost 3 full weeks without seeing any live action. That you would know better than I would, but that feels kind of atypical for
It's extreme.
scheduling.
It's extreme, and it's something that you really, I remember seeing it with Kiprusoff in Calgary years ago. I remember seeing it with Hellebuck, obviously. And even the Jets kind of reined that in a little bit because they were like, you know what, you keep burning out in the first round. Let's rein in a little bit how many games you play. You would see it with Nashville, with UC Saros back in his prime. And again, like, it has value in the regular season, but what good is it if you're cooked in the playoffs? It kind of defeats the whole purpose if you're going into the playoffs, having played 60 games and now you're cooked, right? Now you're out of gas. And I feel like, you know, for the Bruins to best weaponize goaltending, I mean, when you're spending that much at that position, I think you have to play the guys. You have to play Korpisalo more, and you got to play Swayman less. I just feel like
that was fun to get back in there. I haven't played in a couple of weeks, so that was fun. Try to make the most out of it.
Right, like he's basically saying to you, like I should be playing more.
There is it me? Is there a little bit of tone there? It's like, oh yeah, no, I can go up there.
Well, it might not be in there, but there's a follow up along the lines of asking him about how he basically got his ass beat against Ottawa right before the break. And he responds saying, I thought I played well against Buffalo. Basically saying, like, that game, yeah, that wasn't good, but I came out the next game and played better.
Did you feel like this was an important one for you, just given the way the last start before the break went?
Yeah, I mean, I think I played well in Buffalo, so just try to continue what I did there.
100% right. 100% right. He played well in Buffalo. He should have been given another start over the final 4 games of that road trip. Instead, the Bruins are like, no, you can be the world's most expensive doorman. Open the door. Open the door all game. $3 million for that. And when you look at this roster, right, when you look at when they do come up short, when they do lose a game, you kind of go, not enough horses. They don't have enough guys. If you're not going to play the $3 million goaltender, get rid of him for anything and spend that money on your roster. A $3 million forward could help them out right now. A $3 million defenseman could help them out right now. And I understand, like, you got to acquire that player. You got to find that player. But this is the problem that we kind of talked about back in the offseason with this team was, like, the spending at the bottom of the roster. It adds up. When you add it up, if those guys aren't delivering, right, you kind of look at it and go, oh, there's a lot of money that you're kind of leaving on the board right now or not utilizing in the best way. That's like, you know, Henry Jokiharju has not had a good year. He had a +3 on Thursday, which is nice, but, like, he hasn't had a great year. Mason Lohrei has been up and down. But both those guys made $3 million. You know, so between your bottom pairing guys and your backup goaltender, you're spending $9 million right now. It's a lot of money. A lot of money to spend on the bottom of the roster. So you got to play those guys. You got to leverage them into higher spots, right? And Lohrai's playing up right now because of the injuries. He's playing more minutes right now. The injury to Hampus Lindholm. He scores a goal on Thursday. But, like, this is where they can get into trouble, right? If you're spending a lot at the bottom and you're not playing those guys or you don't trust them enough to play them more, that's a lot of money. 617-779-0985. We're going to take a break here. When we come back, we're going to get Bob Beers on the line talking about the week that was and what's ahead for the Boston Bruins here on the Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show.
The Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show will continue with Ty Anderson, Brian Johnston, and Bob Beers on the Sports Hub.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's not just about where you're going, but who you go with. That's why we work even harder to protect what matters most. And as a mutual insurance company, we're built for our customers and prioritize your needs. Amica, empathy is our best policy. Visit amica.com and get a quote today.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
Erectile dysfunction affects nearly 50% of men over age 50. But even with so many men affected, finding a trusted provider to treat the condition isn't so simple. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice, and I'm excited to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health in Warwick, Rhode Island. As a Promenic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health can offer men with ED the latest treatment protocols, which are shown in medical studies to be effective in well over 90% of men. And unlike groups that only offer wave therapy or online pharmacies that just sell pills, we offer a variety of treatments to help get you the results you want. You should also know that Northeast Men's Health is a true medical practice, which means our providers have access to a complete range of treatment options to get you back on track. So call Northeast Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult, blood work, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Celtics fans, La Playa awaits. You could win the ultimate flyaway trip to see the Boston Celtics play in Miami, full of the beach, hoops, and a time you'll never forget. To enter, look for the Corona La Playa Awaits display at participating retail locations, scan the QR code, and enter for your chance to win. It's that easy. But you must be 21 plus and rules and restrictions apply. Corona, the official cerveza of the Boston Celtics. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Hi, it's Jim from Ace Ticket, and this year we want to make the holiday special. Everybody loves tickets to their favorite sports team, concerts, and shows. This holiday season, you'll receive 5% back in Ace loyalty dollars for your entire purchase, and Ace will give $2 for every ticket you buy to Boston Globe Santa. So save some money and help someone. Ace makes it so easy. Our helpful Boston customer service is here to help you. Call 1-800-MY-SEATS or visit aceticket.com.
No matter where you go, you're always connected to Boston sports with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. Download it wherever you get your apps today. Hockey fans, this is your show, the Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show on the Sports Hub.
This is the Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show. I am your host, Ty Anderson, and joining us on the expert hotline here, give Ryan a second to get over to the computer. Ryan's doing so much over there. Appreciate it. Is Bob Beers. Bob, how are we doing today?
Good morning, Ty. How we doing?
Good morning. Great to have you on, as always, here. It's been a pretty busy week for this team, bit of an up and down week, as the season has kind of proven to be here. But just working backwards here, that game on Thursday, we opened the show kind of talking about that. Really good response game, a really important game, just given the way the road trip ended and how sour they were about it. What did you see from that game from the Boston Bruins?
I saw them stay out of the penalty box. And you can use everybody when you stay out of the box, right? They were able to incorporate everybody into that game. They weren't overtaxing people. You give up 3 power play goals against Seattle, and you're taking up a lot of penalties. You're taking penalties down the ice. Not ones that around the front of the net where maybe you're protecting your goaltender or something like that, or just trying to keep the front of the net clear. You're taking penalties 200 feet from your net. So those are the ones that are really kind of coming back to hurt them right now. And you allow 3 power plays against Seattle, so that was a main focus. It's been a main focus for them for a while, and they just haven't always been able to do it. I think when they can play 5-on-5 like they did against Calgary, I don't think Calgary was at their best in that game, but still, you've got to give the Bruins credit. You still got to do things that help you win hockey games, and that was one of them. And that's been a focus for them for a while. And if they can stay out of the box, I think that it's it's just going to be a huge advantage to them because they like what they can roll, in terms of lines. They've got some depth there. Hey, the fourth line gets on the board with 2 goals last game. Corrali's goal and Lorai's goal was fourth line. So, I mean, that's depth for you, and that's. I mean, I think it's really important to be able to use everybody. You're killing penalties. You got certain guys sitting on the bench that you need on the ice, right? Including Pastrnak and a Geekie.
And staying with Geekie here for a second, this is the first time that he has gone through a scoring slump in over a calendar year now. Speaking ahead of the game on Thursday, he kind of said things have been going well for so long that it was bound to happen at a certain point. When you look at Morgan Geekie and what he's doing right now and what he needs to get back to scoring, is it just confidence? Is it one goal and the floodgates open back up? Or what are you seeing from Geekie right now?
You would think so. I thought he was coming out of it after the Vancouver game because he hit 2 posts in Vancouver, and he had a 2-on-1 chance in the first period. So I thought after that game that, he was going to break out of it. If you look back at his stats against Seattle, somebody was telling me it's his old team, but he doesn't put up any points against Seattle if you look at his numbers against the Kraken. But, I just think the opportunities have dried up a little bit for him. He's had a couple of chances here and there, but I think opportunity-wise, they've been down. And that's he's got to get back into some of that form. And, no matter who he's playing with, no matter who his center is, get back to maybe he's got to get a couple greasy ones. Maybe he's got to get a couple ugly ones before the one-timers start to happen again for him. So it's going to happen. He's proven it. I think we've got a big enough sample size that he has proven it. So this is something where, just keep working at it. It'll come. And, when it does, the floodgates open. He had a similar slump earlier in the season, where he was fighting the puck a little bit, but all of a sudden he broke out of it and couldn't stop him. So I fully expect him to break out of here at some point, hopefully sooner rather than later. But this is, it's a lot of hockey, and the games pile up quickly. And if it's not happening for you, I mean, look, Pastrnak fought the puck for a couple of games, right? All of a sudden now he's finding the back of the net. So I think it happens to everybody, some guys more than others, but it's going to happen for him. It's just a matter of, just keep pushing forward. And they said it piles up quickly because the games come so quick. So if you're in a slump, it can go fast, right? You look at all of a sudden you're down there and you've got 1 goal in your last, 8 games or something like that. So, I have no doubt that it'll happen for him, but get back to maybe doing some of the things that helped you get open, help you create chances for yourself.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like watching that game on Thursday, he had a chance, and I want to say it was early in the second period where he is right sort of in his wheelhouse there, right? A good scoring area, and he tries to pass it instead of shooting it. And that's why I was just wondering, when you're struggling, the confidence,
it a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. like you're kind of almost deferring because you're kind of in your head or something. Like I always just wonder kind of like the mentality of a guy like that, like when you're not scoring, do you want to try to defer more to try to get your own game going? Or I just don't know. Like it's such an interesting spot for a guy like him.
I mean, I watched him in Seattle. I mean, he was having trouble, handling passes. He fell down coming through the neutral zone. It was strange seeing because, we know how good of a player he is. So, you're overthinking it. No question. Squeezing the stick a little bit, overthinking it. But it's going to come. And when it does, it should come in bunches.
And one of the changes that they also made up front was putting Marat Hustadinov back with David Pastrnak and Elias Lindholm. It's a combo we saw earlier this year, and they had some success early. I like Hustadinov in that role. I know he's up and down, but it's just the speed that he can bring, right, and the tenacity he can help bring. I've liked that complexion of a line. What do you like, and what can they do well?
I like his energy. I like his energy. It's it's infectious. It's good. He made that pass back to Pastrnak the other day, and I was like, maybe he should have just taken it to the net. Next thing you know, Pasternak's making a great pass over to Lindholm, and the puck's in the back of the net. So, you don't want him to defer a little bit, too much, looking for Pastrnak all the time. But at the same time, allow him to be creative as well. And he's a good offensive player. But he brings that energy, and he brings the forecheck. He's in there quick. He can make guys miss. He can gain a little separation down low in the offensive zone. That's I think I think he helps any line he kind of helps any line he kind of goes on, and he can play up and down your lineup depending on how other guys are playing. We felt that right from the start from him. He started on the fourth line when he first made this team, and next thing you know, he's kind of going up and down on different lines to try to complement them. Is he a driver of the line? Probably not, but he's somebody that can complement guys that he plays with. And like I said, that energy is infectious. You see that energy that he brings, and I've liked him as a player. I've liked him all year long. There was a few games where he had to sit out, but he came back in and he was ready to go, and he's done a good job, no matter where he's played.
And looking at what happened last week in Vancouver, obviously it's a great homecoming for Fraser Minton there. It feels like his growth has been on display. It feels like he is earning his ice time. I think he played 20 minutes in that game. First time he's hit that milestone in his NHL career. First of all, how great is it to go home and to have a game like that, for a young player, and what it can do for his confidence and his status with the Boston Bruins?
Oh, it's fantastic. Just to see him start to put up, some offensive numbers as well. He's had some chances. He's had some games where he's scored. He's had some games where he's been a little snake bitten, but he's getting second power play time. He's killed penalties all year. Now he's getting second power play time. So that adds some minutes on to you as well. And, he's done a good job no matter where he's played. Other things continue to evolve for him. I think, the offensive game continues to grow. I know we go back to Marco Sturm saying, look, I don't need him to put up a ton of points. I need him to play a good 200-foot game. If the points come, that's great, but we're not focusing on that just yet. But I think there's more in there offensively for him, no question. And, he's a pretty young player. What is he, 21? Yeah. So, there's room to grow there. And he's done a nice job all year long. And he's been really good at killing penalties. There's been very few games where you can say, wow, he had a rough one there today. I think the first game against Vancouver, the one here at the TD Garden, he wasn't happy about the way that he played. And there's been a couple games here and there where you say, yeah, he had a rough game, but more or less, for the most part, I should say, he's been good. He's been good, and they like what they've given him, or what he's given them, I should say.
Yeah, I think that he's such an important part of their team, right? And an underrated part, right? Because, that Lindholm and Zacha, what they're going to do, but, that third-line center, that third-line role, the role can always change, right? It can be a lot of defensive zone, a lot of heavy lifting, but they can also try to use it as an offensive spark, and it requires a certain mindset and mentality because it can.
If he's playing with Pastrnak, Ty, is that really the third line?
Right, exactly.
I don't like labeling them right now. I think you can pretty safely say the fourth line is the fourth line, but other than that, I think that it kind of revolves a little bit, in terms of. Morgan Geek is your leading goal scorer. Is he playing on the third line?
True.
I don't like to label the lines 1 through 4 just because I think that it's in trying to spread it out. If you've got Geeky and Pastrnak playing with Lindholm, well, that's your first line. But, they don't have that right now. They're trying to spread it out. And, you've got 3 lines, well, you have 4 lines actually, in a game against Calgary, you have 4 lines that, you can count on. And you can roll them out against, other teams' top lines. They don't mind playing Corrali against another team's top line. That's, that's kind of his role anyhow, right? So, having the ability to play 5-on-5 and not be in the box and not be killing penalties all night, that enabled them, and being on home ice, that enabled them to roll 4 lines, get everybody involved, and get everybody contributing.
Want to talk more about this homestand and more of the games this past week. We're going to take a quick break here and take some phone calls with Bob Beers and your host, myself, Ty Anderson, here on the Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show.
Ty Anderson, Ryan Johnston, and Bob Beers. This is the Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show. Stay tuned for more.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's not just what's inside your home that matters. It's who you share it with. That's why we work even harder to protect it. And as a mutual insurance company, we're built for our customers. We prioritize your needs and are here for you when you need us. Amica, empathy is our best policy. Visit amica.com and get a quote today.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Zoe. And did you know that pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most? Not just your knees, your back, or your shoulders. I'm talking about your morning walks, your weekend plans, your freedom. What if your body still remembers how to heal, but just needs a little help finding its way back? My friends at QC Kinetics, right here in Boston, believe that relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief. Finally, it's time to take that first step. Literally, why not enjoy the holidays pain-free with QC Kinetics? Dancing around that tree. Schedule your free consultation today, and you can use your HSA and FSA accounts for treatments. Call them today at 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN, 617-644-7246.
Low testosterone affects many men today, even men as young as 30. But finding someone you can trust for quality low T treatment isn't so easy. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, a Promedic restorative health practice, and that's why I'm pleased to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health right here in Warwick. As a Promedic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health has the experience and expertise to get you the right treatment for your particular medical situation. At Northeast Men's Health, we're experts in treating low testosterone. In fact, we've successfully treated thousands of men for low T and have seen the amazing impacts low T treatments have. If you're like most men, you'll sleep better, have more energy and improve mental clarity, get better gains in the gym, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you.
When you compete with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior like beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, it's Joe, Vice President of Super Service Today, Massachusetts' #1 provider for plumbing, heating, cooling, and drain cleaning. There's a better way to stay cool this summer. Contact Super Service Today to learn about an electric mini-split system. With generous electric rebates from Mass Save, you could save thousands. Day or night, and always done right. Visit superservicetoday.com.
Get it done. Get it done right. Get it done right away. Call superservicetoday.com.
Nobody knows New England like McGovern Auto Group. Hi, this is Scott Zolak. My friends at McGovern Auto Group can get you into a newer pre-owned vehicle that fits your lifestyle and your budget. With over 35 locations, 25 brands, and more than 9,000 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. You're choosing what fits, not settling for what's on the lot. And here's the kicker. Every new vehicle sold at McGovern comes with 10 years or up to 150,000 miles of powertrain warranty coverage, adding real peace of mind and a lot more life to your investment. Learn more at McGovernAuto.com. That's McGovernAuto.com.
Hey, it's Beetle. I got my LASIK surgery more than a decade ago from Boston Vision to correct my distance vision, and it's still perfect. And now, Boston Vision not only can correct distance, but also reading issues. Just ask Big Poppy.
I trusted Dr. Melky and the crew at Boston Vision with my eyes. Best decision ever. LASIK brought my reading vision back strong. Reading glasses? Not for me anymore.
Book a free evaluation today online at bostonvision.com because your best vision is Boston Vision.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law Group. At Catches, we're proud to stand up for the people who keep New England moving, the ones who have spent a lifetime working hard, day in and day out. Whether you've been hurt on the job or you're suffering from years of physical wear and tear, we're here for you. You deserve real help from real trial lawyers who understand what you've been through and know how to win. There's no fee unless you win. Visit catcheslaw.com or call today to schedule your free consultation. Catches Law Group, fighting for the workers, fighting for you.
We're back with the show on ice. The Shaw's and Star Market Hockey Show with Ty Anderson, Ryan Johnston, and Bob Beers on the Sports Hub.
It is the Shaw's and Star Market Hockey Show. I am your host, Ty Anderson. Bob Beers is joining us on the Expert Hotline. Bob, where do you land on this this Korpisalo debate that's been raging on Twitter and on the show in terms of him playing more? Do you think he should be playing more than he is to this point right now?
Marginally, maybe a little bit, but I think, the way Swayman was playing was hard. And you had the 2 days off in between games on that road trip. I don't know what's raging on Twitter. So
you know what? You're a better person for it. You don't need to be on there. It's truly not great.
I think, the way that Swayman was playing, and you had the 2 days off in between games, twice, right? Before Vancouver and before Seattle, I assumed that he would be playing all those games. Yeah. So if that's what we're debating, then, of course it's always open for debate if a guy has a rough outing. And I don't even think he was that bad against Seattle. I think the team was bad against him. How many saves did he make on Matty Beniers?
Right.
I mean, he made 4 point-blank saves on Beniers. I thought there was one goal that he would like to have back, a shot that looked like it was going wide, and it kind of went off his blocker and in.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I thought he was good in that game. The team was not good in that game for sure. And you give up 3 power play goals. And that goes back to the whole point about staying out of the box. It's been a problem for them all year. But if we're talking about goaltenders, because you had the 2 days in between both of those games, I had no problem with it.
Yeah, I think at its core, right, it's this team has been taking so many penalties, and the quality of the chances that they do surrender as a result has been pretty high, right? And yep. I think that you look at the workload, and I think that's a lot of the question, right? And we know that Korpisalo has been pretty vocal about wanting to play more. He was a year ago. Yep. And then after the game on Thursday, he says, "Yeah, I haven't played in a few weeks. It's fun to get back out there." And so it does feel like he wants the net more, obviously.
Well, of course you do. Sure you do.
And I just wonder, given the workload, given the quality of chances they do surrender, if it's almost better to, I don't know, carve out some more games for Korpisalo. But, of course, when you're in a playoff race and you want to get out, you want to get points every night, it's a harder thing to balance, it feels like, for a guy like Marco Sturm, understandably so.
And I think, Korpisalo he's an athletic goaltender. He's shown the ability to win games, to make good saves, to make big saves. I think he gets a little bit of trouble with his rebound control. Mm-hmm. He had to make an unbelievable save the other day against Calgary, but it was because there was a rebound.
Right.
And there are going to be rebounds. I get that. Whether it's a screen or whether it's a tip. So it's going to create a loose puck. But it's the ones that you got a good look at a wrist shot from the blue line and. You're not able to catch it or you're not able to control it. And all of a sudden now you're putting out fires in front of you. So, but he made some big saves in that game against Calgary too. Second period, well, one of them was off the rebound, but another one, the back one was wide open in between the hash marks. If you remember that save, and yep. It was a glove save made by him. So, he's capable of that. There's no question. But I think when if Swayman's running and he's playing well, then it's hard to go away from him sometimes. But look, Korpisalo is going to get his starts because of the schedule. So it's so compact, and I think because it was spread out during that road trip is the reason that they kept going back to Swayman. Korpisalo got the short end of the stick, having to play the day or 2 days after Christmas there, travel that day, everything else, and playing against a Buffalo team that had won 7 in a row at the time. So, the Bruins had a decent first period and then kind of fell apart a little bit after that. Korpisalo hung in there and played well. And then Swayman comes in and, plays well for the remainder of the trip until like we said, we already talked about the Seattle game. So it's kind of hard to go away from when you got, if it was every other day or if you're playing, back-to-backs, then you're going to use Korpisalo more.
And wrapping up the goaltending topic here, they have a weekend back-to-back coming up here, beginning today with the Rangers. You have New York today, obviously, and then you have Pittsburgh tomorrow. Pittsburgh, similar to Buffalo, coming out of the break. Pittsburgh's been on fire.
I don't understand them.
No, they're impossible to understand. It's been really wild. They're averaging almost 5 goals a game, I think, coming out of the Christmas break here, and so. If we're putting on your coach cap today, how would you divvy that up? Would you stick with Korpisalo today, given the Ranger game, or would you go to Swayman today and Korpisalo tomorrow, perhaps?
Probably Swayman today and Korpisalo tomorrow. That's my guess, but we'll find out more when we get to the rink. But I would think that that's the way that they would go. Certainly split them up for the 2 games. One guy gets one, and I just usually you play Korpisalo in the second half of the back-to-back. Mm-hmm. So that would be my guess, but who knows? Maybe he goes on a hunch and uses Korpisalo here today. I didn't like the way, I know the last time that the Bruins played the Rangers, it was not a good game for them, and that was the day after Thanksgiving. you remember back to that game. So they had a lot more to give. So we'll see what they look like against the New York Rangers team that's been up and down a lot this year. They've been better on the road than they have at home.
Yeah. That Ranger Black Friday game is up there for one of the worst games of the year. It feels like that was a horrendous game that you just saw it and you were like, the scoreboard, as bad as it was, actually made it look better than it was. It was a it was a truly nightmarish kind of game for the Bruins. Before we take some calls here, I wanted to ask you, Hampus Lindholm out of the lineup last few games. Jonathan Aspero has been back in. I look at Hampus as kind of a glue guy. When he's in, the defense has been better, but it feels like Aspero has come on as a potential glue guy here because when he comes in, the team's record has been phenomenal. They've been really good when Aspero has been in their lineup, and right now he's playing in an elevated role, and it feels like he's a guy that they found something here with Jonathan Aspero.
They definitely have. It's hard to believe he hadn't played an NHL game up until this season. And I think Sturm was even asked, when Sturm was coaching in the American Hockey League, do you remember Aspero when you played against him? He goes, well, I kind of remember him, but I don't remember that much about him. It's just, he didn't kind of stand out. He made a comment the other day. It was kind of funny. He said, we don't want Aspero carrying the puck a lot. We want to get him. We want him to move the puck, transport the puck, get it into the hands of the forwards and, play good, solid D, which he's done. He gives them another penalty killer on the back end. They'll trust him for killing penalties more so than, they don't use Loride for killing penalties. They don't use Yoki Haru a lot for killing penalties, depending on who's in the box. If you've got a D man in the box, one of those guys is going to have to kill. But, he's not going to play power play. So shut down role, be strong defensively, be physical, close on guys. And he's shown a willingness to do that. And, he's gotten involved. Every time he plays, he gets involved physically. He helps clear the front of the net. He closes on guys in corners, and it's a guy that they've been able to count on defensively.
And it's one of these situations where you knock on wood, you cross your fingers here, but the Bruins have kind of said that Lindholm could maybe be back in action on Sunday, and it feels like they have that defensive competition that we've talked about now between Aspero. If Lindholm's back, Lohrei scores on Thursday. He rebounds well from that ugly game I thought that he had on Tuesday with that goal. Yoki Haru was a +3, and the coaching staff might have some difficult decisions to make, and that's what you want, right? Like that's what we've kind of been craving for a long time now. It's not, you don't want who's the least dangerous, troublesome, whatever term you want to use. You want that competition. It feels like they might be close to getting that back again on their back end.
Yeah, I mean, and then you got the left-right thing going out as well. Aspero was playing the right side for a little while. Now Yoki Haru back in the lineup. He goes over to the left side. Yeah, it's going to create some competition for jobs. We had it earlier this season when everybody was healthy, right? What did Lorei sit out, 5 or 6 straight games? Aspero sat out a couple games earlier in the year. So I think Yoki Haru sat out a game or two. It might have been Montreal where he sat out. So it's been a little bit of a revolving door. Whoever's playing best is going to play, and it gives them a tough decision. Sturm isn't a guy that has ever used 7 and 11, right? Some coaches will do that, use 7 defensemen, 11 forwards, but he's kind of said that he'd rather not do that. So it's going to create somebody being a healthy scratch, and I think that's a good problem to have.
Let's take some phone calls while we have you here. Dave in New Mexico kicking us off today. Dave, what's going on?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just mentioned, I know we want to win now. I mean, when I watch the Bruins now, I just hope for effort, a little bit of grit, and hopefully come away with a W. But I look more to the future, and I find myself now Googling all the Bruins draft picks, the prospects, the Bruins prospects. And it's no guarantee they're going to make the team, obviously, but I can't mention any names right off the top of my head. My memory's not great, but there's some out there that are producing and playing pretty well. And I know it depends on the level of competition, but I was thinking if you could do maybe at the end of your show sometimes like a Bruins prospect honorable mention. I know Hagens and Zellers gets all the ink and, the mention, but there are some other ones, third round choices and stuff out there that are producing. Just a thought. And Beersy, hang in there. Love listening to you, and the same thing with Ty. Have a good day.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, I mean, this is the big headliners right now, obviously, given the World Juniors, were James Higgins and Will Zellers, and I would include Minton in there, Bob. He's so young still that I think he's still a prospect. I know he's an NHLer, but like there's still a discovery mode with a player like that, and this is I think this is the most excited the organization has been about their prospect pool in quite some time. It's just
room to grow, right? For Minton, we've already talked about that. Room to grow his offensive game, continue to get stronger, continue to be good defensively. Smart player, uses energy, uses feet, his speed. But you've also got 2 first-round picks coming up this year. You've got yours and Toronto's coming up this year, and then the following year you've got your own and you've got Florida's. So it's an opportunity to rebuild that prospect pool and continue to build that prospect pool. And obviously, no guarantees that guys are going to pan out, but that's why you've got your scouts, and that's why they're out watching all the games that they're watching. And you hire these guys for a reason. You hope that they hit on, especially the first rounders. You want them to hit on a couple of guys maybe in the second, third, fourth round. You get a little, not saying lucky, but you want some of those guys to kind of pan out. You look around the league, and you see teams that are top heavy. If they've got some star players, they have to supplement those third and fourth lines or the bottom pair defense with guys that are coming up and on entry level contracts. So low paying, and those are guys you're drafting, developing, and then you're bringing in and incorporating them into your lineup, and that's what they want to continue to do here.
Yeah, I think if to that point, teams that have nailed the beyond the first round, I think Dallas has a bunch of second rounders that have just been fantastic fits, or they've parlayed them into trades to bring in high end talent, and so it is a huge part of team building. And speaking selfishly, Bob, I hope there's not another deadline sell off. I want to see what some of these guys can do playing meaningful games, and it is interesting, like the way that you have to build now. You have to get those high picks, but I don't want them to trade off a whole bunch of guys off their roster again and in pursuit of picks right now. I just feel like I want to find out. I want to see some of these guys play meaningful games down the stretch and find out what you have with this team.
Yeah, but if you made a trade to improve your team not only this year but for coming years, so you make a trade for a guy that either has a contract or you sign him to a contract once you trade for him. Are you willing to give up a player and a pick for that? If it's somebody that's going to help you for years to come. I'm not talking about a rental. I'm talking about someone that's going to help you for several years. And I think that you're always trying to improve your team. And if that opportunity arises, then that's something that they definitely have to look at.
Yeah, it's like the Hampus Lindholm trade, right? Where you're trading a second-round pick and a first-round pick and a player you drafted with a first-round pick being Urho Vakanainen to bring in Lindholm, who you viewed as a present and future help, right? And he was extended right away. So it wasn't a rental. Like a trade like that would make sense. I'm curious who that player would be. Obviously, I can't think of anyone off the top of my head, but like that's we got plenty of shows between now and the deadline to kind of figure out what that could be and who that guy could be for this team potentially. Wrapping things up in this segment here, I just want to get Mark in Medford as always. Mark, how we doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Happy New Year to you.
Same to you.
You too. Thanks.
So I got 2 Bruins comments and 1 league-related comment. The first comment is I agree with probably going back to Corpy tonight and then going with Swayman tomorrow. And, guys, this team is a much better team when they stay disciplined and they roll all 4 lines, and they proved that the other night against Calgary. Just stay disciplined, stay out of the box, and you can hang with any team in this league. That's my opinion. And on the league-related issue, what is going on with Linus Ullmark?
Mark, thank you for the call, as always. The Ullmark stuff, the Sens came out and said that there's nothing to the internet rumors there, so I guess we'll leave that there. He's away from the team right now. They had to move him to the non-roster to activate Lars Eller. So they're saying that everything there is completely false. But they need him. If that Ottawa team is going to be good, I think they need Linus Ullmark playing at the level that we know, that we've seen him play at here in Boston. So they want to get him back to that point. Yeah, Bob, you mentioned it earlier, the 5-on-5 play, like when they're able to stay out of the box and put 39 and 88 out there regularly, they're a better team. And it's obvious, I know, but it's just so important for this team to stay out of the box with bad penalties.
It's the bad ones. Yeah, you're going to take penalties. That's just the nature of it. It's going to happen from time to time. It's the stick fouls, right? It's the hookings, the trips. You get careless with your stick on a high stick. The holdings. Those. I think those are the ones that really drive the coaching staff crazy and the team too. It's deflating. It's harped on all the time. It's talked about all the time, and then all of a sudden you're in the box 3 times or 4 times, and Seattle's scoring 3 power play goals against you. It's just and they were able to mask it a little bit early in the year because the penalty killing was so good, and it was bound to spring some leaks out here at some point because you just can't keep putting yourself down that many times and expect to just kill every penalty, and it was going to happen, and it has, and it's hurt them in a few games this year. So last year the penalty killing wasn't good all season. This year, at least it was good early, but you're still taking too many. And you want to be a physical team. You want to play on the edge. You want to be hard to play against, get all that. That's why I say it's the stick fouls. It's the reaching. It's the hooks. It's the holds and trips and things like that drive them nuts.
Yeah, and I thought they had a penalty kill. I want to say it was early in the third that I thought was a great penalty kill. It was awesome. You had a great block from him. I think it was McAvoy denies like a pretty wide open net there to the left of Korpisalo, I believe it was, and Corrali was on point. The guys are on point. It's just you can't overtax them, right? And I feel like that's something that when things have gone bad, it's just there's too many, right? Like you're asking.
I think that was the only penalty they took the other day, wasn't it? I mean, there was offsetting penalties.
There was,
where Kaslick took one, and I think Coleman was the other guy that went into the box. So, but that was in the first period. But other than that, I think they were only short once.
Yeah, and it was, it's a key penalty kill, right? Like those can be uplifting as well. Like if it's like a key save, like when you can do that, and not spring that leak, you feel good about your game. Bob, I think now they're both. I think since coming out of the break, I think that both the PK and the power play are top half of the league, which is always typically a good sign for a team, right?
Power play was what, 4th going into the game the other day. I don't know where they sit now, but I think they were 4th going into that Calgary game. So. Yeah, I mean, power play's been a weapon for you all season long. They didn't have many power plays in that game either, right? Calgary didn't take many penalties. So it was mostly 5-on-5 throughout. But the power play's been a good weapon for you.
And we know that staying out of the box will be the key today. If there's one other thing you want to see from them in this weekend, home and home, or back-to-back rather, what would it be for this team?
Well, I'd love to see Geekie break through, no question. But I think just as a team, I mean, I could say it every game. You got to be structured defensively. You got to make teams work for their chances. And I thought that they sprung a couple leaks the other day against Calgary, and Korpisalo made some good saves in that second period, especially. But just being tight defensively, protecting the middle of the ice, making the Rangers work for everything they get, and place that doubt in the New York Rangers' mind. I mean, they've had trouble scoring this year. It's well documented. Most of it's been at home, but they've had trouble scoring this year. And, they had it again the other day where the pucks just didn't go in for them. So, make them work for their chances if they're going to get them. And for an afternoon game, the last time they played the Rangers in the afternoon, it was not good. We already talked about it. So be ready to start on time.
Yeah, get extra cup of coffee, whatever you got to do. You got to the smelling salts. Get 2 of them if you gotta get going here. 1:00 game, 12:30 pregame. Really looking forward to hearing you on the call of today's game, and again tomorrow as a nice lead-in to the Patriots playoff game against the Chargers. So looking forward to hearing you, and thank you again for joining us on today's show. We really appreciate it.
You got it, Ty. Thank you.
Awesome. That was Bob Beers joining us on the Expert Hotline. Still room for you guys on the phone line, 617-779-0985. We're going to take a quick break, and we come back, more of the Shaw's and Star Market Hockey Show.
Stay tuned for more of the Shaw's and Star Market Hockey Show on the Sports Hub.
Can you grab one more thing? I'll come back up for you.
At Amica Insurance, we know you'll always find ways to look out for the people you love. And with Amica Life Insurance, we'll help build a plan to make sure you always can. We're here to help protect the life you've built.
Really? You're gonna have another one.
Amica. Empathy is our best policy. Visit amica.com and get a quote today.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Zoe. And did you know that pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most? Not just your knees, your back, or your shoulders. I'm talking about your morning walks, your weekend plans, your freedom. What if your body still remembers how to heal, but just needs a little help finding its way back? My friends at QC Kinetics, right here in Boston, believe that relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief. Finally, it's time to take that first step. Literally, why not enjoy the holidays pain-free with QC Kinetics? Dancing around that tree. Schedule your free consultation today, and you can use your HSA and FSA accounts for treatments. Call them today at 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN, 617-644-7246.
Erectile dysfunction affects nearly 50% of men over age 50. But even with so many men affected, finding a trusted provider to treat the condition isn't so simple. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice, and I'm excited to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health in Warwick, Rhode Island. As a Promenic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health can offer men with ED the latest treatment protocols, which are shown in medical studies to be effective in well over 90% of men. And unlike groups that only offer wave therapy or online pharmacies that just sell pills, we offer a variety of treatments to help get you the results you want. You should also know that Northeast Men's Health is a true medical practice, which means our providers have access to a complete range of treatment options to get you back on track. So call Northeast Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult, blood work, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is adding extra excitement to every basket this year with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find anything from odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost tokens, and unique rewards in your account to amplify your winnings. Log in to BetMGM all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. Hope is here. Call 1-800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. Must be 21 plus. Massachusetts only. In partnership with MGM Springfield. Play it smart from the start. Live chat at GameSenseMA.com.
Looking to boost your career? UMass Lowell graduates enjoy the highest mid-career salaries among all public research universities in Massachusetts. Explore UMass Lowell's graduate degrees at uml.edu/success.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law Group. At Catches, we're proud to stand up for the people who keep New England moving, the ones who have spent a lifetime working hard, day in and day out. Whether you've been hurt on the job or you're suffering from years of physical wear and tear, we're here for you. You deserve real help from real trial lawyers who understand what you've been through and know how to win. There's no fee unless you win. Visit catcheslaw.com or call today to schedule your free consultation. Catches Law Group, fighting for the workers, fighting for you.
This hour of the Sports Hub is brought to you by Valvoline. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-thru oil change at Valvoline. Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of busy people.
Ryan here from 128, home of Finish Strong Friday. We are proud to be local and independently owned since 1992. Visit us online at call128.com.
It's only getting every customer's order right. It's only a point-of-sale system connected by Spectrum fiber-powered business internet, helping you track hundreds of secure transactions. And it's all backed by 24/7 U.S.-based customer support and local technicians. It's only everything. Get Business Internet Advantage free, forever, when you get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. Visit spectrum.com/free for life to find out how. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
From the Telfair Tire Studios, WBZ-FM and HD1.
It's not just the games. It's Toucher and Hardy, Zolak and Bertrand, Felger and Maz, Joe Murray. For Boston sports fans, it's 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Beasley Media Group Station.
Sports Hub headlines, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Peyton Pritchard had 27 points and Jaylen Brown had 25 as the Celtics rebounded from Wednesday's loss to Denver with a 125-117 win over the Raptors on Friday night. With the win, the Celtics moved back into a tie with the Knicks for second in the Eastern Conference. The Celtics are back in action Saturday night when they host the Spurs at TD Garden. Sean Grandy and Cedric Maxwell will have the call of the game for you here on 98.5 The Sports Hub, with pregame being at 7:30 p.m. The Bruins, meanwhile, will host the Rangers for a 1 p.m. tilt at TD Garden in what will be a nationally televised game for the club. But forget about the TV. We'll have you covered the whole way with pregame with Bob Beers and Ryan Johnston beginning at 12:30 p.m. The Bruins coming off a win over Calgary on Thursday night. Time is a flat circle. It's an illusion. I don't think it's real. Nevertheless. And the Patriots will try to win their first playoff game since when? The Super Bowl? Super Bowl probably back in 20? Yeah, wow. It's been that long. They will host the Chargers Sunday night over at Gillette Stadium. 98.5 Sports Hub will have you covered the entire way, the entire day. We're your one-stop shop for everything between Sunday kickoff, Pat's pregame, and then Bob and Zoe on the call at 8 o'clock. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the Shaw's and Star Market Foundation. They've teamed with Andrew Peak for Feeding the Puck for Families and will donate $100 for each assist this season to the Greater Boston Food Bank to help fight food insecurity. Learn more at 98.5sportshub.com/feedthepuck. Next, checking the headlines in an hour.
New England plays here.
Down the right side, there's a separation. Touchdown pass. Perfect dive from Drake May.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Now, the Shaw's and Star Market Hockey Show with Ty Anderson, Ryan Johnston, and Bob Beers on the Sports Hub.
Where you guys just didn't have it. What do you take from that game going tomorrow?
Yeah, that was a tough one. Different reasons. I think our lineup was not probably the best. I remember a lot of guys coming back from that road trip. A lot of guys didn't dress. Our best players didn't dress, so it was a tough lineup. But it was just the timing of it. Everything was just not good that day. I better hope we're gonna have a better game tomorrow against the Rangers, because last time when we played them, that was not us.
So it's a throwaway.
Almost. Looking back, yes. Yeah, unfortunately.
Listen, 82-game season, you're going to have some throwaways. That Ranger game, as we talked about with Bob Beers. Always love talking with Bob, by the way. Like, you think you have, like, a good opinion about something, and then Bob is like, you're thinking about too much. Gives you, like, the great breakdown of it. I say this, and it's not BS. I'm not blowing smoke up anyone's behind here. We have the best analyst in the city when it comes to the Boston Bruins with Bob Beers. Sure. Like 100%. 100%. There's not even anyone close, in my opinion. Nevertheless, you have throwaway games in an 82-game season. I would put that Ranger game up there. I'd put the Minnesota game up there. That loss they had, Quinn Hughes' debut, just an ugly game, right? I think the Seattle game, if you rebound here well and you play well today, you win today's game. Maybe you win tomorrow. You get a point out of tomorrow's game. You go 3 for 4. You know, in terms of getting points this weekend, like every win you get from here on out for the next little while, the next couple of weeks, can make that Seattle loss a throwaway game for them, right? Where they go, took too many penalties, weren't smart with the puck, we moved on, we won games. Like, they have that potential, right? But you got to answer the bell today. And I know it's going to be a tough spot here. 1 o'clock against the Rangers. It's back-to-back. Then you have Pittsburgh tomorrow at 5 p.m. We mentioned earlier with Bob that, like, Pittsburgh's been flying since coming out of the break. 6-0, scoring 29 goals over those 6 games. So they have been electric. They've been fantastic. So it's a tough spot for them. But a great chance to rebound, and this is where you hope that Marco can be what he's been for them this year. Marco has been very good at getting this team to respond, to bounce back. Yes, I know they've had some losing streaks in there, but when they have a really bad game, they've typically answered the bell, right? And I go back to that loss that they had in Ottawa in late October. It was awful. Talk about a throwaway game. That was what did they give up? 4 power play goals in that game? Just terrible. Lost 7-2, I think, was the final. When Ottawa came back to Boston like a week later, Bruins were like, "Yep, you're going to play our game tonight. We're not playing your game. No freebies for you. No cheapies." And I think, it's been a little while, right? Like that was a week later, a week and a half later. This is a month and a half later. A little bit different, obviously, but that sting of how poorly they played on Black Friday should still be there for the Boston Bruins.
How many throwaway games are we going to allot this team?
You get 5.
You've just cited at least 3. You could even put the Anaheim game that I always reference from the beginning of the season.
Oh, that's not a throwaway.
Oh, you don't think that was just them being bad?
That's a turning point game.
Okay, so all right.
Some losses are valuable. I think that Anaheim loss was very valuable because that was the moment where they were like, "You can't play like this. You're not good enough."
I wanted to play that Sturm coming out because of the situation that they're in. They had a good road trip in the middle of December, and everybody sounded like they were drinking the Marco Sturm Kool-Aid and said, "Yeah, we're bought in. We understand our system now." And you're like, "Nice. This is what we want to hear." It sounds like they're going to start playing well. And, Minnesota had come off back-to-back, and they come home and they're fresh off acquiring star players, and they end up pounding the Bruins. Bruins come back, beat Utah 4-1. Okay, nice. All right, we get that off our back, and then proceed to lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games in a row, getting shelled in some of them. And now they're in kind of a similar situation where they go out on the road. They beat a good, I like that Edmonton team. They beat a good Edmonton team. And then at the very end of the road trip, they lose to Seattle. They come back and they beat a Calgary team that also has been kind of scuffling. So now I'm just wondering what your thinking is, Ty, as far as we have, and again, it can be a moving target, but, the bigger idea of like how many throwaway games is too many before you start to go, oh, maybe this is just what they are. Because I am very curious to see what this next stretch of games looks like based on everything I just laid out after they came back from their last road trip, kind of scuffling again.
No, and it's going to get lost in the shuffle because it's a weekend back-to-back and because we have a Patriots game on Sunday night. This is the most important weekend of the season for them. This is the most important weekend. You have the Rangers, who are 2 points behind you in the standings in the Eastern Conference, and then you have Pittsburgh, who's 3 points ahead of you for the final wildcard spot right now. This is the most important weekend of their season. If they go 0-2, I don't know, man. It's getting a little dark in here. I think that's, and I know that sounds crazy because this year is so topsy-turvy and the schedule is bananas, as we all acknowledge, but you can't let more, like to your point, you can't let more games slip away and go, we'll make it up down the road. That's why I said 5. And if they've had 3 of them, they can afford 2 more tops, but it can't be this weekend.
Bad teams don't have throwaway games. Bad teams have bad games.
Right.
And I don't think that the Bruins are a bad team. They have not shown that they are a consistently bad team. But in this last stretch, it's almost like they've forgotten how to be consistently good. And for everything that you just outlined about the importance of this weekend, I hope that resonates with this group. Their conference is kind of open right now. I mean, the amount of fluctuating that has been done in the Atlantic standings has been pretty crazy. If the Bruins win 2 games, I mean, they're a wild card team. It's right there for them. So there is an opportunity for them to kind of climb out of, I don't even want to call it the basement because it's just sort of where, like, Toronto, you're a point behind. Buffalo, you're 2 points behind. Those were teams that you were just in front of not that long ago. So I'm very curious how they respond because they've shown that they can respond. Right. But you got to respond and not also have, losing 5 out of 6 or losing 6 in a row like they did after coming back from that Minnesota trip.
And that's why, I bring up the goaltending, right? Out of the gate today, I bring up the goaltending because you kind of boxed yourself into a scenario here where, you have to play Korpisalo at a point this weekend, right? Which means he's going to get 2 out of the 3 games when you're back home, which you can say, well, we can control the matchups better at home, so, that's okay. Well, I'd rather him play more so that he's in rhythm more, right? And that if you feel better about going to him, because as good as he was on Thursday, I'm like, we getting the clunker now next game because has the adrenaline worn off? Has the anger worn off, and he's not going to be what he was on Thursday?
He was a rebound machine, too, at the beginning of the year, too. Everything was coming off his pads, too, and he was just giving more opportunities for guys to score. But I also understand what you're saying. And the way that this schedule has worked out, like this is not an easy task for even, the most senior coaching staff. But Marco Sturm in year one has to navigate. And I know he's got goalie Bob, we defer to on everything, literally everything with the goaltending with the Boston Bruins. But this season and how it's played out is so insane with the Olympic break coming up. The fact that they're only going to play like 4 games, I think, in the month of February. And everything
I can't
is
wait
so
for the record.
Oh, are you excited about that break?
Dude, you have no idea. You have no idea.
See, I thought when Mark and Medford called before, that I didn't think he was going to ask about Linus Ullmark. I thought he was going to ask you guys about the state of the Olympic hocky rinks and
No, just change the hallway. Go Hockey Town on it. Just change in the hallway. Who cares? No, but bring it back to goaltending, Ryan. Like you kind of have to make a decision here for the Bruins, right? Like we know that Swayman has not been good in the 4th game. When he gets 4 games in a row, especially in a condensed week, he's not good in those games. I posted the numbers the other day. When he is making his 4th appearance in 7 days, let's make it 8 days because they don't have a lot of 4 and 7s. They have a lot of 4 and 8s though. When he is making his 4th appearance in 8 days, he's 0-2-1 with a .795 save percentage. So what's a better scenario for the Boston Bruins? Given Jonas Korpisalo a start, that 4th start, right, instead of giving it to Swayman, or basically sacrificing the game because by now, this goes back to last year too, that Swayman has not been good when he's playing his 4th game in about a week.
Well, the evidence is there. Like statistically, you want to have Korpisalo take one of those games, and even if it isn't 3 in a row, and then they go Jonas, if you want to go 2 Jonas and then have Swayman play, I think that's a point. But I also think that you don't want your backup goaltender sitting for, did he sit for 12 days, 12 or 13 days? He got pulled from the Ottawa game and then didn't play until after the Christmas break. So I don't think it makes a lot of sense to have your backup goaltender, regardless of their salary, just sitting there collecting cobwebs and dust and, as you said, being a doorman the entire time. Even if your starting goaltender is standing on his head and stopping everything. Again, for everything I just outlined and how condensed the first half of this season is, I don't think it warrants having your goaltender going out there and playing basically 4 games in a row before the Christmas break and then having nothing to go to coming up, because then you set yourself up for situations like this. I don't think they look at it as like, oh, we're going to have to sacrifice a game. But statistically, that's kind of what you're doing.
Korpisalo, 3 games in 27 days. That's just not enough, right? And Swayman getting that start in Seattle was his 23rd appearance in the last 30 games.
I don't care if it's Anton Hudobin. I don't care if it's Tank Johnson. Name any Bruins backup that's been here. I don't think it makes any sense for your backup goaltender to play 3 games in the course of a month when you're playing 14 games, 15 games.
It's too much.
With, again, the homework has been done. We know what Swayman looks like the longer he goes with more consecutive games played. You want to keep him fresh for, maybe a wild card round or whatever they call the first round.
The first round.
Yeah, the first round. I'm
they're gonna eventually make a wild card round because we live in hell. And everyone's like, let's condense the season even more. It's like, no, you have 82 games to be good. I don't want more play-ins.
More teams, less games. That's great.
Yeah, no, but to your point, like, listen, we've said it on the show before, and I firmly believe it. When you pay a guy $8 million, you're not paying for games played. You're not. You don't get like. I hate the justification of, well, you pay him a lot of money, he's got to play a lot of games. No. You're paying for $8 million performances. You're not paying for $8 million of games played. I'll play 70 games if you want to pay me $8 million. I don't care. But I'm not as good as Swayman's going to be when he's at 100%. So I'd rather have a 100% goaltender than not. Before we get to Ryan, who's going to be joining us live from the booth at TD Garden, I want to get Alex in South Carolina. Alex, what's up?
Hey, Ty. I've been listening for a long time. Actually, had the time to make a phone call. I listened to your Sports Hub all the time.
Oh, awesome.
Friend of the program.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
I wanted to talk about how Pastrnak being dropped down to the third line with Husnudinov and Mitten. And I feel like it seemed to really work for the Bruins.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of reminded me a little bit of the Bergeron, Marchand, Pastrnak line a little bit. Just with Husnudinov hunting pucks in the corner like what Marchand used to do, and the steady eddy of Mitten in the middle like what Bergeron used to. And especially since Mitten seems to be finding his shooting game. That shot the other day in the power play from the middle was flawless, and I'd love to see him do more of that. Other than that, I'm hoping that they make the playoffs this year, but overall, I'm just looking forward that they're actually making improvements, and I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, Alex, thank you for the call. Don't be a stranger. Call anytime. It's a really interesting dynamic, right? Because I think we all want playoff hockey, but we also realize that this team has more development. They have more draft picks to make. They have to rebuild their pipeline a little bit. They might not be there yet. And so I think I agree with you that I just want to compete. I want a product that I can sink my teeth into. I want a product that makes me want to watch the games every night, right? Last year was miserable. I don't want to go through that again. I understand that might be what's best for business in terms of the long run, but oh my God, are you asking a lot out of your fans to do that? To watch every night when you are that bad, right? And they haven't been that bad, so you hope they're not. To your point, Alex, about Minton, I do think this is something that is worth watching, that he is a player that his ceiling might be greater than third line, right? You kind of hope it is. And this comes back to Bob's point of not looking at lines as 1, 2, and 3, but if you can deploy him in more minutes and play him more, let his offensive chops kind of grow. I agree with that. I want that. That's what I want. I hated the idea of slotting him in as a third liner forever. No, he's still too young, right? And so if you can put him in more offensive situations, I'm down for that, because I do think, Alex, to your point, he's had a great shot. When he gets it off, it's a good shot, right? And he's got some creativity with his passing game as well. It's just, they clearly wanted him to kind of master the basics and then step in, right? And then show what you can do after that, right? And so I think you're at that point now where he's kind of broken in and you can trust him more. And that's what you want, right? I feel like the growth we've seen from him is what we haven't seen from Matty Patra. And I like Matty Patra, but he's not quite that guy. He's not that guy yet. Who knows if he will be? But Minton has clearly leapt Patra on the depth chart, prospect-wise, right? And the biggest reason why is the growth beyond just the offense and the power play. Been a big thing. We're going to take a break here. We come back, more of your phone calls, and Ryan Johnston will be joining us live from the booth at TD Garden here on the Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show.
The Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show will continue with Ty Anderson, Ryan Johnston, and Bob Beers on the Sports Hub.
They say if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. At Amica Insurance, we know what matters most to you. And we work even harder to protect it, together. As a mutual insurance company, we're built for our customers and prioritize your needs. Amica. Empathy is our best policy. Visit amica.com and get a quote today.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
Low testosterone affects many men today, even men as young as 30. But finding someone you can trust for quality low T treatment isn't so easy. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health. a Promedic restorative health practice. And that's why I'm pleased to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health right here in Warwick. As a Promedic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health has the experience and expertise to get you the right treatment for your particular medical situation. At Northeast Men's Health, we're experts in treating low testosterone. In fact, we've successfully treated thousands of men for low T and have seen the amazing impacts low T treatments have. If you're like most men, you'll sleep better, have more energy and improve mental clarity, get better gains in the gym, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you.
Mid-season refreshes are hitting Macy's stores. And even better, Macy's one-day sale is going on now. Don't miss deals like men's Madden Chelsea boots for only $39.99. And with Star Money bonus days, Star Rewards members earn Star Money faster. So sign up for free in-store and start earning $10 in Star Money for every qualifying $100 you spend. It's that easy. See you at Macy's one-day sale today. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
If you're the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, you know having a trusted partner makes all the difference. That's why, hands down, you count on Grainger for auto reordering. With on-time restocks, your team will have the cut-resistant gloves they need at the start of their shift. And you can end your day knowing they've got safety well in hand. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When we ask home service pros about their challenges, we can sound a bit repetitive. Can't get quotes out fast enough? Jobber can help. Trouble finding new customers? Jobber can help. Spending too much time chasing checks? Jobber can help. Working every night? You get the idea. Jobber helps you organize, automate, and grow your home service business. Start your free trial today at jobber.com.
At America's Best, we know your eyes do a lot. These eyes blink, wink, and roll.
These eyes tried to parallel park, then abandoned that idea.
These eyes spotted their ex across the grocery store, then pretended to compare pasta sauces.
These eyes fell asleep mid-scroll and liked a photo from 2014.
And these eyes know when it's time for an eye exam. America's Best. Every eye deserves better. Most vision insurance plans welcomed.
Hockey fans, this is your show. The Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show on the Sports Hub.
Minton, near side boards. Turns away from Sherwood. Gets it across to Pasternak. High slot shot. Glove save, rebound, score! It's Fraser Minton! The hometown hero wins it 3-2 for the Bruins. His second overtime game winner this year. His second goal of the night.
That was the Minten man. See what I did there? See what I did there, Ryan? That was not the Method Man. That was the Minton man. And that was our Electric Play of the Week, brought to you by your local New England Honda dealers. Test drive the all-new Civic Hybrid or our full line of hybrid and electric vehicles today. That was Minton's coming out party. And joining us now, the man who called that goal, live from Vancouver, Ryan Johnston. Ryan, how are we doing this morning?
Morning, Ty. Good to be with you. Good to be here at the Garden, bright and early this morning.
You sound nice and crisp on that line right now. Ooh, baby. Today's call is going to be electric. I love it.
Nothing but the best technology for you.
We appreciate it. I appreciate it, but we all appreciate it. Working back from that game, you know, the last time we spoke to you was that Saturday morning ahead of that game. What did you see from the team and Minton specifically that, you know, I watched that game and I was like, wow, all right, he's here. He's arrived. We've seen it now. We've seen it in spurts, right? But the hometown, in front of your friends and family for the first time, like the bright lights were there, and he delivered. And that's got to make you excited as a Bruins fan.
Yeah, there's no doubt. You know, talking to him, you know, the day of that game, he was really excited, obviously, to be home. He had gotten a chance to, you know, we had been in town for a couple of days in Vancouver, so he'd gotten a chance to spend the night at his parents' house, which is within walking distance of the arena. You know, he told stories about, you know, basically trying to talk his way in and see, you know, second and third periods of games that he didn't have tickets to, and things like that when he was growing up as a kid. And It's great to see. First chance he's had at the NHL level to play in Vancouver, to play in that building. He had, I asked, I said, how many people you got coming this morning tonight? And he said, somewhere between 50 and 100. He said, I've lost count. He said, thankfully they're not all on my tab. And so it's awesome to see, a guy who. Is growing into his role here in the NHL, is growing as a player in his first full season here in Boston, and to get that opportunity to go home and really put on a show and be as I said in the clip, the hometown hero there. It was awesome to see.
Yeah, we're fortunate enough to see it here in Boston a lot of times too, because there's so many local guys that are playing in the NHL, and it does shock you. I think people don't realize how many people they'll have come to these games, right? Like I remember last year, the Islanders came to town, and Mark Gatcomb, who was from Woburn, after the game, I was looking down there. I was like, who is that for? Because it was just, there were so many people. I was like, they got to have more than one guy, but no, it was just him. And it's really, you talk to those guys, and they love having these games where they're back in their hometown, and there's pressure there. And so, yeah, I think it's been phenomenal to watch Minton's growth here, and it's one of those things that you hope keeps going for the Bruins.
And, Ty, we were in Winnipeg not that long ago, and Morgan Geekie comes from a town, I think it's about 3 hours outside of Winnipeg, called Strathclair, Manitoba. Population is somewhere around 700, and most of them were at the game. It's we kind of joked at the beginning of the game that it was a ghost town in Strathclair that night because so many friends and family and people who grew up with in a town like that, everybody knows everybody, and so you remember those geeky boys playing hockey, and so they all come to to pay their respects when you go back there, and it really is cool. To see, because so many of the players will tell you, how many people it took to get them to that point. And it's not just, mom and dad driving you to practices and, going to games and things like that, but it's your youth coaches growing up and other parents, and everybody kind of chips in when you have a special player like that. And, so they're able to kind of come back together and celebrate. And, and Minton gave them a chance to really celebrate.
And when you look at the end of that road trip there, a pretty sour ending for the Bruins, all things considered. They were not happy with their game in Seattle after the game. A lot of people said, like, hey, we gave this game away, right? We did not show up, or we made it too easy. You heard a lot of that talk after that game, and then you heard it when they were back in Boston, talking about the challenge of playing Calgary and wanting to avenge that. What did you see that went wrong in Seattle, and how did you like their response they had against Calgary on Thursday?
Yeah, it was just one of those games where, obviously the penalties stand out more than anything else. And that's been, kind of when they lose, and particularly when they lose, there really haven't been that many games there this year where they've lost big. We're talking about a 3 or a 4 goal loss. They're in most games, even when they're not necessarily getting 2 points. But in those games where they are getting kind of blown out, the 7-2 loss in Ottawa earlier this year, the game against the Rangers. I heard you and Beersy talking about that Black Friday game against the Rangers and how ugly that was. There's kind of a pattern there, right? Where generally in those games they don't start strong. They get behind the 8 ball early, and then they struggle to kind of come from behind. They commit a lot of penalties. They give the other team a lot of power play chances. They give up a lot of power play goals. And, that was kind of the formula that we saw in Seattle, that early on in that game in the first period, you take back-to-back penalties. Zadorov gets called for an interference call, and 9 seconds later, Jeremy Swayman takes a penalty, chopping the skate out from underneath Jordan Eberle, and now you're down 2 guys, and you give up a 5-on-3 power play goal. And so, you're 8-9 minutes into the game at that point, and you're trailing, and now you've got to kind of try to dig yourself out of a hole. Now they did that, but things really went sideways at the end of the second period, and you're still in it at that point, but the momentum is certainly going Seattle's way. And then they come out in the third period and they get the goal to extend the lead rather than you able to draw closer, and it kind of spirals from there. So It's kind of what we've come to expect when the Bruins aren't on their game, when they're taking too many penalties, when the defensive structure isn't quite there the way it needs to be. These games can get away from them when they play to their strengths and when they do the things that they're supposed to do. They're not going to give up 6 or 7 goals in a game.
And when you look at this team and what's ahead of them this weekend, I was saying that this feels like the most important weekend of the season. Would you agree with that assessment? Or are we still too early for that, do you think?
Well, I think we've had a few of those already this year. Kind of thinking back on it, you go into, some of those games at the homestand before the Christmas break. You feel like, well, that's a tremendously important time here where you get 5 straight at home. You've got teams that are, from the West that are, traveling out here. You've got divisional games in there. It's like you gotta put together a good stretch here, and they didn't. And so then you kind of come back after Christmas, and it's like, okay, reset December 27th. Like, you got to come out strong, and they end up losing that game 4-1. We've heard Pastrnak say it, once or twice this year, like how important this particular game is. Listen, over the way that the schedule has gone this year, and for everybody around the league, and the way that the wins and losses have shaken out for pretty much every team around the league, every game is immensely important at this point. You're caught up in the middle of a log jam of teams fighting for wild card spots and playoff spots. You're going to see a Rangers team that's certainly not been as good as they would have expected this year. You're getting them at a time when they don't have Igor Shesterkin, when they don't have Adam Fox. I mean, that's a good advantage for you. But you got to take advantage of that. And we know that these afternoon games are, you're not really sure what you're going to get a lot of times. And then Pittsburgh comes in tomorrow, and you're getting them at a stretch where they're red hot, which seems to have happened a lot to the Bruins of late. Playing Buffalo when they're red hot. Getting a Calgary team that if you had seen them in the first 20 games of the season, they're a doormat versus what they've been in the last 20 or 25 games. So, you need to get some points out of this weekend, certainly, but, that's kind of true every night from here on out here. I think you've got to find a way to chisel away points and keep yourself, at least level here with Buffalo and Toronto and Washington and Pittsburgh and all the other teams you're going to be fighting for potentially for a playoff spot.
617-779-0985. I want to take a quick break here. When we come back, more with Ryan and your phone calls on the Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show.
Ty Anderson, Ryan Johnston, and Bob Beers. This is the Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show. Stay tuned for more.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's not just about where you're going, but who you go with. That's why we work even harder to protect what matters most. And as a mutual insurance company, we're built for our customers and prioritize your needs. Amica, empathy is our best policy. Visit amica.com and get a quote today.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Zoe. And did you know that pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most? Not just your knees, your back, or your shoulders. I'm talking about your morning walks, your weekend plans, your freedom. What if your body still remembers how to heal, but just needs a little help finding its way back? My friends at QC Kinetics, right here in Boston, believe that relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief. Finally, it's time to take that first step. Literally, why not enjoy the holidays pain-free with QC Kinetics? Dancing around that tree. Schedule your free consultation today, and you can use your HSA and FSA accounts for treatments. Call them today at 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN, 617-644-7246.
Low testosterone affects many men today, even men as young as 30. But finding someone you can trust for quality low T treatment isn't so easy. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, a Promedic restorative health practice. And that's why I'm pleased to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health right here in Warwick. As a ProMedic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health has the experience and expertise to get you the right treatment for your particular medical situation. At Northeast Men's Health, we're experts in treating low testosterone. In fact, we've successfully treated thousands of men for low T and have seen the amazing impacts low T treatments have. If you're like most men, you'll sleep better, have more energy and improve mental clarity, get better gains in the gym, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
If you're the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, you know having a trusted partner makes all the difference. That's why, hands down, you count on Grainger for auto reordering. With on-time restocks, your team will have the cut-resistant gloves they need at the start of their shift. And you can end your day knowing they've got safety well in hand. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Most people would rather assemble a 300-piece cabinet than search for insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10 more. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or import direct pads for just $20 more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Why pay when you can slash? With TikTok Slash and Free, you can cut prices down, all the way to zero. Just download TikTok, search /free, pick items in TikTok Shop, share the link, and boom, free items unlocked, even with free shipping. So seriously, why pay? Download TikTok and start slashing now.
Are you actually coaching the game, or it's just that is? I feel so strongly about that. I can't even tell you.
Boston Talk Sports here.
What do we got?
Sports.
We're back with the show on ice. The Shaw's and Star Market Hockey Show with Ty Anderson, Ryan Johnston, and Bob Beers on the Sports Hub.
Live from the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is the Shaw's and Star Market Hockey Show. Real quick, I just want to touch on this. Last week, we had Ryan Crowley and Bob Sweeney on talking about the 2026 Face-Off for Heroes game in Boston at Warrior Ice Arena. We talked about that. We encouraged fans to go. There are still some tickets available for today's game. It's 7 p.m. over at Warrior. It's an absolutely fantastic event. Everyone who goes has a fantastic time. I'm going to try to make it from the Garden after the Bruins game, so let's hope it's a nice and tidy ending for the Bruins and doesn't go too late. But it's a fantastic event. They're going to have a lot of guys from the 2011 team there playing in the game. Zdeno Chara, Mark Recchi, Bergeron, Tim Thomas, Chris Kelly, McQuaid, Seidenberg, Tuukka, Johnny Boychuk. The list goes on and on. There's going to be a lot of guys that you haven't seen in a little while, like guys that you want to see back on the ice, and so I encourage everyone to go out to that event if you have a time tonight. It's a great event. You can buy kids tickets as well. It's a really cool event, and it goes to a great cause. And again, BruinsFoundation.eventbrite or just Eventbrite and search 2026 Face-Off for Heroes. I encourage everyone to go to that. It's a really great time. You'll really be happy you went. Ryan, still with us?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Sorry. Thank you for letting me do that. I wanted to get on that.
No, absolutely. We've supported that event for years. It's as you said, it's a terrific event, and there's a reason that the who's who of the Bruins alumni shows out for that event every year.
Yeah, and it's something that, Kevin Miller has a big hand in it as well. Obviously, we know throughout his career, his endeavors and his dedication to helping those who help our country and have served for our country. And so I think it's a really cool event. And again, I think that fans who go, you will have an absolutely fantastic time. And so it's a great cause and can't recommend it enough in terms of something to do on a nice Saturday where there's no hockey game at night. You know what I mean? So go out and Warrior and watch a hockey game at night. Ryan, I want to talk about, we talked about the goaltending situation, right, for this team. And, Korpisalo last year was open about wanting to play more. He gets a start on Thursday after the game. He says, yeah, haven't played in a few weeks. Pretty nice. That was fun. Where do you think, where do things lie with Korpisalo and the Bruins, and should they be playing him more, in your opinion?
I'm glad that he wants to play more. You would be worried if he didn't want to play more, I would guess. It's not an easy job when you're the backup goalie and you're just not seeing a lot of action. He played on the day after or the day after the break, which is not a great time to play, I would imagine, just because everybody's kind of, coming off of the break and they didn't even get a morning skate, and the team in front of him wasn't great in that game. I'm sure he wanted to come back later on that road trip and get another opportunity, and it didn't happen. So understand that frustration. That said, this team is going to go as far as Jeremy Swayman's going to take them ultimately. And I think Swayman has been, by and large, the better goaltender, over Korpisalo, as you would expect him to be. There have been games when Korpisalo has certainly played well. There have been games where he's needed to play better. If you're going to talk about, wanting to play more often, then when you do get the opportunity, you got to prove that you deserve to play more often. And right now, Swayman's been the better guy, and they've ridden him as much as they can, I think, based on how the schedule breaks out. We would expect that they'll split up the games this weekend, which means Korpisalo will have played 2 out of 3. And, we'll kind of see how it goes forward from there. But, to me, when Swayman is getting enough rest, which during the second half of that road trip, I can tell you, we spent a lot of time with not a whole lot to do in that last week of that road trip. And so he should have been fresh. And, I think when you have your starting goaltender in that position, you use him when you have the opportunity. And that's what they did.
Yeah, for me, it comes back. I was talking about this with Bob Beers. It comes back to the workload, right? Like, the workload has been so heavy for Swayman, just beyond the games played. If you break it down, and I know teams have their own metrics, so this might not be in line with what the Bruins have, but if you break it down, there's 21 goaltenders in the league who've played at least 1,000 minutes, right? You break that down, high danger shots against per 60. Only Spencer Knight and Yaroslav Askarov have faced more per 60 than Jeremy Swayman at 8.5. So it's not just the games played, it's the workload in those games played. And that's why I'm kind of saying, you might want to play the backup more, if only as a means of preservation for Jeremy Swayman when you need to win those games late in the year, if you are making a wild card push. That's the biggest thing for me. It's this team, I think we all agree they want to be great defensively. They should be good defensively, but they've had some games where it's been a shooting gallery. And I feel like that is taxing just beyond the games played. I agree with you 100% that Swayman is the guy, and you need him to be the guy to win. It's just, I wonder when you're allowing this many high danger, high quality looks, taking this many penalties, if you hit a diminishing return by game 4 in a row. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I do get what you're saying. And again, I know it's an organizational decision. Goalie Bob obviously is involved in that decision. Head coaches have said that for years. The head coach obviously is going to have a lot of input, but I would imagine the front office is going to have a lot of input and, trying to map out where might be the best opportunities to give Swayman a breather. The other thing you got to remember with Swayman too is, he's going to be going to the Olympics. Now, how much he plays when he's there, if at all, is a question mark. But so there's a 3-week break in the schedule coming up here in a few weeks, and he's going to be going to Italy. How much actual time he's going to see between the pipes is another story. And so, while I think everybody in the league is naturally kind of concerned about, potentially losing guys to injury while they're over there and all of that. For Jeremy Swayman, if, he ends up being the third guy as he was during the Four Nations last year, that's going to be a 3-week break where he's not going to see any game action, right? Or he's going to be, he's just going to be kind of a practice goalie getting some shots in. But he's going to have a lot of rest in there. Now, going into that break and coming out of that break in the month of March, it's the schedule's an absolute bear, and there's plenty of back-to-backs in there, and opportunities where both goalies are going to have to play. So I'm sure they've kind of got an eye on that as well, as to how much rest is he going to need versus how much rest is he really going to get here over the course of the next month.
Another guy who all eyes are on right now is Morgan Geekie, and Steve and Sonam has a thought on Geekie. What's going on, Steve?
Hi, Ty. Thanks for calling. I'm sorry I'm late to the show today. I hope it's been spoken about, but I think they have to get Geekie going again. I believe it's 7 games since he scored a goal, and he really can't create offense for himself as much as obviously a guy like Pastrnak. So I think they ought to put those two back together again and try to get him going, because they want to make the playoffs. They need to make a run. And this 5-game homestand is very, very important. So I think they need to put Geekie back with Pastrnak and someone else and get him going, because they're going to need his offense down the stretch for sure if they want to be a playoff team. Thanks, Ty.
Absolutely, Steve. Thank you for the call. Don't worry, we'll always make time for you, Steve. Doesn't matter. First hour,
Steve,
second hour.
you can't wait that long. Your mother and I were very worried. We don't hear from you early enough in the show.
Well, I think to his point though, like, it's been now 3 goals in the last 14 games for Geekie. I feel like he's just not. The confidence isn't there right now. You just feel like he needs one of those one-timers, one of those bombs to break through, and then he's right back to it. But it has been a while now since he scored a goal for this team.
Yeah, he kind of what we've seen from him during his time in Boston. You go back to the beginning of last year where he was a healthy scratch because it just wasn't there. It just wasn't working, and then. Once he got going, he was one of the hottest scorers in the league, and that continued on into this year, and has for much of the season, and now he's kind of he's hit a rut again. Listening to him talk the other day, when they got back from the trip and morning skate Thursday here at TD Garden, he got asked in about 58 different ways about why aren't you scoring, what do you have to do to start scoring again, and things like that. And he stood there and fielded all of those questions, and he just kind of shrugged it off. And you've been around him. He's pretty easygoing guy, and but he talked a little bit about not putting extra pressure on himself, and he talked about just having to kind of play your way through it. And but he also talked about the confidence that he has at this point in his career versus where he was, 2 years ago, for instance, or 3 years ago, when he hadn't done it, when he didn't have a 30-goal season under his belt, when he didn't have 50 goals over the course of a calendar year as he did in 2025. He said it's different now. He's like, I've seen myself do it. I know that I can do it. I know what kind of a player I am. And so, he's not panicking. Is there, maybe when you're out on the ice, is there maybe a penchant to passing instead of shooting at this point because your confidence level's a little lower than it has been recently, or maybe you're, squeezing the stick too tight, you're trying a little too hard, and that's kind of taking you out of your game. Yeah. I mean, it's like that, I think, for every player who goes through a rut like he's in. But he is the type of player, I believe, that when that first one goes in, we're going to see like 5 in 4 games. Right. It'll be that kind of a stretch for him because he is that kind of a player, and he does have that kind of a shot. Getting back to Steve's point about, do you have to put him and Pastrnak back together to make that happen? I mean, it's always there. And, certainly we've seen Marco Sturm a number of times this year, even when they don't start together midway through the game, he's kind of put them back together, especially if the team is trailing and you need an offensive boost. I don't think it's necessary to get Geekie going there. that he has to be playing with Pasternak and Elias Lindholm, for instance, as that top unit. But I would not be surprised if we see Marco Sturm, whether he starts that way today or not, get those guys some shifts together at some point today if he feels like that's the best way to get him going.
Ryan, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it as always. Look forward to hearing you on the call today. 12:30 pregame live from TD Garden, you and Beers, right?
Yes, and just to make note, because of Patriots coverage tomorrow, we will be tomorrow's game, 5 o'clock face-off, will be over on Country 102.5, so make sure you find us over there before the Pats get going.
Bring your 10-gallon hat, bring your bolo tie, you're on the country station. I love it. You got to do it.
Yeehaw.
Yeah, that was Ryan Johnston joining us live from the TD Garden booth. We appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break here. We come back, the final segment of this week's Shaw's and Star Market Hockey Show.
Stay tuned for more of the Shaw's and Star Market Hockey Show on the Sports Hub.
They say if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. At Amica Insurance, we know what matters most to you. And we work even harder to protect it, together. As a mutual insurance company, we're built for our customers and prioritize your needs. Amica. Empathy is our best policy. Visit amica.com and get a quote today.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
Low testosterone affects many men today, even men as young as 30. But finding someone you can trust for quality low T treatment isn't so easy. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, a Promedic restorative health practice. And that's why I'm pleased to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health right here in Warwick. As a Promedic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health has the experience and expertise to get you the right treatment for your particular medical situation. At Northeast Men's Health, we're experts in treating low testosterone. In fact, we've successfully treated thousands of men for low T and have seen the amazing impacts low T treatments have. If you're like most men, you'll sleep better, have more energy and improve mental clarity, get better gains in the gym, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you.
It's only getting every customer's order right. It's only a point-of-sale system connected by Spectrum fiber-powered business internet, helping you track hundreds of secure transactions. And it's all backed by 24/7 U.S.-based customer support and local technicians. It's only everything. Get Business Internet Advantage free, forever, when you get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. Visit spectrum.com/free for life to find out how. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
If you're an HVAC technician and a call comes in, Grainger knows that you need a partner that helps you find the right product, fast and hassle-free. And you know that when the first problem of the day is a clanking blower motor, there's no need to break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product details, you're confident you'll soon have everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the game with the Boston Celtics instant ticket from the Rhode Island Lottery. You could win up to $35,000 instantly or enter any non-winning tickets for a second chance at cash or exclusive Celtics experiences. Please play responsibly.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This hour of the Sports has been brought to you by Valvoline. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-thru oil change at Valvoline. Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of busy people.
Welcome to your guided break, sponsored by Jobber. Breathe in. Breathe out. The phone is quiet. Your crew's out fixing, mowing, wiring, installing. Payments are rolling in. That's peace of mind with Jobber. Start your free trial at jobber.com.
Now, the Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show with Ty Anderson, Ryan Johnston, and Bob Beers on the Sports Hub.
This weekend here, it's a weekend back-to-back. It's going to fall by the way, not fall by the wayside. It's going to fly under the radar because of the Pats game, and we understand that. That makes all the sense in the world. But it is the most important weekend of their season, in my opinion. I think that this is a Ranger team that you want to beat after what happened on Black Friday, but also you look at where they are right now. No Adam Fox, no Igor Shesterkin. You're most likely going to see Jonathan Quick today. Jonathan Quick has not been good since they lost Igor. Back-to-back outings of under 850 save percentage-wise. So this is a game you look at. It should be winnable, but you got to show up. Doesn't matter who's in net if you can't lock things down defensively and if you're spending too much time killing penalties. That we've seen that. We saw that game got away from them. The Black Friday game got away from them because they took so many penalties. Mika Zibanejad scores back-to-back power play goals in a span of, I think, 25 seconds, basically. And there you go. The game was over. You make a slight push in the third period, you score a pair of goals, but, like, the game is over by that point. Who cares, you know? So this is an important weekend for them. If they lose these games, I said it earlier, it gets a little dark. It gets a little, okay, now you got games played working against you, and you're 5 points out. Like, you can't have that. You got to show up for these games. And you hope that Marco can get through and get them to show up for these games. And I think this is where they have been a pretty good team. They tend to know the gravity of their situation when it hits them in the face. And so you hope that is there for them because they need it. Now, what do you want to see between right now before the game start Monday morning? I want to see Morgan Geekie get going. I mean, we're saying the obvious here, I know, but this team is not built to withstand him scoring just 3 goals in 13 games. He's got to score more. And this is where, you know, we talk about the P&V Bruins. You got to say P. You can't say the word. You got to say P. The P&V Bruins, you know, they have enough hitting and physicality. They have that in spades. You know, it's the goal scoring. This team is not built to have Pastrnak and Geekie go cold. You got to have both guys going at the same time, which is a monumental ask, I'm aware. But this is how they built the team, right? And if you're paying Geekie this money, he's got to be a goal scorer. He's got to be an impactful player for you. And so I just feel like right now that confidence has to get back to where it was prior to the slump, and it's not there right now. So I want a nice 3-goal weekend for Morgan Geekie. Give me 2 today and 1 tomorrow. Get 3 out of 4 points, and I'm happy. Otherwise, just don't go 0-2. Don't go 0-2. Get at least 2 points. I don't care. But you got to break even here because right now things are kind of, you know, the math is starting to work against you. You don't want that. This has been the Shaws and Star Market Hockey Show. I'm your host, Ty Anderson. I will see you guys next week.
is Boston's home for sports. The flagship station of the Patriots, Bruins, the Celtics, WBCFM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Beasley Media Group station celebrating 65 years of broadcasting.
Essential Sports Hub headline presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Peyton Pritchard had 27 points and Jaylen Brown had 25 as the Celtics rebounded from Wednesday's loss to Denver with a 125-117 win over the Raptors on Friday night. With the win, the Celtics moved back into a tie with the Knicks for second place in the Eastern Conference. The Celtics are back in action tonight when they host the Spurs at TD Garden. Sean Grande and Cedric Maxwell will have the call for you here on 98.5 Sports Hub with pregame dating at 7:30 p.m. The Bruins, meanwhile, will host the Rangers for a 1 p.m. tilt at TD Garden in what will be a nationally televised game on ABC. But forget about the TV. We'll have you covered the whole way on the call with pregame with Bob and RJ beginning at 12:30 p.m. And the Patriots tomorrow will host the Chargers in a playoff game that is already making me a little nervous. Not going to lie to you. Kyrus Tonga has been ruled out for the Patriots, while guys like Keyshawn Boutte and Harold Landry are questionable with injuries. 98.5 Sports will have you covered the whole way. Sunday kickoff with Sharon Battle and Alex Barth at 8 a.m. Patriots preview at night, and then Bob and Zoe on the call. Again, that's 8 o'clock. Patriots Chargers. Sports Hub headlines brought to you by Super Service Today. Winter is here, so don't get caught in the cold. Book your home heating system health and safety check with Super Service Today. They offer New England's most comprehensive heating system safety check. Schedule now at superservicetoday.com. Super Service Today. I am Ty Anderson. Next check of the headlines with Jim Murray in an hour.
If you've got the app, you've got Toucher and Hardy to wake you up no matter where you are.
Who may or may not have been to jail.
Get the app. The 98.5 The Sports Hub app.
90 minutes today, as you might have heard here, listening to the Hockey Show with Ty Anderson. Bruins got the big national matinee game this afternoon against the visiting New York Rangers. I got to say, I'm a little surprised to hear Ty during the headlines when mentioning the Patriots Wildcard playoff game tomorrow night against the LA Chargers. He's a little nervous. Are you nervous? Because what? There hasn't been to Ty and any other Patriots fan, because there hasn't been a playoff game in 4 years. Last one that they played was the blowout at the hands of the Buffalo Bills in Buffalo. Last one here at home, 2019. Brady's last game is, remember, the Patriots. They lose that one to the Mike Vrabel-led Tennessee Titans. Why are you scared? Don't you believe in the 14 wins this year and your MVP quarterback?
Here we go.
No, not Chris. They're going to kill this team tomorrow night.
Are you saying that seriously, or is this a setup where if they don't kill them,
no, it's not.
You're gonna...
Oh no, if they don't, I'm going to rip the hell out of them on Monday.
I think it's a setup.
It's not a setup, Chris. They're good. They beat the bag out of all these mediocre teams this year. Unlike these other teams, like Denver, who has 14 wins as well, that scuffled in some of their wins, especially towards the end of the season. I feel better about the Patriots than I do the 1-seed Denver Broncos. How about that?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I could see that. I think they certainly have a better quarterback. Denver has a better defense. I'd say the coaching's pretty even. Peyton's a good coach. He's won a Super Bowl before. He, will do whatever it takes to win.
And it's also my Chargers bias. There's so much loserdom that is baked into that jersey when it comes to the postseason.
I get it.
Here's the thing. So, the schedule they played and the strength of schedule, that's all real. You can yell into the clouds as much as you want.
The Patriots you're talking about.
Yeah, all of that's real. But that said, if you even have some doubts about how good they might be because they played such a soft schedule this year, and again, they dominated all those soft teams, which it is an indication to me they are legit. But even if you have doubts, the way the playoffs are setting up, you couldn't ask for a better team to face in the first round, to me, than the beat-up L.A. Chargers with a sieve of an offensive line and a quarterback I don't believe in the postseason, and that quarterback who also has, a destroyed left arm for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
Every time you've seen him play in any of these recent games, most recently the one a couple of days after Christmas against Houston, I think it was in the first couple of plays. It's the last couple of games the Chargers have played. Immediately you look to the sideline, and they're working on him like RoboCop. He's got a broken hand. He's all messed up. It's more the Chargers than anything else. You couldn't ask for a better team to face, to me, in the first round for this 14-win Patriots team than the Chargers. I think they're going to kill them tomorrow.
So you would rather face the Chargers than the Steelers? And I know the Steelers beat the Patriots in the regular season, but that was kind of before the Patriots really got, traction.
Yeah, I think the Steelers are somewhat frauds. Someone had to win that suck division. Their run defense has been better. Their front line's been better. Aaron Rodgers kind of had here and there. You'll see some Aaron Rodgers magic. You saw at the end of that game last week against the Ravens. Yeah, I don't believe in the Chargers at all, Chris.
I can tell you don't. And obviously the Patriots couldn't play the Steelers because they're a division winner. I'm just saying. You're saying like, oh, this is the best matchup. And is it the best matchup out of the wild cards? Absolutely.
If they were playing Houston, I'd probably take Houston. Or I would very much have the trepidation and feeling scared like Ty is about this game tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think part of it, and this is where I'm with Ty, even though I'm picking the Patriots, there's the unknown of the, for example, a few years ago when the Chargers played the Jacksonville Jaguars in that game, and I know loserdom's baked into the Chargers, but do you think the Chargers fans were like, oh, all right, Justin Herbert's probably, going to struggle in this playoff game because it's the playoffs? I mean, he's been nails for us in the regular season, but it's the playoffs. He's going to struggle. Or do you think they thought he was going to go out there and do exactly what he'd been doing in the regular season?
No, going into that game, I would feel pretty confident. And just like I feel confident about Drake May because
that's what I'm saying.
There's the unknown.
The playoffs are a different animal, and that doesn't mean Drake May is going to be bad, but it also means you can't just assume he's going to be the same guy because history says, with very few exceptions, Joe Montana, I think, was better in the playoffs than he was in the regular season, and he was obviously tremendous in both. But there's few guys that actually statistically play better, and it makes sense because the competition is harder. The overall sample size is normally smaller. There's more pressure, so it's rare to see. And then there are guys, the Lamar Jacksons, the Peyton Mannings, the Justin Herberts, in the 2 playoff games he's played, which is a small sample size, who are lesser than in the playoffs than what they are in the regular season.
It's fair. You don't know until you know. I believe that. The Peyton Manning thing, I mean, much like many people around here, you know how much I enjoyed those first 5 or 6 seasons of him going to the postseason and crapping his pants? You could almost set a watch to it, and then he finally broke through. You don't know. We don't know. Drake May could go out there and be a pants crapper tomorrow night.
So then let me ask you this, based on what your take is. Okay, so you're admitting that Drake May could be a pants crapper, but are you saying that you think the Patriots overall are so good, so much better than the Chargers, it built so well that if the quarterback goes out there for the Patriots and plays like crap, they're still better than the Chargers? They're good enough to beat them?
Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah, because for more than anything else, the offensive line. The offensive line is a more sure unit for the Patriots than it is for the Chargers.
Absolutely.
I will admit, other than the primetime games for the Chargers, it's not like I've watched more than those games of them this year. I don't know much about their secondary. I've had their numbers and statistics shoved down my throat this week, and rightfully so, because we're getting into this matchup, and why wouldn't we? But from the bit that I've saw. And it's not like they have a lot of household names in that secondary outside of Derwin James.
That's fair.
I don't.
That
Houston game was what really sticks out to me.
Okay, they busted 2 coverages.
Yeah, and I'm supposed to believe. Oh no, that's secondary. Ooh.
Yeah, they busted 2 cover. You might be able to attack Tony Jefferson. He can get a little aggressive, and they busted 2 coverages there, trying to. They kind of shot themselves in the foot. They were trying to maintain their disguise against motion. They didn't want to tip whether they were in man or zone, and they, at least on the first one, and they completely botched the coverage and gave up a touchdown.
All right, there's this, too. I don't know if you've seen it this morning. I know you know this much like I do because you're into, the fashion scene, the awards season. You know how the Golden Globes can be an indicator of which movie is going to end up getting the Oscar for Best Picture,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
Well, The NFL All-Pro nods pretty much do the same thing, right?
Yep.
Well, this is the awards that are handed out right around the Super Bowl, specifically MVP. The All-Pro votes and nods were named this morning, and Matthew Stafford is your first-team All-Pro quarterback with 31 votes. Drake May did get in. He is the second-team All-Pro quarterback, 18 votes. 31 to 18.
Oh, Stafford's the MVP.
Stafford's going to end up being the MVP. Now, I don't think this is a big deal. I'm sure many of you, and I've already seen some of the social media stuff this morning. Oh, people are so pissed, and this is just going to be a legacy award for Stafford. I am also of the belief, the superstitious part of me, I don't think you want it. It's only happened twice in the last, 25, 30 years, where the MVP award winner ends up going on to win the Super Bowl. It's Pat Mahomes in 2022. It's Kurt Warner in 99. You don't want this thing. It's an albatross. But you, I know,
I want the MVP.
Disagree.
I want him to win the MVP.
Yeah.
I think he should win the MVP. I want Drake May to win the MVP. I like MVPs. Not more than Super Bowl trophies or championship trophies. But, I mean, we haven't had an MVP around here since Mookie Betts in 2018.
Yeah. And Brady won how many? He won it in 10.
He won 3. He got
17.
Brady should have had about 5. He should have won in 11. He should have won in 16.
Yeah, but I'm glad he didn't because they ended up winning the Super Bowl that year.
Well, they didn't win in 11.
Anytime Brady won it, they didn't win the Super Bowl. You see, the thing's an albatross. You don't want it.
I
Big
know,
whoop
but
MVP.
Yeah. No, I mean, well, one was the undefeated season, obviously, right? Then there was the drive to nowhere against the Jets. So that was bad. The other one, I mean, he set a Super Bowl record for yards thrown. His family members were telling me, Eagles fans in the stands were pretty much like, oh, my God, I don't want your son with the ball. I mean, it's like, and they didn't play Malcolm Butler, whatever. So, I mean, that last one, I don't really think that was the issue. Like, he won MVP.
They also had another All-Pro. It's Marcus Jones as a returner making second-team All-Pro.
Well, good for him because, he got – I don't want to say robbed, but he got snubbed on the return thing.
For a Pro Bowl?
Yeah. I mean, I thought he should have gotten it. The kid from Tennessee does have really good numbers, and he does kickoffs and punts. So you could make a case, but I thought Jones should have gotten it. So good for Marcus Jones.
DK, who won it, right? I think, over here?
Yes,
DK,
Titans. Yes.
Yeah, good season, and a little bit of regional bias, but Marcus Jones should have made that. So good there. But again, the first-team All-Pro votes for quarterback. Matthew Stafford, 31. Drake May, 18. Josh Allen got one? That feels – I bet that was someone who votes in the Buffalo area because Josh Allen's had a good, not great season. Give me a break on that one. But that is, to me, a big indicator that Drake May is not going to end up winning the MVP.
I would agree with you on that. Yeah, no, I would completely agree on that. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of this now, just going through it. Christian McCaffrey, that's a little surprising.
He got, what, second team? No, because
yeah.
first team is Bijan. Yeah.
It's Bijan, and then James Cook second in the voting, then Jonathan Taylor. Christian McCaffrey had the fourth most votes.
That seems right. I mean, he's had an awesome season. He's the motor of that San Francisco offense.
Yeah.
Who would you have given it to?
Oh, but I guess he's number one in all-purpose. That's a thing? What the hell is that?
Well, it's yards from scrimmage, right?
Yeah, but that's part of the all-pro team? There's like an all-purpose position?
I don't know. I don't get to vote on this, but
I don't get vote on it either. I'm just looking. I'm looking at this is from the AP. It's the results of the voting selected by a national panel of 50 media members, and one of the categories here is all-purpose, and McCaffrey's number one in it.
Well, I got no beef with that either. Bijan Robinson who made first team or Christian McCaffrey making second. Who do you think should get that over him?
Why does that exist? Like, it doesn't make sense. He beat out Bijan Robinson for all purpose, but he's way behind him in running back. It's just weird to me. It doesn't really. That's one of those things I look at. I'm like, why this doesn't need to exist.
Well, I'm sure some nerds factor in some nerd stats there that make it make sense to them. But either way, again, the news is Matt Stafford wins first team All-Pro. Drake May second team probably means he's not winning the MVP again. I think that's a good thing. You may disagree at 617-779-0985. I know Chris disagrees. Chris also wants to have that 2007 unbeaten season banner put in his house.
Well, can I be honest about it? And you can call me negative, whatever, rip me for it. I think the more attainable trophy for the Patriots this year was Drake May's MVP versus the Lombardi. That's the way I feel.
Okay.
So now I'm like, oh, man, the one that was, more attainable is out the window.
Chris
the other one's a little bit of a long shot.
Chris says they're going home with nothing. After 14 wins this season, Chris Gasper,
I think
Patriots go home with nothing.
I mean, unless are you into the Lamar Hunt trophy?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a trophy.
Okay.
So I don't think I explained myself.
Which goes to the AFC champion?
Yes. I think it's a massive failure if they lose tomorrow night. I think it's a small fail if they lose in the divisional round, considering the season that they've had. And if I had a vote, I'd vote Drake May for MVP. They make it to the AFC Championship game, even if they lose at home to Buffalo. If Buffalo happens to get there, you've had an unbelievable season.
Okay, that's
no one expected.
Okay,
this.
so that's your standard. Okay, so we've established Jim Murray's
there is
AFC,
a standard.
You have to be in the Final Four. AFC Championship game. Just make it to the NFL's Final Four, and you can declare the season a success. Anything short of that is a failure.
Small F, very small F if they lose next round. That Jacksonville team, I think we all might be collectively underselling, because that's who I actually think it's going to be. I would love for it to the AFC Championship game to be here, and it's them in Buffalo. If they lost to that Jacksonville team by a few points next week here, again, you're home. You should probably win it. It is the Jaguars. There's some loserdom baked into that uniform. I think we might all be sleeping on.
What if they lost? And I know we got to go to break, but I'm just saying
Steelers.
No,
fail.
Because if you win and Buffalo beats Jacksonville, then automatically Buffalo's going to Denver,
right?
Because they're the lowest remaining seed, which means you get the Pittsburgh-Houston. So let's say it's Houston. I know neither of us really thinks much of Pittsburgh, so I know what you're going to say. What if they lost to Houston?
I could accept it because that defense is so ridiculous.
Okay, all right. So we're making some progress.
Yes. Yeah.
So they have to win this game, but if they lost to Houston in the divisional round, it's not a failure.
It's disappointing.
Yes, I agree.
It's disappointing.
I agree.
I don't think I could call it a failure because if they're to go in there and that defense is what it is, and I said if they played Houston, I said weeks ago with Maz, and he agreed with me. If they played Houston wildcard round game 1, they were the 7th seed. I would take Houston because of how good that defense is, and I think they would dominate the Patriots offensive line. So disappointing, not a failure. All right, we're making progress.
Making progress here, and I know again. We can come back with this on the other side, but I'm surprised you're saying that about Houston because I know you have your weather thing, which I think is the most fascinating stat anybody has revealed this week talking about the Patriots and the playoffs.
We'll reset that. The weather thing. Ooh, Ma Nature. That's what all these dome teams and West Coast teams and Southern teams should be scared of more than anything else. We'll get to that coming up next here on Gasper and Murray. Good morning.
You're listening to Gasper and Murray on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
They say if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. At Amica Insurance, we know what matters most to you. And we work even harder to protect it, together. As a mutual insurance company, we're built for our customers and prioritize your needs. Amica. Empathy is our best policy. Visit amica.com and get a quote today.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Zoe. And did you know that pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most? Not just your knees, your back, or your shoulders. I'm talking about your morning walks, your weekend plans, your freedom. What if your body still remembers how to heal, but just needs a little help finding its way back? My friends at QC Kinetics, right here in Boston, believe that relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief. Finally, it's time to take that first step. Literally, why not enjoy the holidays pain-free with QC Kinetics? Dancing around that tree. Schedule your free consultation today, and you can use your HSA and FSA accounts for treatments. Call them today at 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN, 617-644-7246.
Low testosterone affects many men today, even men as young as 30. But finding someone you can trust for quality low T treatment isn't so easy. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, a Promedic restorative health practice, and that's why I'm pleased to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health right here in Warwick. As a Promedic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health has the experience and expertise to get you the right treatment for your particular medical situation. At Northeast Men's Health, we're experts in treating low testosterone. In fact, we've successfully treated thousands of men for low T and have seen the amazing impacts low T treatments have. If you're like most men, you'll sleep better, have more energy and improved mental clarity, get better gains in the gym, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here at the Zebra, research shows the average person would rather endure a root canal than search for auto and home insurance.
Just try to relax.
Okay. Or be trapped in a car for 8 hours with toddlers on a sugar high. Or remove a nest of irate hornets. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving. I think I'll wait inside.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Get in the game with the Boston Celtics instant ticket from the Rhode Island Lottery. You could win up to $35,000 instantly or enter any non-winning tickets for a second chance at cash or exclusive Celtics experiences. Please play responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Chris Gasper.
I'm not the one who's red-faced and ranting, so who's the baby?
This is Big Jim Murray.
Takes in your face, sports.
And this is Gasper and Murray on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
I think we're on a weekend here in Wildcard Weekend, which speaks to how even the playoffs are and how crazy the year is, to where I wouldn't be shocked if both 7 seeds won. I wouldn't. The Chargers, I think, deliberately took this matchup, looking at it going, we match up better with the Patriots than any of the other teams that we could have matched up with in the top 3 positions, right? So that's where I look at that. I think that's interesting. They played each other last year, and I know it was Gerard Mayo and all that, but the Chargers absolutely blew the Patriots off the field in that matchup, right? So there is that. But I trust that Josh McDaniels can crack the code of Jesse Minter more than I trust that Greg Roman's going to crack the code of Mike Vrabel and the defensive side of the ball, right? The thing I worry about is, like you said, it's Drake May's first start. This is new territory for this New England team. And the Chargers are a little bit, they're veteran. I think they're determined to stop this playoff drought. So they're a little calloused and tough that way. And battle tested, and that's what scares me. But I'm going to take the Patriots 20-17 at home. But I'll tell you, Mike, this might be one of those rare instances on Sunday night where I go the other way after a few more days of thinking of this. I think it's that close of a football game.
I don't. It's Chris Sims with Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. It's Gasper Murray, 98.5, the Sports Hub. The part of that commentary that the one I do vehemently disagree with, it was when he just says, the Chargers came in here last year, but that, and those the end. He downplays the end of the Gerard Mayo era, which was, Chris, you and I were there. It was right around Chris. I mean, it was dark, depressing. The Patriots at that point of the season were just looking to end that hell season. He just discounts that part of it a little bit, like they were dominant last year. Also, the Patriots team was checked out.
Well, and also, again, I was looking at this today for something I'm working on. It's like a completely different roster. I mean, look at how many 4/5 of the offensive line are different than last year. Obviously there was no Steph Diggs on the team. There was no Travion Henderson on the team last year. Drake May's a much better quarterback than he was last year. And the defense is completely different. It's different schematically, and it's different personnel-wise. Other than like Barmore and Christian Gonzalez, and I guess some of the, others, as Shaq would say, who play linebacker. But otherwise, it's like totally different. And I guess you could say Jalen Hawkins, but he's played well, but I feel like he has a bigger role, and this scheme fits him better than last year's scheme.
Yeah.
So it's not even. I don't really even think last year's game is relevant, other than maybe what you're going to get to here. Because refresh my memory, like what was the weather that day the Chargers came in? I don't think it was great. It wasn't super cold, but I don't think it was great. And also,
it was damp and miserable.
It was damp and miserable. I agree. And other than the fact that even if it's misplaced, I think the Chargers will walk in here with some confidence that this environment is not going to be overwhelming for them.
Yeah, 40 degrees, 90. Yeah, it was damp. 40 degrees, relative humidity, 95%, winds at 4 miles per hour. It was, so 40 degrees. That's not. I mean, that's around here. That's balmy.
But isn't that what it's supposed to be like tomorrow, or what's it supposed to be at night? I mean, I know it's going to be colder at night, but like, isn't tomorrow supposed to be like that?
Let's see what it now looks like here in the old weather app. I think it's supposed to have the real feel of low 30s. Let's see. Tomorrow night. Sunday.
I mean, it's not going to be 25 degrees.
30 with the feels like. Let's go to feels like 29. So that's cold. Listen,
that is cold.
Here's the numbers, the weather numbers.
Yes,
I don't think
these are fascinating to me.
These can't be hammered enough. In the last decade of the 11 teams which play their home games in a dome. Well, it's not completely a dome. SoFi Stadium, it's a dome, you dummies. In the last 10 years of the 11 teams which play their home games in a dome stadium, they've played 15 outdoor playoff games in which the temperature at kickoff was 40 degrees or below. Again, these are playoff games. Those dome teams had a 1-14 record while outdoors. That one win was the Rams against the Seahawks, and it was 39. Further. Of those 11 teams, the LA Chargers here tomorrow night, kickoff temps in the 30s, feels like 29. And the Houston Texans in Pittsburgh Monday night against the Steelers, temperature high 20s at kickoff. Chargers 0-2, Texans 0-4. Neither of these teams are built for this stuff. They're not built for the cold. They're both going to lose. And the bottom line is this. It's further reason why the Patriots got to win tomorrow night, and they better, or it's an epic disaster. If the Patriots or Steelers lose Sunday and Monday night, it's a kind of historic loss, at least looking at this.
No, that's such a great point. And those weather numbers there are always exceptions to the rule. There are always anomalies, but it's really hard to ignore those numbers when you're talking about teams that are indoor teams having to come and play in. I mean, that's not even inclement weather. It's just cold weather. It seems like that's something that obviously impacts those teams and should be part of the advantage to some degree, no pun intended, for the Patriots. But is it enough, and this is where I'm going to diverge from those numbers, is it enough to overwhelmingly say, like, oh, they're going to dominate this game and there's no chance they can lose? Not in my mind.
Oh, yeah, because that playoff inexperience, you are right to say, in Drake May's case, you don't know till you know.
You don't know.
You just don't know.
Don't.
I'm confident. But look, you could have said that about Manning. You could have said about about Herbert, that first time around going into that game against Jacksonville. I get it. But he's had such a good year. And should be the MVP. That on that alone, and if they've dominated and stomped on, they didn't really scuffle. That second half of the second game against Buffalo was not great, but look, that fourth quarter comeback against the Ravens, shoved it down my throat. I had my doubts there. Can I see a comeback win? You got one. Just how he's played recently, he ain't rattled. He can be rattled. We've seen him be rattled to start games. That start to Cincinnati was like, ooh, what the hell's happening?
That was tough.
Yep. And you might see that, pressure burst pipes. These guys can get amped up. We've seen it happen to Brady. As much as you and I are Brady Bobos, let's be honest, Chris. Sometimes in those Super Bowls, the starts of those Super Bowls, you're like, all right, come on, wake up. What's going on here?
Super Bowl 46, and what I consider one of the most questionable intentional grounding calls in the history of the game, but
46. That's the
Giants.
Yeah. In the end zone, the safety,
zone.
yeah.
You got a little too amped. They probably threw that ball a little too. I mean, again, not to go down a rabbit hole, but for the life of me, I don't understand how throwing the ball down the middle of the field where it could be picked off by anybody is intentional grounding. But whatever.
All right, to your calls we go, because you got to be amped up for this. A scared part, feel how you want to feel. I just don't know how anyone could be. Ooh, the Chargers. Ooh, the Chargers. We'll lead off with John in Plymouth. Hello, John.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Timing is impeccable because my call was about the weather, so I'm glad you guys are talking about it.
Go.
But Mike,
Jim.
Jim, sorry about that. Jim, what weather app are you looking at? Because I'm looking at AccuWeather right now. Okay, kickoff 35 degrees, real feel 19. But this is the big one. Okay, and this is going to have a factor. Winds sustained almost 20 miles an hour throughout. Okay, sustained, and then gusting up to almost 40. All right, so we're talking. That's going to be a factor, and that's cold. That's that cutting west wind going right through you. So that's my piece on the weather. How that might affect the game. Are they going to rely more on the ground game because of that? Maybe how it swirls in the stadium. But that's cold.
No, it's a good point, John. So we even got an email. Felger and I got an email from Terry Eliason, who's the meteorologist over at WBZ. He wrote us yesterday an email saying there's certainly been much windier games, but winds, like the caller just said, 12 to 25 are what they're looking at tomorrow for this game. That's going to be swirling around. Where was the follow-up email to this? What the hell happened? Oh, yeah, I think the wind would be a factor in this game. Haven't heard much talk about it yet. Winds will be increasing as the game goes on, stronger late, blowing west to southwest across the field between 12 and 25 miles per hour with gusts over 30 miles per hour. It might impact passing and kicking, especially late in the second half.
Wow, that could be definitely interesting. Especially Cameron Dicker had some struggles down the stretch.
Yeah, right.
He kicked at Texas, so he's used to warm weather. Now he's kicking in Los Angeles inside, so that could absolutely be a factor. I don't know how big a factor it will be for Herbert. I mean, Oregon's not, Minnesota, but they get wet weather, they get some cold, they get some wind, and he has a cannon for an arm.
Yeah, and the caller also asked, this is, there is much more serious things to be pissed about in the world right now, but this is one of my nits to pick, something that does bother the hell out of me. There's no consistency with these weather apps or weather websites. They're all different. So the one I use, caller, is the one that's just baked into my stupid iPhone. And I don't know what they're using, their baseline proprietary thing that they're getting their information from. That's what I'm going from. But if you look at this and then you go to weather.com or you go to AccuWeather, it's all different. Can we just get on the same page with the effing weather?
Well, it depends.
It's not a big ask.
It's like, are you using the European model or the American model? When you're trying to forecast these storms, and that's you hear them talk about that all the time.
I'd prefer the European model,
which
svelte, leggier. Granted, if you're a boobs guy, the American model, you're probably going to get more corn-fed. But I'll go European. High cheekbones. That's what I'm going with. More of your calls, thoughts on tomorrow night's game, the weather. Are you scared? Are you mad that Drake May's probably not going to get the MVP based on the AP voting today? 31 votes for Matthew Stafford, 18 for Drake May, 617-779-0985. It's Gasper and Murray.
You're listening to Gasper and Murray on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
Low testosterone affects many men today, even men as young as 30. But finding someone you can trust for quality low T treatment isn't so easy. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, a Promedic restorative health practice, and that's why I'm pleased to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health right here in Warwick. As a Promedic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health has the experience and expertise to get you the right treatment for your particular medical situation. At Northeast Men's Health, we're experts in treating low testosterone. In fact, we've successfully treated thousands of men for low T and have seen the amazing impacts low T treatments have. If you're like most men, you'll sleep better, have more energy and improve mental clarity, get better gains in the gym, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's not just about where you're going, but who you go with. That's why we work even harder to protect what matters most. And as a mutual insurance company, we're built for our customers and prioritize your needs. Amica, empathy is our best policy. Visit amica.com and get a quote today.
'Twas a night with ADT, home safe and secure. No worry, no stress, your peace was assured. But outside arose such a clatter and sound. Good thing your cameras were keeping watch all around. Inside, all was calm, not a worry drew near. Each loved one protected in joy and good cheer. So this holiday season, let safety be key. When every second counts, count on ADT. Visit ADT.com and keep home worry-free.
Every home service job means another piece of paper. Quotes, invoices, checks, it piles up fast. With Jobber, everything is in one place, and businesses grow by an average of 44% in their first year. Less paper, more profit. Jobber.com.
A torn tendon. It's not just painful, it's life-altering. The surgery, the long recovery, the fear your body will never be the same. Dr. Paul Liu and his team are changing that. They're the first in the world to use a regenerative gene therapy that doesn't just rebuild torn tendons, but makes them 200% stronger in just 4 weeks. We call that rewriting the rules of recovery. Brown University Health. The future of medicine is here.
If you're the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, you know having a trusted partner makes all the difference. That's why, hands down, you count on Grainger for auto reordering. With on-time restocks, your team will have the cut-resistant gloves they need at the start of their shift. And you can end your day knowing they've got safety well in hand. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mid-season refreshes are hitting Macy's stores. And even better, Macy's one-day sale is going on now. Don't miss deals like men's Madden Chelsea boots for only $39.99. And with Star Money bonus days, Star Rewards members earn Star Money faster. So sign up for free in-store and start earning $10 in Star Money for every qualifying $100 you spend. It's that easy. See you at Macy's one-day sale today. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
At America's Best, we know your eyes do a lot. These eyes blink, wink, and roll.
These eyes tried to parallel park, then abandoned that idea.
These eyes spotted their ex across the grocery store, then pretended to compare pasta sauces.
These eyes fell asleep mid-scroll and liked a photo from 2014.
And these eyes know they deserve to be seen by the best doctors and associates at America's Best. Every eye deserves better.
Chris Gasper. Big Jim Murray.
Give me that which I desire.
It's Gasper and Murray on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
When you're facing a team like this that matches so much out of zone, like 3 quarters and stuff, like what's the kind of the coaching point there to? Is it man? Is it zone? Like how do you kind of get open against those covers?
There's a lot of things that I think the guys are going to need to do well. They've got to identify it once the ball snaps because they're not going to just stand there and show us every play what it is or isn't going to be. So I think the first thing is identify post snap. What am I dealing with? And then if there's a body that's going to match to you, you're going to need to use really good top of the route physicality and techniques to get open and create some separation. And then if it's clearly playing more like zone, then we're going to need great spacing and all the things that you need to do well against that too. So again, another reason why I think that this is a really good unit, because they don't tell you everything right before the ball snap. They make you figure some things out post snap. And if there's a chink in the armor, then sometimes, that's enough for them to get off the field. They're certainly one of the best teams in the league at creating 3 and outs.
Patriots offense coordinator Josh McDaniels talking about going against this Chargers defense tomorrow night. They play a lot of zone, Chris. I would think
they do
a lot of zone. Who on that Patriots offense in the wide receiver room tends to find the little soft spots in those zones on big crucial third downs. That would be Steph Diggs. If they want to play zone, good luck.
Yeah, that certainly could be a challenge. And Drake May's been the best quarterback in the league this year. against zone. But a little, if you listen to that question that was being asked there by Evan of the Patriots.
It was Evan Lazar, right?
Yes, Evan Lazar of the Patriots. It's not just that they play. It's not a lot of straight up zone. They're very good at disguise, and they sort of play this like zone match thing that. And I don't know if it's exactly the same, but that's kind of a concept, a thing that like Bill Belichick and Nick Saban really popularized when they were together in Cleveland. Saban has done it a ton when he was at Alabama, where it's not just, it's kind of like the NFL equivalent of the Temple matchup zone in college basketball.
Okay.
So it's not just traditional zone. There's pattern matching within that zone defense where it will look a little bit more, it's zone overall, but maybe certain matchups, certain patterns get covered more like man and get taken away. So it's kind of...
It's tricky.
It's tricky. It's going to be tricky for Drake May. A lot's going to be on him to decipher what coverages they're in. I think that Josh McDaniels will try and help him with some motion and some stuff that the Chargers maybe had some problems with. Motion, 6 offensive linemen that the Chargers had some issues with at times this year, particularly towards the end of the year. But there's going to be a lot of mental strain and mental gymnastics in this game for Drake May. That's a real tenet of Jesse Minter's defense. Disguise. They don't want to give away what they're in.
Mentioned a few times how Patriots quarterback Drake May and punt returner Marcus Jones named second-team All-Pros by the AP when it comes to the quarterback. Matthew Stafford getting 31 first-place votes. May gets 18. That's usually kind of like the Golden Globes to the Oscars.
Yeah, it's
thing.
a harbinger.
Yeah, well, and I see your tweets. This is why I'm mentioning it. It's worth noting, Lamar Jackson was the first-team All-Pro last season. Josh Allen was the second, and he won the MVP. So all might not be lost, Chris.
Yeah, the difference there, though, is that between these two guys, the guy that has the – and I know Drake May obviously led the NFL in completion percentage and passer rating, and I'm sure there's another one I'm missing, QBR, but the guy that has sort of the eye-popping traditional stats is Stafford, whereas last year that was Jackson. And it was like, well, okay – Jackson has the stats, so we'll give him all pro. But the guy who meant more to his team was the other guy. I'm a little concerned by this vote, and just with Stafford, doing it sort of this way, that Stafford's going to get the sort of lifetime achievement
That's what it
aspect of
feels
it.
like, yeah.
And also, that's the point I also wanted to make. I do think last year with Josh Allen, there was sort of yes, there is a parallel here between the stats and what happened last year and this year. But Josh Allen last year, it was sort of like there was this sentimental of like this. It was the old best golfer never to win a major. This guy's the best player never to win MVP, and he's having a really good year. Well, Stafford has both the stats and the best player to never win MVP thing, and that's where I feel like it could be different, and I'm worried.
Tom and Quincy, I don't think we've heard from you in a little while. Hello, Tom.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I just have a question. I think I heard you and Felga talking about this last week, Jim, about how all these new NFL stadiums in the cold weather cities are going to a dome situation, which I hate. I mean, 'cause I always liked when I was a kid, I remember watching games and half the field was a baseball diamond, like when the San Fran and stuff like that.
Yep.
Like, I miss that. I miss guys playing in the dirt. I miss all that stuff. My question to you guys is, like, when teams because I think I heard Chicago and Buffalo are going to be building new stadiums, and they're going to be a dome situation.
Buffalo's not a dome. Buffalo has a canopy. It will open next year as a canopy to cover the fans, but it's open air. It's not a dome.
But
okay. So I misunderstood that. But is Chicago? I think I heard Chicago was going to go
Chicago
dome.
would like to build a dome,
And I think Cleveland as well.
Yeah, because all these teams think they're going to
But
get
you
a
guys,
Super Bowl.
like, I understand they want a new stadium, and I get it, the upgrades and all that stuff. My thing is, like, you're essentially volunteering to give up that home field, because when warm weather teams have to come to New England or Chicago or Pittsburgh or Philly or any of these cities up here in the middle of January, they don't want to play in this. But so now going forward, you're going to actually be like, well, yeah, I got to go to Chicago in January, but who gives an ass, because it's like we're playing inside. I think that sucks.
Oh, I hate it.
No, it's a good point.
I hate it as a viewer. Think of that. When the Patriots played in Chicago 2010, you get that beautiful snowstorm. Patriots go in. that game was awesome to watch. I was there, but even at your home, you like seeing the elements, don't you? You want to take that away, especially when the elements do typically benefit the home team, like in a place like Kansas City or Cleveland or Pittsburgh or where. Oh, I hate it, and I hate this almost universal toaster look to all these stadiums now. They're kind of a dome, but they get the stupid hole in the middle. Oh, I hate it. It's like walking into a mall. There's no character to it at all.
No, it's true, and it's actually in a way similar to Tom mentioned this, but do you remember all the cookie cutter multi-purpose, Riverfront Stadium?
Yeah,
yeah, Veteran Stadium in Philadelphia. Like these cookie cutter multi-purpose stadiums. It's a little bit like that. The reason they're doing this though is it's financial, because the cost of these stadiums is so high now. If you put a roof on it, it can host a bunch of events that it couldn't host otherwise, and you can get more bang for the buck. And that's not just the teams. It's, again, taxpayer money's going towards this. And there's also the lure of we'll get a Super Bowl.
Do you talk to anyone under 30 about that baseball diamond thing he mentioned, like when they played at Joe Robbie down in Miami, Oakland, Alameda? People look at you like you have 5 heads. Like, what do you mean football game and there's a baseball
Jack
diamond?
Murphy Stadium, which later became Qualcomm.
Yeah. Oh, I loved that too. That's why that Patriots game this year in Tampa was so refreshing. Real grass, damp weather, dirty uniforms. You just don't even see that anymore.
I know. I think it's the lure of the Super Bowl, which again, I think that's a little bit of a siren song, because look at Ford Field. Remember that hosted the Super Bowl between the Seahawks and the Steelers? Have they come close to another Super Bowl?
No.
Do you think
another one, and crazy considering how much power he has in the league, Dallas got one. That's 16 years ago?
It snowed and they had the seating debacle. Well, how about this is one both you and I went to. You think U.S. Bank Stadium's ever getting another Super Bowl?
Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, guys, let's have a Super Bowl in Minneapolis in the middle of winter. Great call. I mean, I still can't believe they did that.
I mean, but they did it because they built this. So,
I know.
If you're going to get your one Super Bowl, I mean, Indianapolis, to me, I like the stadium. The downtown is great. I think they should go back there. That was a very well-run Super Bowl.
I've never heard one person say a bad word.
One of my favorites. I mean, that game was played in the 2012 calendar year. They haven't been back.
Yeah, Indy should get another one. Atlanta's quickly getting another one in, 2 years, I think. Yeah. Oh, if I was Jerry Jones, I'd be pissed about that, because that's a long time ago, and that stadium is big enough to do it again. But no, he never got another one. Todd and Leominster on the Patriots schedule. Hello, Todd.
Good morning. Great show, guys. Before I talk about the schedule, I just want to mention Murray. Absolutely hilarious. You're firing back at the big boy with the mouth breather stuff. That cracked me up.
Oh, thank you.
My comment on the schedule is I have expected the NFL to issue an asterisk if they win the Super Bowl. Oh, they had an easy schedule. So I just want to get your take on that.
Oh, no. The Patriots have won it in the past with easy schedule. The Rams in 99 had the easiest schedule that they played that year. No, they're taking advantage of it. And to me, the mark of a good team is when you play this easy schedule and you're playing lesser teams, how do you fare against them? Are you scuffling against them? The Patriots really never did, Chris. They
no, and they deserve
those
credit
teams.
for that. They do deserve credit for that. Here's something that plays into this game for me and the playoffs overall, though, is we talk a lot about the schedule, and rightfully so, because it's been brought up as an all-time easy schedule. And again, by people that are not hot take artists. I go back to the one that I've used before with Bill Barnwell sort of talking about this, and he's saying, Bill Barnwell of ESPN.
Yeah, his breakdowns on all these games are really good to read this.
Yeah, he's great. And he basically has referred to the Patriots schedule as a, quote, generational gift of a slate of opponents. That's what he calls it. So you do have to take that into account. For me, it's not as much about the schedule as, and this is where it comes in the playoffs, how many really high-end, capable quarterbacks have they faced for a full game?
Oh, not many. I mean, it's Josh Allen twice. I guess Aaron Rodgers.
And Baker Mayfield ended up crashing down the stretch.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give it to you, but
yeah, Mayfield. I mean, at that point in the year, he was having a good season. Was in the MVP conversation, right? Mayfield. Yeah. No, that's.
I mean, Lamar was only for a half.
Right. Okay. Yep. Yeah. I'm just trying to go through the games.
So he didn't make it. So again, making it all the way through the game. How many of those? And that to me, that's
Cam Ward was a first-round pick, huh?
That's the part.
Overall?
That's the part. That's almost more important to me than sort of quote unquote the schedule and how some of these teams finish. Is how many times did you face a quarterback who at least was near the level or on the level of your guy? And what did you do in those games?
Good point. Dean in Shrewsbury. Hello, Dean.
Hey, I'm not nervous about this game at all for the reasons you mentioned. The Chargers are just banged up. The dome team in a weather game is I really believe in that stat. P.S. Dicker might struggle throughout because of the wind, but my Dicker struggles no matter what the weather is.
Very good. Working blue lately, Dean, with these calls.
Wow.
A lot of hog humor from Dean and Shrewsbury as of late. We'll continue with more of your Patriots calls because we're only on for 90 minutes today. The Bruins have the matinee against the Rangers. Got a lot to talk about with the Celtics for a half hour coming at noon. So we'll blast through the rest of your Pats calls coming up next here on Gasper and Murray.
You're listening to Gasper and Murray on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
What I bought? A new Blink Mini 2K Plus smart security camera. What I got? 2K clarity sharp enough to see every detail of home when I'm away. Plus audio clear enough to tell my dog he's such a good boy, like I'm actually there. Plus color night vision to check on those bumps in the night. Spoiler, it's always the wind. Blink Mini 2K Plus. Mini camera, max performance. Shop Blink Mini 2K Plus at amazon.com/blink.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's not just about where you're going, but who you go with. That's why we work even harder to protect what matters most. And as a mutual insurance company, we're built for our customers and prioritize your needs. Amica, empathy is our best policy. Visit amica.com and get a quote today.
I've been playing sports all my life. Little football, basketball, pickleball, cross training, mud events, Spartan races and things like that.
For Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor, staying active means everything. So when nagging knee pain slowed him down, he didn't want drugs or invasive surgery. He found a natural way to get lasting relief. QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies.
We're using my body's natural abilities to get better. And that's huge. In time, that's going to be the way of the future. Using your own body's ability to heal. Now I can play day to day and not have that severe pain.
Now he's back out there doing what he loves, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Life is good. You're not going to slow me down.
Leave the pain behind and get moving. Book your free consultation today with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
Erectile dysfunction affects nearly 50% of men over age 50. But even with so many men affected, finding a trusted provider to treat the condition isn't so simple. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, a Promedic restorative health practice, and I'm excited to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health in Warwick, Rhode Island. As a Promedic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health can offer men with ED the latest treatment protocols, which are shown in medical studies to be effective in well over 90% of men. And unlike groups that only offer wave therapy or online pharmacies that just sell pills, we offer a variety of treatments to help get you the results you want. You should also know that Northeast Men's Health is a true medical practice, which means our providers have access to a complete range of treatment options to get you back on track. So call Northeast Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult, blood work, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com.
Every Nissan Frontier is battle-tested. Its frame is twisted. Its door slammed 13,920 times. And its bed drop-tested over and over. We do all that to the V6-powered Frontier, so you never have to hold back. Nissan, ranked #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
If you're the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, you know having a trusted partner makes all the difference. That's why, hands down, you count on Grainger for auto reordering. With on-time restocks, your team will have the cut-resistant gloves they need at the start of their shift. And you can end your day knowing they've got safety well in hand. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At America's Best, we know your eyes do a lot.
These eyes blink, wink,
and roll. These eyes tried to parallel park, then abandoned that idea.
These eyes spotted their ex across the grocery store, then pretended to compare pasta sauces.
These eyes fell asleep mid-scroll and liked a photo from 2014.
And these eyes know when it's time for an eye exam. America's best. Every eye deserves better. Most vision insurance plans welcomed.
Hi, Peter, the pickleball player from Plastow. Hi, Diego, the donut dunker from Dorchester. Hi, Paula, the party planner from Plymouth. Hi, you, and you. At Brightbridge Credit Union, you come first. Whether you're just starting out, thinking about retirement, or anywhere in between, we're building a better, brighter future for all. Visit one of our local branches today and say hi. Learn more at brightbridge.com.
This first hour of Gasper Murray brought to you by DN Van Lines. Take the chance out of your move, make the sure bet with DN Van Lines, an approved mover of the Department of Defense, dnvanlines.com.
This is 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Sounds like fact, not opinion to me.
And this is Gasper and Murray.
John Harbaugh is the best coach I know, best coach I've ever seen. And you may say, okay, well, I'm his brother, so I might be biased, but then you have somebody like Tony Dungy. Wouldn't we all like that? Wouldn't we all like somebody like Tony Dungy, especially Tony Dungy himself, to say that? It's great, seeing that kind of outpouring and of support, and also just so cool to see all my brother's accomplishments, and be recognized for that. And as I told him, whatever team he goes to is going to be formidable, and I just hope it's in the NFC. He'll be attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind the next opportunity, and there'll be a team. That'd be like a gift. Have the best coach, the best coaches ever, best coach I know.
No chance he joins you over here.
He'll be a head coach. Yeah, next year we'll be playing against him in some form or fashion, and just as I said, hope that's in the NFC.
Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh talking about his brother, John Harbaugh, fired earlier in the week by the Baltimore Ravens after 18 seasons, 1 Super Bowl win, and 17 double-digit second-half leads blown, most of them happening between 2022 to this year. You said yesterday kind of overrated. I'm with you. Like, good coach,
He's good.
Good program guy.
Yeah.
But at the very least, it did feel to me, especially looking at that game against the Patriots this year, that's a guy that's either lost his fastball or has sort of been checked out there a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little checked out, and I just sort of look at it and think, what's going on? And this is what's odd about it. There have been guys in the past, Norv Turner, Andy Reid, before he got Mahomes. It's like, okay, you have the play sheet, so I get it. I understand why maybe you're not on top of everything situationally and in terms of game management, but what's Harbaugh's excuse? He's not the offensive or defensive play caller. He used to be a special teams coordinator, but he's not coordinating the special teams. So what's his excuse for what he's done in some of these decisions? I feel like he's almost rotely leaned into some of the analytics. It's like whatever the sheet says, he just does it, regardless of the way his team's playing or what the situation is. He just sort of does it, and that's hurt him. And then and you talked about this. In fact, you said John Harbaugh was it's amazing to me how confident you are in the Patriots, because when they played a non-playoff team in the Baltimore Ravens, you said the MVP of the game was John Harbaugh.
And I stand by that, yeah. Yeah. He was to stop running with Derrick Henry, who then the following week I should have bet on this. I should have rode Derrick Henry harder, because you could always see it happening that John Harbaugh the following week was going to say, well, I'm going to correct my mistake and have Derrick Henry run 300 times for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns or whatever the hell it was in Green Bay, which did happen. I thought it would maybe be 100 yards and 2 touchdowns, but it's like no, I got to correct the foolish mistake I made against the Patriots. No, he was, and that's not to knock the Pats so much, but the way that game was playing out, it's like, ooh, they don't want to tackle this guy. Maybe ride him. So, we had a caller on Felger and Maz during the week after he got fired say, hey, could he add anything to this game plan for the Chargers? And it's this. You call up your brother and say, hey, if you're running it well with Kamani Vidal or Marion Hampton, whoever it happens to be, keep running with him. Don't do what I did because I'm an idiot.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
He's good. If he went to Miami,
he is good.
If he went to Miami and they were able to find a quarterback somehow, that would certainly make the division more interesting.
It would, but now I don't know if that's going to happen now with this decision. Again, Miami, to me, they don't get the same. And look, they made the playoffs with Mike McDaniel, and he got a lot out of Tua. And they're not nearly as dysfunctional as the Jets, who have the longest playoff drought in North American pro sports, I believe.
And they're going to get that Oregon.
Them or the Buffalo Sabres.
If I may, just sort of cut you off. Yeah. They're going to get that Oregon quarterback, which is just so perfect.
Oh, I know. He struggled last night.
Wow.
Wait, that game, what a dud.
Oh, what a dud.
Oh, that was so bad. What a dud. Yeah, Howard Dean, the quarterback, had a great game.
Yeah, kind of coming around on him, not just for the play. He's got a strong arm. But
he does.
There is it's like a Ned Flanders on a lot of Adderall thing. There is I think it's genuine. He's a goof. That one from a few weeks ago, I was like, I wouldn't touch this kid with a 10-foot pole.
After the Big Ten championship game against Ohio State.
But after last night, there's something kind of goofy and charming about him. If I was a Raiders fan, I'd feel, I don't know if I'd feel good as a Raiders fan, but having the number one pick feels like Mendoza's going to go first. I'd say, okay, certainly better than that Oregon quarterback. Hey, game starts, pick 6, fumbles, a perfect jet. Oh, it's hey, you know what? Tell you what, because Chris brought up a good point during the commercial break. It's the Pats playoffs, first time in ages. Celtics good, big game tonight. San Antonio, Wembanyama playing. There's your Sports Hub Celtics show. We'll blow it off. Headlines here, and then we got 30 minutes till the Bruins pregame. So we'll continue to take your calls on the Pats, continue to talk Pats. Chris, want to get your thoughts on some of these other playoff games?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
NFL ambush. Yes.
I haven't done one of these in a while.
A long time.
So we'll do headlines here, and then do the last 30 minutes of Gaspar Murray here on the Sports Hub.
From the Tell Your Type Studios, WBZ-FM and HD1. It's not just the games. It's Toucher and Hardy, Zolak and Bertrand, Felger and Maz, Joe Murray. For Boston sports fans, it's 98.5, the Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
The Boston Bruins, who've won 3 of their last 4 games, taken points in 4 of 5, remain home to host the New York Rangers this afternoon at TD Garden. Ryan Johnston, Bob Beers with your call here on 98.5. The Sports Hub that starts in 28 minutes. Peyton Pritchard, 28 points, 8 assists. Celtics held off the shorthanded Raptors, 125-117 last night. Tonight, Celtics welcoming the San Antonio Spurs to the Garden with tip-off at 8 p.m. Sean Grandy, Cedric Maxwell on the call. Also here on the Sports Hub, that's starting at 7:30. Patriots wildcard playoff game against the LA Chargers tomorrow night. Defensive tackle Kyrus Tonga dealing with a foot injury, ruled out. Wide receiver Keyshawn Boutte. Outside linebacker Harold Landry, tackle Thayer Munford Jr., all questionable. The NFL All-Pro teams have been announced. Patriots got 2 nods, quarterback Drake May and defensive back Marcus Jones, both named second-team All-Pros. Marcus Jones was actually named as a returner. Wild card round kicks off later this afternoon. Carolina Panthers hosting the LA Rams at 4:30 tonight. The Bears at home against the Green Bay Packers at 8 p.m. on Stupid Amazon. Falcons are hiring former star quarterback Matt Ryan as their new president of football operations. I'm sure that'll change everything. And college football championship game is now set as Indiana destroyed Oregon last night in the Peach Bowl 56-22. Hoosiers will now go on to take on the Miami Hurricanes Monday, January 19th. Headlines are brought to you by Sports Etc. in Arlington. Need a new hockey stick? Try before you buy in their stick seller with over 1,000 sticks to choose from, including the latest sticks from Bauer like the Proto 2 Pulse and Flylight. Sports Etc., Boston's best hockey shop, 1303 Mass Ave in Arlington, online at sportsetc.net. That's Sports Etc. in Arlington. I'm Jim Murray for Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Drake May.
Throws down Drake rolls well, looking traffic. Off balance, throws the end zone. Pass is going to be.
Drake May plays on one station in Boston.
Here's another Drake May moment. Drake May.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
This
This is Chris Gasper.
I'm not the one who's red-faced and ranting, so who's the baby?
This is Big Jim Murray.
Takes in your face, sports.
And this is Gasper and Murray on Boston's Home for Sports. 98.5, The Sports Hub.
All right, 25 minutes left of Gasper Murray today because we got the Bruins matinee game. I just got to let you know because we have a couple of college games going on here in studio. I just turned 49 11 days ago, Chris.
Yeah.
I still have the mind of a 12-year-old because Fordham is playing St. Bonaventure. St. Bonaventure's home. And the uniforms that they're wearing today, the jerseys they're wearing, say St. Bona. But Bona? I look up like, oh, St. Boner. Like, I can't help it.
Still sophomoric.
Yeah.
Puerile humor.
He has the
never gets. You might get old, but it never does.
He has the mind of a child, like Master Blaster. All right, yeah, NFL ambush, Chris. Let's go through these games.
Let's do it.
Want your quick thoughts on everything outside of Patriots Chargers tomorrow night. The Wildcard slate, which starts today. Someone had to win the NFC South. The Panthers back in. Thanks to the Atlanta Falcons losing to they beat New Orleans last week.
Yeah, the Falcons beat New Orleans to get the Panthers in after the Panthers lost to
the Tampa Bay Bucks. Tampa ended up was blowing this thing over the last month, but the Panthers at 8-9 home hosting the LA Rams. Your thoughts on this game as the Rams come in as a 10-point favorite?
Well, it's interesting because obviously the Panthers handed the Rams one of their more disappointing defeats earlier in the year, and I look at that Panthers team and they're so Jekyll and Hyde. I mean, there are moments you look at them and you think, oh, Bryce Young is the answer for them. Then there are moments for them where you look at it and you say, what's going on here? Why do they feel like they have to call a flea flicker inside the 25 against Tampa to get anything going with them? It's the Dave Canales. I like him as a coach. I think he's getting more out of that team than the talent dictates. But now this is the playoffs. And I kind of feel when I look at Carolina, they won some games where they were sort of like your old Bridgie Celtics, where it's like we're just going to care more and play harder than other teams during the regular season. Now it's the playoffs. Everybody cares a little extra. Everybody plays harder, and it's about your talent. I really like the Rams in this game.
So do I. And don't, because I get it, especially more savvy gamblers than I will say, well, double-digit spread, that's something to be afraid of. It is the playoffs. Here's my prediction. This game will be unwatchable by the early third quarter. This is going to be a blowout. A lot of people get their back up about the suck teams like this.
Yeah.
Because they win the division. They still get the home game. I just like it at this point because it makes people so mad. And every once in a while, you do get a crazy upset. The Beastquake game, Seattle.
Oh, yes.
New Orleans coming off their Super Bowl championship. Had to go to Seattle. They lose that game. Every once in a while, something weird can happen.
No, you're right. And just to go back to Matthew Stafford and MVP, it's the postseason stuff's not going to be taken into account, but he has thrown at least 2 touchdown passes in 6 consecutive playoff games, and he can become the third quarterback ever to do it in 8 consecutive games, joining Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco if he's able to accomplish that today.
Tonight, a battle of 2 teams with quarterbacks I wouldn't trust to wash my car correctly. Caleb Williams, talented, too much dancing in the pocket still for my liking, and I know that Ben Johnson's done a good job with that offense and him this year. A defense that really needs 2 turnovers to win games. Statistically, go look that up. And dead-eye Jordan Love, who at times flashes, but then other times I'm like, this guy kind of stinks. Bears, Packers, who you got there?
So Jordan Love just had a baby, right?
Oh, I don't know.
I believe that he did. I believe that he. Let me look this up really quickly. But I believe that he just had a child, and yes, they announced. Well, they announced on. I'm sorry, the child is due in the spring. 2026, and is with his wife Ronica Stone. Anyways, this is something that Kendra Middleton taught me while you were out, and it seems like it's been great for her. Which is you bet on the dad or the dad to be.
Oh,
remember,
yeah?
You remember, when the news came out about Josh Allen with Haley Steinfeld, they rally against, and also Dawson Knox had that same news, and Buffalo came out. There's like a bump. There's like a, there's a bump when there's a bump, right? And so that's why I'm going to go with the Packers in this game. Yeah, that's really technical.
That's good intel.
But I'll tell you,
because I didn't know who to take
Kendra broke this down for me, and I was like, you use this? And she's like, yeah, it's pretty successful, like gambling. I was like, This is good.
Duly noted. All right. Thanks, Kendra, who is going to be attending this Jacksonville game against the Bills. But all right, take the seed planter. All right, Packers tonight as the 7th seed at the Chicago Bears, because that game does feel like a coin flip to me.
And I also, in all seriousness, it does. Now, I know the Bears are getting Roma Dunze back and some other people, but we've talked a lot about, hey, first time in the playoffs, your quarterback might not look like the guy he's looked like all season. Don't you think Caleb Williams is a prime candidate for that?
Yes, yeah, very much so. And that defense, again, unless they're getting turnovers, they can get shredded at times. Okay, that's the slate today. Tomorrow, you do get the Jags, which I think maybe where all of us might be sleeping on, is the 3 seed at home against the 6 seed Buffalo Bills.
I still like the Bills. I do. And maybe this is just kind of lazy and it's not coming around to reality. Certainly the Jaguars are as hot as anybody coming into the playoffs and going into this game. Trevor Lawrence, what was he just named? AFC Offensive Player of the Month. He's been playing at such a high level. But this means so much for the Bills. This is the time of year they're trying to get to. The field is wide open. There's no Patrick Mahomes. There's no Lamar Jackson. There's no Joe Burrow. All they have to do is beat Trevor Lawrence. And as well as he's played, I still just feel like Buffalo should win this game. I do. I do. And if they lose, I mean, you want to talk about a season's a failure. Now, that's a team where the season's a failure if they lose in the first round.
Definitely. A lot of pressure on Josh Allen, too, who still is, the Wonder Boy quarterback, at least in the AFC. And I would have been with you. And after they came back and beat the Patriots, I said, look out. And now the way that this thing is shaping up with no Mahomes, no Lamar Jackson, all of that you just said, feels like it's going to be Buffalo's year. They're going to go to the Super Bowl for the AFC. And then they had that home game against the Eagles. And I know it's me. I can go as the wind blows. But that was a game. The Eagles' defense is not that. It's not what it was last year. And so what? Jalen Carter comes back from missing a couple of games with shoulder surgery, and he's like that dominant. I don't know. There's just something. It's been there the whole. There's a funk emanating from that Bills team the whole year.
Yeah.
Just something off of them. I don't think that Josh Allen. No one's healthy at this point of the year, but that foot thing, he seems off. Too much bitching to the refs, which I don't like seeing because I generally like him. More often than not, Chris, I feel like watching the Bills over the last 3 or 4 years in crucial games or playoff games, there's a 4th and short, or in a case like that game against the Eagles, there's the 2-point conversion that they're going for, and the camera pans to a stone-faced dunce of a coach in Sean McDermott, and then they fail at the next play. I've seen it too many times, and I think we're sleeping on the Jags might be the most complete team in the conference. I like the Jaguars tomorrow.
Yeah, I can totally see why you're doing that. And I'm going with the brand name, obviously, over the team that's probably playing better. And here's a stat that supports what you're saying. Here's a couple of them. Bills are 7-7 in playoff games in 9 seasons under McDermott. 5 of those losses on the road. And the Bills, as a franchise, have dropped 8 consecutive road games in the playoffs, dating back to
93.
Yes.
They haven't won a road playoff game since 1993.
It's actually since 1992.
Quickly on that, it's a wacky stat because they haven't played much. But did you know the last time the Bears beat the Packers in the playoffs?
Oh, God. Was it 1985?
The Sunday after Pearl Harbor.
Oh, my God. Are you serious?
They've only played twice in the playoffs.
That's insane.
Yeah, 2010 NFC Championship game was the other one. But
that's right.
Considering the storied rivalry of those two teams, the last time the Bears beat the Packers in the playoffs was the Sunday after Pearl Harbor. Because they never play each other in the playoffs.
Wow.
All right, so then we have Chargers, Patriots, obviously not going to talk about that. We have Eagles, Niners. Niners shredded with injuries for most of this season. It did look like they woke up offensively when Brock Purdy came back. Then that last game that they played, that offense just did nothing. But they're they're on the road against the Philadelphia Eagles. Good defense, scuffled offensively most of this year. A cockroach team that I just wish would go away, but I think I like Philly. I think Philly's going back to the Super Bowl, unfortunately, in that conference. I hate it, but that's just my gut feeling.
Man, what a disappointment. Whoever loses this game, right, getting bounced because the Niners were in a position where they could have won the division. They could have been the number 1 overall seed. They lose that game to Seattle. They're so just, offensively futile in that game, ineffective, and now all of a sudden they could be out in the first round. I've gone back and forth on this one. There's something not right about that Eagles team.
I would agree.
There's something's off, and I want to pick them. But even did you see the comments this week? Somebody asked Jalen Hurts about running less, and he basically blamed it on the offensive coordinator.
Oh, no, I didn't at all.
He's like, oh, those are the plays Patullo calls. Something's not right there. I'm going to go with the 49ers.
Yeah, that's a battle of two coaches I truly despise. Nick Sirianni. And then
I like Kyle. There's nothing wrong with him.
Yeah, it's all a bit much for me with him. It's me and my system, and I could do this with any quarterback. And I still can't get over the fact that he kind of snubbed his nose with Brady.
It's like a more successful Josh McDaniels.
Yeah, might be part of it too. No, I think unfortunately, I think the Eagles are going to end up going back to the Super Bowl. I hate it,
Really?
But yeah, it starts with that win against the Niners, and then Monday night. Speaking of cockroaches, the Steelers, and someone had to win the AFC North, home against the 5-seed Texans.
I like Houston in this one. I like Houston. Again, I'll go with the I think that the Steelers exhausted all their good luck just to get in. You're starting to see some signs of life, I think, from that passing game of the Texans with C.J. Stroud getting a little bit healthier and a little bit more comfortable. And he has some weapons there. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins, and Jalen Noel, the rookies. There are weapons there. And the running game's gotten Jawar Jordan has given them a little bit of burst there along with Woody Marks. I think they're the more talented team. And you can't ignore what Houston has done. Granted, these games have been at home. But what they've done against some of the upper echelon quarterbacks in the league, sacking Josh Allen 8 times.
So they ragdolled
making
him.
Justin Herbert look like just a nervous wreck. And I go back to that Steelers-Browns game where they could have clinched the AFC North right there, and Rodgers was more preoccupied with not getting sacked by Myles Garrett for the record than trying to win the game.
Yeah, 3 straight passes at the end of that game to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. So soft. Pathetic. You make a great case. I hope you're right. The Texans should destroy Aaron Rodgers.
The weather.
Do you know this wacky stat about the Steelers on Monday night at home?
You mentioned this, yeah.
They haven't lost a Monday night game at home since 1991. And then there's the spiting of Jim. For a month now, 5 weeks, I'm the Homer Simpson gif of hammering the go away sign in front of Heinz Field. I'm not calling it Acrisure. Go away. Go away. I'm so tired of this mediocre Steelers team that hasn't won a playoff game since Obama was president. Go away, you boring, ugly uniform. Those troglodyte fans, go
I like their
away.
Fans. I like their fans.
Oh, they're like Gray Hill people. I like Pittsburgh as a city, but that stupid accent. And, you put fries in your sandwich. It's so overrated.
Oh, that is so overrated. Oh, that's one of the most disappointing culinary experiences I've ever had. I literally
go to Primanti's when you're going to see the Stillers. It's dry.
I literally walked 2 miles, and I'm not a big walker, 2 miles from my hotel to go to this Primanti Brothers. I was so excited.
Oh, it stinks.
And I got it, and I was like, it's kind of like, it was a little bit like Mad Men, right? When Dawn is like, is that all there is? And
yeah.
I was like, is that all there is?
And you get they put the stupid shredded lettuce on it, too, that you get all over you.
Yeah, what a disappointment.
Go away.
But you realize why this is happening.
You got to spite me.
But it's also, there's karma involved. You're being spited because you turned your back on the city of Pittsburgh when you were supposed to go to that guys trip for those games. So now the karma is coming back. The city of Pittsburgh is following you and saying that we are going to haunt you because you did not go there and spend your hard-earned money like you were supposed to.
They're going to win that game Monday night. And I go away. Oh, they're the model franchise. Wouldn't you want to be them? Oh yeah, no.
Nope.
9-8, the 7 seed. The AFC Invitational for the Steelers going into the playoffs as the 7 seed in recent years and losing to Buffalo by 30. Go away.
They can't go away because you didn't go to Pittsburgh. If you had gone to Pittsburgh, they would go away.
Billy and Marblehead, some thoughts on the NFL playoff picture. Go ahead.
Yeah, so first off, love the show, guys. You make delivering mail on Saturdays a lot more available. But,
thank you.
man, to the T, you guys literally, Jim, you literally took what I was going to say about the Steelers being 22-3 at home on Mondays, 12-0 since 91. You give them any chance, or you think they're going to get dog walked? Because I just want to see some of the teams that may give us the most trouble. I don't want to see the Bills a third time, them beating the Texans. I just want to see, some lesser teams maybe pull up an upset so that we have an easier road to maybe getting to the AFC Championship/Super Bowl.
Yeah, thanks, Billy. And, best of luck delivering the mail the rest of the day. Thanks for listening to us. Yes. No, I was just the Steelers are going to somehow win this game. The other thing, don't discount the fact that DK Metcalf, this team ends up making the playoffs. DK Metcalf just had a 2-week bye. He's going to be fresh and rested. By the way, that fan deserved it. He should have got punched in the face. Watch your mouth. You don't get to say certain things to players. You don't have that carte blanche as a fan in the stadium, in any of these stadiums, a-holes. Behave. Yeah, no, but the Steeler black magic thing, and again, despite the Steelers are going to win. What I want, for content's sake, Patriots, I think, are going to stomp the Chargers tomorrow night. So next week, I think Jags beat Bills. That would be Steelers here, and
Jags,
Bills. Bills. Yeah, then
no, it would be the Jags.
Yeah,
the
right.
Jags
It
would
won't
come
work.
here. As the,
what I want is
the 3.
Yeah, son of a bitch, it won't work because
Yeah.
I want the AFC Championship game with the Bills. Successful season though to me is if in a perfect world you'd get the Steelers for content's sake next week and then the Bills in the AFC Championship.
Well, that would
game.
work.
That
I mean,
could work.
if the Bills win, they automatically go to Denver, and you
Yeah.
automatically get the winner of Pittsburgh-Houston. So
I knew there was a way.
That
All right.
would work, but
Yes.
but you have to go against your Jaguars pick for it to work.
That's right. Yeah. So I want to be right. Ooh, that's tough.
I
'Cause
know.
I want to be
'Cause
right.
You want to
but
be
I
right about the
content.
Jaguars, but if you want the Bills in the AFC Championship game, then I think a lot of people just want these. Like you want the Bills out, you want the Texans out, you just want, like the season they've played. You just want all the good teams out.
All right, rest of your calls all the way because one more segment to go as we have the Bruins matinee game coming up against the Rangers. That's next here on Gasper and Murray.
You're listening to Gasper and Murray on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's not just about where you're going, but who you go with. That's why we work even harder to protect what matters most. And as a mutual insurance company, we're built for our customers and prioritize your needs. Amica, empathy is our best policy. Visit amica.com and get a quote today.
I've been playing sports all my life. Little football, basketball, pickleball, cross training, mud events, Spartan races and things like that.
For Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor, staying active means everything. So when nagging knee pain slowed him down, he didn't want drugs or invasive surgery. He found a natural way to get lasting relief. QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies.
We're using my body's natural abilities to get better. And that's huge. In time, that's going to be the way of the future. Using your own body's ability to heal. Now I can play day to day and not have that severe pain.
Now he's back out there doing what he loves, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Life is good. You're not going to slow me down.
Leave the pain behind and get moving. Book your free consultation today with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
Erectile dysfunction affects nearly 50% of men over age 50. But even with so many men affected, finding a trusted provider to treat the condition isn't so simple. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice, and I'm excited to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health in Warwick, Rhode Island. As a Promenic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health can offer men with ED the latest treatment protocols, which are shown in medical studies to be effective in well over 90% of men. And unlike groups that only offer wave therapy or online pharmacies that just sell pills, we offer a variety of treatments to help get you the results you want. You should also know that Northeast Men's Health is a true medical practice, which means our providers have access to a complete range of treatment options to get you back on track. So call Northeast Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult, blood work, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every home service job means another piece of paper.
Quotes, invoices, checks, it piles up fast. Before you know it, you're spending more time sorting than getting work done. Jobber keeps everything in one place, from quotes to payments, so nothing gets lost. Businesses using Jobber grow an average of 44% in their first year and get paid 4 times faster than checks. Less paper, more profit. Start a free trial today at jobber.com.
Hi, Peter, the pickleball player from Plastow. Hi, Diego, the donut dunker from Dorchester. Hi, Paula, the party planner from Plymouth. Hi, you, and you. At Brightbridge Credit Union, you come first. Whether you're just starting out, thinking about retirement, or anywhere in between, we're building a better, brighter future for all. Visit one of our local branches today and say hi. Learn more at brightbridge.com.
Chris Gasper. Big Jim Murray.
Give me that which I desire.
It's Gasper and Murray on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Well, I tell you what, Bert Breer, who you just heard in the promo there, Toucher and Hardy, this was the McLaughlin group. I would have to yell at Bert, wrong! Wrong. 14 wins. That surpassed my prediction by 7 games? How do you feel now? No one saw it coming. So now that you got 14 wins, everything's changed. Sorry, that's how it goes. It doesn't matter what your expectations were entering the season or what the team's expectations were. Let us not forget, after the Vikings preseason game, all of a sudden, everyone go, let's not hear about double-digit wins, guys. That was happening. It matters where you are now. And here you are, 14 wins. Hold your team to the same standard you would any other team in this situation. So that looks as follows to me. You lose this first playoff game tomorrow night against the loser Chargers. Great season. Great. A lot to be optimistic about. Quarterback is ascending up. You got the guy. That's a straight fail with a capital F if you lose tomorrow night. Second playoff game, still a lot to be optimistic about, but still kind of a fail. Just with a small F. Get to the AFC Championship game. That should be the standard. I can't believe even some of the calls the last couple of days of Felger Mess. Here and there, still real-ass fans, thankfully, being like, no, now things have changed. They got to get to the championship game. Oh, I don't know. It's still been a good season. No, not if you lose tomorrow night. No.
Yeah, I guess for me, I just try and take the 30,000-foot view. That's part of it where, like, look, if before the season you'd said, okay, do you sign up for 14 wins in a home playoff game, and I can't guarantee you anything after that, would you say that's a success? I think pretty much everybody would have said, oh, my God, that sounds incredible. What a season for the Patriots. What happened? You know, like, was Josh Allen assassinated? Like, how did we get here? So that's part of it. The other part of it that I would say is that I just think people are underestimating the Chargers. If this were some doofus team that were coming in, if it were like the AFC version of the Bucks or the Panthers, I would totally agree with you. But this is a team that was not that far off from playing for the AFC West title. I mean, they barely lost that game. They went toe-to-toe with the Texans on the Texans field. If they win that game, that's an entirely different scenario going into the last week against Denver, where they just decided to rest. So I look at a team that went toe-to-toe with the Texans on the Texans field and mucked it up with them and grinded it out with them, and I think that's kind of a dangerous team.
Not only are the Patriots going to win tomorrow night, here's a Jim prediction.
Okay.
Take it for what it's worth. They're going to mirror what happened last year. Final score tomorrow, Patriots 40, Chargers 7. That's what I think. No, they're going to kill them.
Okay.
They're going to kill them.
So you think it's going to be like this Indiana-Oregon game? And so wait, do you still have your Oregon quarterback thing?
Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, no, and last night kind of backed that up, too. I don't trust it. It goes back all the way back to Joey Harrington.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Achilles Smith.
Oh, no thanks. If I'm a GM, where do you go? Oregon. Take him off the board. No thanks. Carl in Boston, go ahead.
Hey, guys. You guys are the best. I listen to a lot of sports talk radio, and you guys are definitely my favorite of all. I would always listen. To Gasper's point a second ago, Are we overlooking the Chargers? I mean, like apparently they have a good defense.
I'm going to let you go on that, Carl. I probably shouldn't have taken the call. Thanks for the accolades, but we're like up against it.
Yeah, we're getting played off the stage.
Just
here.
quickly, we're
like
underrating the Chargers defense, in your opinion.
I do think you are. They're very sound. They don't give up a lot of big plays. They're excellent in terms of disguise, and the pass rush is better than you think.
All right, that's going to do it for us. Coming up next, Ryan Johnston, Bob Beers with the Bruins pregame as they get the matinee game coming up against the New York Rangers. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Celtics tonight, Bruins this afternoon, Patriots tomorrow night against the LA Chargers. Talk to you Monday with Felger and Nez. Bye.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub. Easy Media Group Station.
This is Boston Bruins hockey. Boston Bruins hockey is brought to you by your local New England Honda dealers, Shaw's and Star Market, Safety Insurance, Town Fair Tire, Granite City Electric's GCE Night Train, Ticketmaster, your New England Ford dealers, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, TD Bank, Service Credit Union, and by Catches Law.
2 seconds, 1 second, it's over. The Bruins have won the Stanley Cup.
And by Dairy Queen, Peerless Boilers, your New England Chevy dealers, Timber Tech Decking and Railing, Charles D. Sheehy, Mass Mutual, Wendy's, Live Nation, your Boston area Lexus dealers, Tito's Handmade Vodka, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
After 39 long years, the Cup is back home. The Bruins are 2011 Stanley Cup champions.
Now, here's Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers.
From TD Garden, this is Boston Bruins hockey. This afternoon, the 5-game homestand continues with the start of a weekend back-to-back as the Bruins take on the New York Rangers in a matinee. Great to have you with us alongside Bob Beers. I'm Ryan Johnston. Today's storylines are brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers and the Chevy Silverado, where dependability comes standard. Well, the Bruins returned home on Thursday night with a decisive 4-1 win over the Calgary Flames, a true team effort. Jonas Korpisalo with 28 saves in goal, and Boston got goals from 4 different players, and 10 different players contributed points in that game. Marco Sturm's team has now won 3 out of 4 and has points in 4 out of 5.
Overall, I'm very pleased with where we are right now. Sure, there's some stretches, games I would like to have back, but I think at this point now, at least I think everyone knows now how do we have to play, how do we have to defend, how we have to be in transition, whatever it is, special teams, you name it, to have success. I think that's something I think we know as a group. Being more consistent, I think that's going to be the next step. And I think I mentioned it before too. It's second half of the season now. It's everyone knows now who we are, how we play. There's no surprises anymore. So there's the details, the structure have to come in place, and also now your best players have to be best players every night too. It doesn't have to be on the score sheet, but they have to be present every night.
Still striving for that, and that's the consistency part of it. Every team is looking for it. I just ran into Joe Sacco downstairs, interim coach here last year. He was with the Bruins for 12 years, as an assistant coach for a while. And, he's just saying we're struggling for consistency. But it's with the schedule it's hard to accomplish. And it's hard to accomplish from game to game. It's hard to accomplish from period to period. And I think you're seeing it. There's a few teams that have distanced themselves from everybody else. The Colorados and But a lot of the teams are bunched up in terms of points. The Atlantic Division has gotten very good here recently. Every time we look down, there's an Atlantic team winning. The other day, 2 days ago, every team in the Atlantic that was playing tonight won, except for Florida, because they were playing Montreal. Right. Montreal beat them in regulation. But the rest of the teams all won. Yeah, and that's all the Atlantic Division. You have to keep winning your games. You have to continue to keep accumulating points, find ways to accumulate points. There's going to be off nights for you or off days for you, but you got to keep those few and far between. Like you said, points now in 4 out of 5. Sky is falling after the Seattle game, right? But you'd won 3 out of 4 after Calgary. So, right. There's a couple different ways to look at it. And, you salvage a 500 road trip, you come back and you play a good game against Calgary. Now, Calgary's probably a little bit tired because they played the night before in Montreal, but still, you have to come home and play, and you still have to perform. You still have to do the job that you need to in order to be successful. And they get a good opportunity here today, the Bruins do. When you look at a Ranger team that, without Fox, without Shesterkin, Jonathan Quick's going to be used a lot. And it's just the start of it, so he's not in the middle of it just yet. But depending on the severity of Shesterkin's injury, Jonathan Quick, there's going to be a lot on his shoulders here.
No question about that. Going back to Thursday's win, Sean Corrali, goal and an assist in that game. Spoke afterwards, though, about the team's defensive effort against the Flames.
Well, I thought for the most part, for us, we want to protect our slot. A little bit in the second period there, I think we gave up a little more than we would have liked. But the major thing for our game is staying tight in the D zone and playing a compact system that makes it hard for them to get to good ice. I think we were better at that, obviously than we were last game in Seattle, and that's going to be the challenge going forward. Teams want to get to the middle of the ice, they want to get to the slot, they want to get to the top of our crease, and can we play 5 on a dice really well and keep them out of there? And for the most part, I think we did tonight.
Yeah, there were 3 grade A chances, to my knowledge, maybe even more, but definitely 3 of them that Korpisalo made saves on in the second period. So he was on top of it. He was good. For not being in there since the Buffalo game, he played a really strong game there against the Calgary Flames. Well, back with Swayman here today, this afternoon. Probably see Korpisalo tomorrow, I would assume. That hasn't been announced yet, I don't believe. But protecting the middle of the ice has been something that they've been striving for all season. Structure defensively. How are you going to defend? And that's going to create offense for you. But you've got to protect the middle. And a couple times, Backlund's chance, he was right in between the hash marks and nobody near him. That was a great opportunity. That's a breakdown defensively. The goal that was scored was a breakdown defensively against Calgary, where a couple guys go to the same guy and you let Zari walk right in. So there's still, it's never going to be perfect. Never going to be perfect. As much as you strive for it, it's really hard to accomplish, but you limit it. And against this Ranger team here today, they talk about scoring off the rush. They talk about being more dangerous off the rush. So it's going to be important for the Bruins up the ice in the offensive zone and certainly through the middle.
They limited those mistakes a little bit more against Calgary, certainly, than they had against Seattle the other night, where, how many wide open opportunities did Matty Beniers have just by himself? Jeremy Swayman had to stop in that game. Meanwhile, Casey Middlestat also with a goal in that win on Thursday. To your point about defense creating offense, that's what he was talking about after the game on Thursday night.
I think, it's one of the biggest cliches in hockey, but the better you defend, the more offense you're going to get. And, I think our team is a product of that. I think when we've defended well, we've scored a lot of goals and had a lot of chances. So, that's step one for us. And then if we do that, usually the rest falls into place.
I think everybody's bought into it. It's just a matter of executing it. I think they realize how they have to play in order to be successful. And, it starts with the penalties, but it's a lot of other things that have to come into play. He's able to use, Marco Sturm was, all 4 lines the other day. Everybody played, and healthy minutes, everybody played. And which means they weren't taxing other, certain lines or taxing certain players. They weren't taxing their penalty killers. But, they know that, okay, here's where we have to be really strong. And then we get going the other way. I don't see many guys cheating. Pastrnak can fly the zone sometimes. I don't find that cheating. It's a smart play. Sure. It pulls the D back, it pulls them out, and why not try to get a breakaway? But as long as you take care of your own end first, if a shot's getting blocked, blow the zone. That's not cheating though. Cheating's being on the wrong side of pucks. Reaching in, trying to get a puck and chip it by somebody without digging in and getting it by that person. The turnover areas. So I think that they realize how they have to play, and they realize what it takes to be successul. Now it's just a matter of execution. And there's been some nights where they've been very good at it, and some nights where, it's been ugly, in terms of defensively defending as a unit. And when those breakdowns occur, if your goaltender isn't able to bail you out, the games get a little ugly. We've seen a number of 6-0 games.
Well, one of those games was against this Rangers team. The last time they played each other was on Black Friday. Rangers won that game 6-2 here at TD Garden. Marco Sturm that day was missing David Pastrnak, Pavel Zacha, and Charlie McAvoy.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Different reasons. I think our lineup was not probably the best. I remember a lot of guys coming back from that road trip. A lot of guys didn't dress. Our best players didn't dress, so it was a tough lineup. But it was just the timing of it. Everything was just not good that day. So I better hope we're going to have a better game tomorrow against the Rangers, because last time when we played them, that was not us.
Well, that was an afternoon game as well. It wasn't after Thanksgiving, but it was an afternoon game as well. You got the same thing here today against the New York Rangers. And yeah, you're expecting a little bit better. The Rangers are much better on the road. For whatever reason, there's no real explaining it. They haven't been able to score at home. They've shut out how many times on home ice? 6 or 7 times on home ice. Shut out at Madison Square Garden. So they just haven't been able to score there. They're missing 2 really good players, their top goaltender and their top defenseman. It's an opportunity for the Bruins here today to continue winning at home. You started the homestand off right the other day against Calgary. Now it's a matter of continuing. You got Pittsburgh here tomorrow afternoon, late afternoon.
Yeah, back-to-back over the course of this weekend here, both of them on home ice. This is game 2 of the 5-game homestand overall for the Bruins. Lineup notes today, same lineup of skaters for Marco Sturm as Thursday. Jeremy Swayman will be back in between the pipes tonight after we saw Korpisalo on Thursday. Counting you down to puck drop, here's what's on deck, brought to you by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. We'll go around the NHL, including Macklin, Celebrini, and the Sharks battling to stay in a playoff spot.
I mean, this is what we want. This is the position we want to be in, especially with where things were.
Bob will chat with Marco Sturm.
What they do well, they play good on the road. For some reason, they're not, I would say they're not as good at home, but they find ways to win on the road.
And up next, we'll talk about the New York Rangers here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, or CR-V. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
Hi, it's Jason Todd from Blue Sky Restoration. All hockey season, Blue Sky is restoring historic garden moments on the ice. Tune in to today's game on the Bruins Radio Network to hear this date in history, restored by Blue Sky. And remember, if you have a property disaster, visit goblusky.com. Restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow.
We've all seen them. Drivers who are looking at their phones. Is there anything more crazy? It's like they're asking to be in an accident. And why are they even on their phones? To find better car insurance? That's easy. Just pull over and talk with an independent agent about safety insurance. They'll make sure you benefit from great coverage and great value. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Hi, this is Andrew Peak. I'm excited to be teaming up with the Shaws and Star Market Foundation and 98.5 The Sports Hub for Feeding the Puck for Families. Every time me or one of my teammates feeds the puck this season to help score a goal, the Shaws and Star Market Foundation Nourishing Neighbors Initiative will donate $100 to help end hunger here in our local communities. Since its inception, Nourishing Neighbors has raised more than $250 million across the country to ensure our neighbors have the nutrition needed to thrive locally. Every time we feed the puck for a goal, the Shaws and Star Market Foundation will make a donation of $100 to the Greater Boston Food Bank to help end hunger up to $50,000. To learn more about feeding the puck for families, visit 985thesportshub.com/feedthepuck.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, or CR-V. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
The Celtics play on the Sports Hub.
40 to go. One-timer Panarin off the stick of Lafreniere as he tried to redirect it home. Sabres shoot wide of the empty net. Penalty is up with Krebs out of the box. McLeod will pick up the loose puck and bury it into the empty net. And with a minute and a half remaining, the Sabres have the exclamation point. It's 5-2.
Back here at TD Garden, New York Rangers in town to take on the Bruins, and the Rangers have been kind of a Jekyll and Hyde team all season long. 15-8-2 on the road this year, where they average over 3.1 goals a game. At home, 5-11-4, averaging 1.9 goals a game. That includes their most recent game you just heard there, a 5-2 loss to Buffalo for Mike Sullivan's Rangers on Thursday.
Yeah, I just think it boils down to decision making and execution. We knew they were a team they're gonna push out with 3-point pressure in the high ice. We were trying to encourage them to play in the low ice and use their aggression against them. So it's the players they have a game plan going in, so they have an understanding of what they're up against. At the end of the day, it's a player's game, and it boils down to decision making and execution.
Sounds familiar. Yeah. The game plan's there. Now it's a matter of, making sure it happens. And best laid plans sometimes just don't always work out. The legs don't want to cooperate. The bounces don't want to cooperate. Whatever the case is, and, mistakes are made. How do you react? How do you come through them? And that's why the game is. That's why you play them, right? It's on paper you look one way, but you still have to go out and execute it the right way. So this should be an interesting one, right? You just documented the numbers on the road compared to the numbers at home. They're a dangerous team on the road. A dangerous team anywhere. That's the other thing Joe Sacco was saying. He says there are no easy games because there's so many teams bunched up in the standings. There really is parity. There's a couple teams that have excelled, but a lot of teams are bunched up in terms of points and ability levels. And on any given day, on any given night, you come out looking poor, or you come out on top. And right now, because of the Atlantic Division, you need to keep accumulating those points.
And it's been kind of a good news, bad news week for the Rangers. The good news, they got JT Miller back the other night. He had been out for 7 games with an injury. But on Monday against Utah, they lose both Igor Shesterkin, the goaltender, and then their top defenseman in Adam Fox. And it looks like both of those guys are going to be sidelined for a while. And that's a big chunk out of their back end here.
Well, Fox is their go-to guy up back there. He's the power play guy. There's not a lot of offense beyond Fox on the back end. I know Gavrikoff's got, 7 goals or whatever it is, but he's not an offensive defenseman. But that's an area that they're kind of lacking in right now. You can't replace Fox, but is there somebody that can at least keep the seat warm for him until he gets back? And that's going to be tough. And for Jonathan Quick, let it start now. He's going to see a lot of hockey here in a little while. I don't know how bad Shesterkin is hurt, but it didn't look good when he went down. There was no contact. It was just kind of his leg got bent back, and I speculate it's a knee injury, but we'll don't know that for sure. So that's a massive loss for the Rangers.
Yeah, they did put him on the regular IR. They put Fox on the long-term IR, which means he's going to miss at least 10 games, be out through the remainder of the month. We'll kind of see on Shesterkin. But Jonathan Quick, the 39-year-old, will make his 12th start of the season. As we check out the Bruins injury report brought to you by Catches Law, Hampus Lindholm remains on IR. Did skate again yesterday. No word yet on the timeline for his return. Jordan Harris also skating, but remains on long-term IR. Injury report brought to you by Catches Law, the official law firm of the Boston Bruins. They've won over $3 billion for their clients. When you're injured and can't work, turn to Catches Law. There's no fee unless you win. Go to catcheslaw.com and schedule your free consultation today. We'll get a check of the Sports Hub headlines with Jim Murray next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Looking for the perfect gift? Ace Ticket has you covered. With what you see is what you pay upfront website pricing and real Boston people answering the phone to help you, Ace makes it easy. Call 1-800-MY-SEATS or visit aceticket.com.
1-800-MY-SEATS. Electrical contractors, get on board Granite City Electric's GCE Night Train. Order your materials to be delivered overnight to the job site the following morning and save time and money. Go to GCEnighttrain.com to order.
Hi, I'm Richard Brackett with Stazione De Federal.
And I'm David Alphonse with The Federal.
And we're the restaurant fellas.
If you're looking for a great night out, visit me, David, at The Federal. Try our shellfish tower or one of our dry-aged steaks paired with one of our great wine selections.
Or, if it's authentic Italian from our scratch kitchen paired with a fine wine, come see me, Richard, at Stazione De Federal.
Both restaurants are in Waltham, Stazione De Federal on Moody Street or The Federal on Main.
And both roads lead to a delightful dining experience, but my mustache is cooler.
Really, Richard?
Try both The Federal and Stazione De Federal.
We look forward to seeing you.
And thanks.
Greg Bedard here. I know you hear a lot about heating, plumbing, and AC on the station, and you don't think about it until your system breaks and you need it immediately. That's what happened to me, and I called Naterno Home Services, a local family-owned company, and they were there when I needed them. Naterno will buy back your old furnace, heat pump, boiler, mini-split, water heater, or water filtration system for up to $2,000. Plus, they offer Bryant HVAC equipment for $0 down with 0 interest for 36 months on all qualifying purchases. Visit NaternoHome.com to learn more. When your house says, oh no, better call Naterno.
Don't miss the Providence Bruins Retro Weekend this Friday and Sunday at the Amp. The Providence Bruins will turn back the clock with retro jerseys, music, and more. Go to ProvidenceBruins.com for special ticket offers for both games. Bruins hockey starts in Providence.
This is Boston's home for sports. Sports Hub headlines, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
The Bruins have won 3 of their last 4 games, taken points in 4 of 5. They remain home, hosting the New York Rangers this afternoon at TD Garden. Ryan and Bob will have the call coming up shortly. Peyton Pritchard, 28 points, 8 assists. Celtics held off the shorthanded Toronto Raptors 125-117 last night. Tonight, Celtics remain home, welcoming the San Antonio Spurs and Victor Wembanyama to TD Garden with tip-off at 8. Sean Grande, Cedric Maxwell on the call here in the Sports Hub beginning at 7:30. Patriots wildcard playoff game against the LA Chargers. That's tomorrow night. Defensive tackle Kyrus Tonga dealing with a foot injury. He's been ruled out. 3 players are questionable for the Patriots. It's wide receiver Kayshon Boutte, outside linebacker Harold Landry, and tackle Thayer Munford Jr. His wildcard round kicks off later this afternoon with the Carolina Panthers hosting the LA Rams at 4:30. Tonight, Chicago Bears home against the Green Bay Packers at 8 p.m. The Bruins Stadium Series jersey has arrived. Don't wait to get your hands on this limited edition sweater before the Bees fly south to take on the Tampa Bay Lightning in the 2026 Navy Federal Credit Union NHL Stadium Series. Visit bostonproshop.com or stop by the Pro Shop located at the Hub on Causeway to grab your jersey before they sell out. I'm Jim Murray with your headlines. Ryan and Bob will be back right after this on the 98.5 Sports Hub, Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
Hockey season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance, plus plenty of room inside. Start your journey in a brand new vehicle. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, Passport, or CR-V.
See dealer for financing details.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law. At Catches, we don't just work here, we live here. We're part of the same neighborhoods, the same schools, the same New England towns that you call home. So when life hits hard and you need someone in your corner, you deserve lawyers who truly understand what's at stake. With over 40 years of experience and more than $3 billion recovered for the people of New England, we know how to win, and we know how to fight for you. Visit catcheslaw.com today to schedule your free consultation. And remember, there's no fee unless you win.
Hey, it's Patrice Bergeron to talk about InfiniBank's free checking account. It's something Boston hockey fans will love because it scores big benefits. First, get your paycheck up to 2 days early. Second, enjoy free ATMs nationwide through the Sum and Allpoint networks. That's over 56,000 ATMs coast to coast. And third, never worry about minimum balances or monthly fees. Now that's a hat trick. Store your account in branch or online in just 5 minutes. It's easier than an empty net goal. Get details now at InfiniBank.com/TBergeron. InfiniBank, honest to goodness. Member FDIC, member DIF.
With the NHL app, you can listen to every NHL game right from your phone. And with home and away broadcast feeds, you choose your way to listen. Whether you're at work, at the gym, or stuck in traffic, the NHL app puts you right in the action all season long. Every team, every game, everywhere you go. Download the NHL app and never miss a moment.
Boston Sports Talk, the Sports Hub.
Bruins and Rangers coming up from TD Garden. Let's take a look at the other action around the NHL on a busy Saturday. We'll start with the Flames at the Penguins this afternoon. Head coach Dan Muse and the Penguins have seen goalie Stuart Skinner win his last 3 starts in a row.
It's tough sometimes when you're coming in, like with a new group, especially in that position. And so, I think it's not a surprise, and maybe it takes a little bit of time there just to get up to speed, get going, but I think it's, this is a guy who's been to 2 finals in a row.
Pittsburgh has won 6 in a row overall coming out of the Christmas break. So for everybody that thought that they would fade away after a certain part of the season, they're proving everybody wrong. The Bruins will see them tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
Avalanche rebounded from 2 straight losses to get a victory the other night over Ottawa 8-2. They'll get the Blue Jackets today.
2 straight losses. I mean,
hey, that doubled their total for the year.
Yeah, so they've got 4 regulation losses this season. They have 71 points. The next closest team to them is Dallas and Minnesota. They're both tied with 60. So 11 points up on both of those teams, and they have games in hand on both of them.
Out west,
or Colorado has games in hand on the 2 teams.
Out west, a 4 o'clock Eastern time face-off in San Jose. The Sharks hosting the Dallas Stars. Macklin Celebrini and the Sharks into the second half of the season and holding a wild card spot.
I mean, this is what we want. This is the position we want to be in, especially with where things were. I think we're doing a great job kind of handling all of it, and I think we have the group to do it.
Well, he's doing a great job of it. He's got numbers that are similar to David Pasternak's last year in terms of the gap between him and the next closest guy on his team. So he has 67 points. The next closest guy is Alexander Wenberg with 30. Will Smith's been hurt for the last 10 games, so he has 29 points. But, I mean, 37 points ahead of the next closest guy. He's willing his team into playoff contention right now.
Well, 2 teams headed in drastically different directions right now as the Ducks visit the Sabres tonight at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, Buffalo keeps winning, right? I mean, I know they had that one blemish against the Columbus Blue Jackets, but then they get right back in the win column.
Yeah, 12 out of 13 now for the Sabres. Maple Leafs going to host the Canucks tonight.
Toronto's turned it around a little bit. They've been better here lately. Hate to say it, but their power play's been better. I wasn't happy about the way Mark Savard got shown the door there, but their power play's been better, and Austin Matthews has been better.
Red Wings are in Montreal tonight. Habs coach Martin St. Louis says there's an added intensity to every game right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you look at the standing, it's so tight. You feel every game's a playoff game. I think as we keep going forward, it's gonna feel like, the playoffs have started much earlier, and I feel like we've tried to take a mindset from the start. Where's your edge? Can we treat every game like it's a playoff game? Is that an edge? I feel it is if you can do that.
Yeah, a lot of Atlantic Division teams going at it here today. But Toronto's playing Vancouver, but you got Detroit playing against Montreal. Florida Panthers taking on an Ottawa Senators team that just gave up 8 the other day and have some issues there in net. And then the Tampa Bay Lightning, they'll end up playing the Flyers. So a lot of Atlantic Division teams in action here today.
That's our look around the NHL. Marco Sturm will join us next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Busy Dog Basement Technologies is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Shop, dine, and enjoy this winter at Patriot Place. Hit the ice at winter skate, shop your favorite gear, and fuel up like a champ. Download the Advantage app and plan your visit to Patriot Place today.
At M&T Bank, we're continuously working to provide value to our customers, like Paul, Vice President of Sullivan Tire.
We are so happy with the relationship with M&T. Whether it's treasury services or working line of credit or providing loans for our growth, it's been nothing but collaboration that works for both parties.
See what M&T Bank can do for you at mtb.com/together. Member FDIC.
The New England Super RV Show is back. This annual event features multiple dealers, celebrity seminars, even Spider-Man will be there. Meet Kevin and Patrice of RV There Yet. See all the latest and greatest in motorized and towable RVs. Save thousands with factory rebates and special show financing. Tailgating or traveling, there's an RV for you. Friday, January 16th through Monday, January 19th at the Boston Convention Center. RVSupershows.com. That's RVSupershows.com.
Score a touchdown with all your fans. Get ready for the game with a trip to Shaw's or Star Market. Tackle your hungry team with Shaw's and Star Market party platters. Pick up sandwich platters, wing platters, shrimp platters, veggie and cookie platters that'll leave your fans cheering for more. Order ahead in-store, by phone, or online at shaws.com or starmarket.com. Shaw's and Star Market party platters are made fresh, so you always win. Shaw's and Star Market, perfecting the art of fresh.
Champions Bruins play here. The Sports Hub.
Our pregame interview with Marco Sturm is brought to you by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety.
Margo, you set to take on the Rangers here today. Going back to last game, how satisfying was it nice that you could use the entire bench? You didn't have to worry about special teams as much, especially the penalty kill, because I know it's something you've been harping on all year.
Yeah, no, it's again, it's not. I would say not too many times for us. You up. We had a 4-0 lead at one point. What is nice, so I can, especially coming home from the road, I can use the whole bench, just kind of give them a little bit of breather. I could already tell yesterday in practice, it was really good practice just coming back from a road, but it also showed you that, we didn't extend some players the night before. So that was, I think it was just a good game overall. I give them a lot of credit coming home and play that way. We had to earn it first, and hopefully we can use that a little bit extra energy tonight.
A couple goals from your fourth line as well. I know that you don't expect it, but you like it when it happens, right? Yeah. And it's nice to see them get rewarded. Talk about that line and what they bring. I mean, we know the big guys on the wings and Sean and his energy and everything else, but it's your trust level in that line.
Yeah, no. I mean, overall, they've been very good. Talking to other teams, that fourth line always comes up when they're on their game. Again, there were a few games I didn't like them too much, but now I feel like the last 2-3 games they've been, since Gino is back, I think they've been they've been very solid, very effective. Sounds like 2 other teams, it's been a headache for them too, so that's good to hear. And it's again, I trust those guys. I put him out there against the top line too once in a while. But that just shows you they play the right way. They play really hard both ways.
On an individual standpoint, Henry Jokiharju now played a couple of games. What have you seen from him? Knock the rust off and kind of back in there.
Yeah, he had a decent game in Seattle. I thought he was okay. Just he got caught a couple of times there on just bad pinches. Maybe because he's been out there for a while too. So last game was much better. Played a very, very solid game. That's what he does, and that's what we expect him to do, especially with Lindholm out.
You referenced the New York Rangers and your game here today. Didn't like the way you played after Thanksgiving in that one. What did they do well? And I know that they've had struggles at times, especially on home ice, but have been much better on the road.
Yeah, no, I actually just ran into Joe. Yeah. And every team has their own challenges, and these guys too. They sometimes you think they're perfect, but they're not. What they do well, they play good on the road. For some reason, they're not. I would say they're not as good at home, but they find ways to win on the road. They feel more comfortable, and that's why they still. If you look at down their lineup, they're just very, very high skill. They have really good leadership. Their veterans are very good. So again, I think we gotta play them 5-on-5. Because of their special teams, they're that good. And and they have Fox out and the goalies. So those are the moments we have to take advantage and play our game.
And last one for you, in talking to their coach, Mike Sullivan, that he thinks that they're a better team off the rush as opposed to maybe inside the zone. So how important is, we'll say, the neutral zone here today?
Yeah, no, that's something we talked about. It's puck management. We don't give them. We do not want to feed them the puck off neutral zone, off turnovers, so they can go the other way because they're that good, right? And just like Sully said, and he's absolutely right. We want to play behind him. We have to make him to stop. And I think that's, for me, that's the biggest thing. When you play a team like that, you have to make them to stop and play, play in their end much as you can, so they don't get that flow. And I just saw the outdoor game the other night, and Florida didn't do a good job, and all of a sudden they were flying, and there's the power play, and all of a sudden the game is over. So we don't want that. We got to play them tight much as we can. And you know what? Against the Rangers should be a good game like always. It's a special game for me too. I think playing original 6 teams, so should be a good one today.
Appreciate it, Marco. Good luck here today. That's head coach Marco Stern. Bruins Rangers are next.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the 98.5 The Sports of Bruins Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Thursday night against the Flames, the Bruins got some much-needed home cooking. Flames win the face-off in their zone, but clock will run out. And the Bruins get the victory here on home ice as they come out to congratulate Jonas Korpisalo on the win. 4-1 the final over the Calgary Flames. This afternoon, they welcome in a Rangers team that's playing well away from home. It's the Bruins and the Rangers coming up next.
This is Boston Bruins hockey.
Across to Esposito, a shot.
Cam Neely, wow.
Nathan Horton wins game 7 in overtime. Geeky scores.
And there is point number 100 for Pasta and goal number 30 for Morgan Geeky.
Boston Bruins hockey is brought to you by your local New England Honda dealers. Shaw's and Star Market, Safety Insurance, Town Fair Tire, Granite City Electric's GCE Night Train, Ticketmaster, your New England Ford dealers, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Service Credit Union, TD Bank, and by Catches Law.
Backhand, it'll save Thomas. Swayman made a great stop at the far post.
And by Dairy Queen, Peerless Boilers, your New England Chevy dealers, Timber Tech Decking and Railing, Charles D. Sheehy, Mass Mutual, Wendy's, Live Nation, your Boston area Lexus dealers, Tito's Handmade Vodka, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Back to Orr. Put in. His 100th point. Backhand score on a penalty shot for Raymond Gort. David Pasternak calls game, and the Bruins win it 2-1. Bergeron, and the Bruins win the series.
Now, here's Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers.
And we're at TD Garden for a matinee edition of Bruins hockey as they take on the New York Rangers for the second time this season. As you were just talking about with Marco Sturm, expecting hopefully a much different game than the first time these teams got together earlier this year.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, circumstances a little bit different here today, and you hope that that continues for the Bruins. They can take advantage of a couple injuries this time on the Rangers side of things. Bruins are still without Hampus Lindholm on the back end, but a little bit more, a little healthier than they were the last time these two teams met. But it was an afternoon game, 1 o'clock. Starts can be a little funny sometimes. See if everybody's ready to go right from the drop of the puck. I think a really good start for them. Rangers are a good team on the road, as we've documented. They like to score off the rush. They're a team that if you're turning the puck over, mismanaging the puck, they're going to come back at you quickly. They're a little bit more dangerous off the rush than they are kind of in the offensive zone, where they cycle the puck around. It's more off the rush, but they are missing Fox, and he's a big part of that.
Important for the Bruins to kind of keep the momentum going here, having won 3 of their last 4, second straight of a 5-game homestand here on home ice. Try and bank some points here during this stretch.
Yeah, they failed to do that the last time that they were home. They've been pretty good at on home ice for the most part this season, but before going off on the road trip before Christmas hit, they had some hiccups here on home ice at the TD Garden, but opportunity here today to keep this thing rolling, right? You didn't like the way you played against Seattle, but you liked a lot of some of what you've done here. We started with the Calgary game. Calgary and Edmonton and Vancouver, and, coming back home against Calgary again. So it's an opportunity here at home. I think you should have a little bit of an advantage here today, just because you're healthier than you were last time.
Keys to the game brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the guaranteed lowest prices on tires, go to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Face-off is next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Here's another key to why nobody does it like Town Fair Tire. Free lifetime tire rotation. Get your tires rotated every 5,000 miles to help you get the most out of your tires. Go to townfairtire.com to see more key reasons why nobody does it like Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Hey, it's Charlie McAvoy. I love working with Service Credit Union because I believe in their mission to support the health, safety, and financial well-being of first responders. They put people before profits, and this season, Service Credit Union is giving back in a big way through our 73 Reasons campaign. donating $200 for every block shot and $1,000 for every shutout, up to $250,000. Service Credit Union, success built on trust, banking built on service. Join the team and learn more at servicecu.org.
Wendy's has new chicken tenders and new sauces. So whether you're a creamy ranch girly or a new Wendy's signature stand, you can dip to your heart's content. Now let's wrap this up because I gotta dip. I want to try these new tenders. For tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Sports don't get any tougher than hockey, and trucks don't get any tougher than Ford F-Series, F-150, and Super Duty. The trucks that move mountains also move parade floats and snowmobiles. With that versatility, it's no wonder Ford F-Series is the #1 selling pickup for 48 years straight. Visit buyfordnow.com for great offers. Your New England Ford dealers, a proud partner of your Boston Bruins. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
The game is on the Sports Hub.
Back here at TD Garden, Bruins and the Rangers about to get underway. Before we drop the puck, let's get tonight's national anthem presented by Mass Mutual. Planning and protection on and off the ice. Here is Todd Angeli with the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Getting set for the opening face-off between the Bruins and the Rangers. Let's take a look at our starting lineups. In goal for New York is Jonathan Quick. On defense, the pairing of Vladislav Gavrikov and Braden Schneider. Up front, it's JT Miller, Vincent Trocheck, and Alexis Lafreniere. For the Bruins, Jeremy Swayman gets the starting hold. Nikita Zadorov and Henry Jokiharju on defense. Up front, Marat Hustadinov, Elias Lindholm, and David Pastrnak.
First 5 minutes are presented by your New England Ford dealers. Today's New England Ford dealers' first 5 contestant of the game is Anthony Toppy of Wakefield, Massachusetts. If the Bruins score in the first 5 minutes, Anthony wins a pair of tickets to a future Bruins game courtesy of the New England Ford dealers. Enter the contest at 985thesportshub.com. Bruins going a little old school, wearing the white sweaters and white helmets here on home ice today. Rangers in what would typically be their home blues, as Boston will go from left to right here in the first period. Off the opening face-off, Elias Lindholm able to force the puck into the zone and get a quick shot in on Quick, who paddles it into the far side corner. Hustadinov, Pastrnak over there. Lafreniere will take it and carry out for the Rangers from center ice. Sends it into the far side of Jeremy Swayman. Picked up and brought behind the net by JT Miller, crashing into the near corner courtesy of Zadorov. Pasta gets involved there as well. Hustadinov will bring back up the left wing side, chip into the far corner. Hit by Elias Lindholm to help free up the puck. He tried to get it in front. It was redirected, and Quick knocks it out of his crease with Pastrnak on the front doorstep. Comes around the near side of the Rangers zone. Just inside the blue line, McAvoy able to take it away from Trocheck. Got it back into the right wing corner. Schneider sent back toward that near side circle. Zacha gets a bouncing puck back to McAvoy. Over to Pastrnak, got off a shot. Quick made the save and the rebound, but forced back into that far corner. Middlestat over there. Rangers will gain possession. Into the middle here for Gavrikov. Turns it to Panarin, and he'll drop it back. Now they start forward. Panarin from the red line will rim it around behind Swayman. All the way around the far side. Kicks free and thrown toward the net. In and out of the glove of Swayman. Off the shot by Robertson, and they score! Bruins with an early jump, but it's the Rangers who get the jump on the scoreboard. Zibanejad just 1:24 into the first period.
Oh, it started, right? The puck is dumped in. There's a little battle along the wall, and it squirts free out into the middle of the ice. And that puck floated back towards the net. McAvoy misses it with his glove. He tried to glove it down. That threw Swayman's timing off a little bit. They changed direction. Swayman is not able to hold on to it. And then that little pass there from, I think Panarin who made that little backhand pass to Zibanejad in the right wing circle. He's just inside the hash mark. He's in the circle, and he gets a quick one-timer away.
Mika Zibanejad, who had a hat trick in the Winter Classic down in Florida last week, gets his 17th goal of the season. See how the Bruins answer. Steve's going to walk right in on Quick, who made the glove save.
One of the defensemen blew a tire, and that allowed Steve's breakaway.
Out in the neutral ice, Geekie backs it up. Lohrei will have to chase it down inside the Bruins zone. Long pass across ice to Minton, goes back across the far side, and it jumped away from Steves. Taken by Scott Morrow. Thrown through the neutral ice. Peak is there for the Bruins. Volleys it back to the Ranger blue line. Minton able to take away from Soucy. Minton to the high slot. His shot gets blocked by Morrow and goes up over the glass out of play.
Yeah, I mean, that was, Steves was surprised as anybody to see a clean breakaway. See who that was that blew a tire there for the Rangers, but he walked in all alone, coming from the right side. It's a left shot, so he's cutting back across the front of the net, tried to go upstairs on Jonathan Quick. Quick stayed with him with the glove.
Face-off will be to Quick's right. Far circle for us as Carrick gets tossed out of the circle. Face-off win here by Corrali. Zadorov from the far point. Shot one off the back glass. Jokiharju stepping into the near circle with a shot that goes up and over. Rangers will get it cleared. Jokiharju out near the red line. Hooks it up the right wing side, but that's going to be offside as the Bruins try to enter the zone.
Conversation between Rempe and Nikita Zadorov.
Now, Rempe's missed about half the season so far. He's playing in his 21st game. Only has 7 penalty minutes. Is not apparently cleared to drop the gloves as of yet. Coming off a hand injury. Face-off win here by Trocheck. Off the near wall and directed into the Bruins zone by Miller. Zadorov takes a hit to move it around near side. Jokiharju played it up the wall. Up through center ice comes Husnudinov. Gets behind the defense and scores! Murat Husnudinov evens it at a goal apiece as he beats Quick on the stick side.
Well, if this is any indication here today, the Rangers are in a giving mood. I mean, that's the second breakaway they've given up. He just blew right by Schneider. Husnudinov did. Picks this puck up in the neutral zone, and he is gone. Gets the step on Schneider. Schneider doesn't manage that, doesn't angle Husnudinov off. He thinks he has him. He doesn't. And he walks in all alone. He's going to go blocker side this time on Quick. But we're 2.5 minutes into this game, and 2 breakaways for the Bruins.
6th of the season for Murat Husnudinov. He's got points in 4 of the last 5. As the Bruins tie it at 1. They'll get the puck deep here right off the face-off to resume things. Around the near side wall, Pastrnak able to take one away. Husnudinov trying to get it back to him in the corner. Zibanejad took that away. And now Panarin will circle back behind the Ranger net. Shot it to the far side. It'll be played back across to Zibanejad in the neutral ice. And here's a break coming into the Bruins zone for Cooley, but they'll whistle it offside.
Yeah. Hard to hear the whistle, but linesman had it. The pass got slowed up. That's what put it offside.
So less than 3 minutes into this game, already a couple of goals on the board here, and no sleepy start to this afternoon affair.
Defensively, maybe.
Yeah. Off the face-off, puck sent over toward the far side. Borgen will sweep it around behind Swayman. Moved around near side by Yoki Haru. Arvidsson got it to Zaka coming out of the zone. He'll play it ahead. Middlestat forced in offside, and now they're going to blow the play dead here.
What? Is it icing?
And bring the face-off all the way back into the Bruins zone. So apparently,
call it icing.
Yeah. So face-off to the right of Jeremy Swayman. His last start was the loss in Seattle. Stopped 20 out of 26. This is his 5th start in the last 6. As off the face-off, near circle, Zaka able to get a stick on it there against Trocheck, but it's Lafreniere pulling out of the near corner. Skates it all the way back near the blue line and hands it off there. An angle shot by Robertson turned away. Near side circle, Zaka pushed back toward the corner. Miller will send it around the far side. Borgen back down low. Miller let it go. Comes all the way around near side, and Arvidsson is there. Can't get it out of the zone. Miller will pull back down into the left wing corner, wrestling with Yoki Haru. Freed up the puck. Zadorov lobs it out towards center ice. Glove down, knocked away from Arvidsson by Soucy. Soucy from his own blue line. Pushed up the near side, directed deep by Perreault. Lorai goes back in behind the net. Lost it back around near side. Soucy will spin it back in behind the net. Rangers with possession. Radish coming toward the near boards. Soucy at the point, over to the far side, and a shot blocked by Peak in front of Swayman. Puck ricocheted into the far corner. Lorai will feed it up for Minton. He'll chip it up that left wing side, and Morrow able to get a stick in there before it got to Steves, and the Rangers reload quickly. Back in across the line. Peak blocks that shot. It goes up over the net. Puts his shoulder into Radish and frees up the puck for Minton. Now it's Lorai. His pass across ice gets knocked out of the air, and right back towards Swayman it comes, courtesy of Radish. Made that stick save. Puck around the far boards, and Schneider will skate to it first. To Radish behind the net. Perreault spun by Geekie. Rangers keep possession. Radish pushed it toward the corner. Peak wins that battle, and Steves will bring out across his own blue line. From center ice, a dump in. And the Bruins will change. 5 minutes gone here in the first period. We're tied at 1. Sam Carrick to Gavrikov around that far side. And it'll come all the way down into Bruins territory. McAvoy has to go get it under pressure from Brodzinski. Near side wall, Kastelik bats it to the blue line and just out. Schneider will gather it and dump it right back in as he gets dumped by Jeannot.
Good hard hit right in between the benches.
Loose puck in the neutral ice and the Rangers control. Schneider back at his own blue line. Gavrikov will dump in from the red. Wins it around near far side. Corrali gets it back out of the zone. And then a turnover in the neutral ice as Kastelik brings it across the line. Try to hand it off for Jeannot. Miscommunication. Yoki Haru's got it back inside the Bruins zone. Zadorov up the middle for Husnudinov. Kicked it to his stick, then lost it to Cooley. Glove down out of the air by Zibanejad and forced back into the Rangers zone. Now he comes forward across the Boston line. Left wing pass looking for Panarin. Couldn't catch up with it. Zadorov to the far side. Husnudinov got it out of the zone. Dumped right back in by Zibanejad, and they blow that dead for an offside. I'm not sure why offside, but we'll take a break. 13:40 to go here on the Rangers one on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CRV at your local Honda dealers.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision. Favor the and so much beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
All you need to live large is the right boat.
Find yours at the Discover Boating New England Boat Show in partnership with Progressive.
Shop the latest boats and gear, happening now through Sunday at the Thomas M. Menino Convention and Exhibition Center.
NewEnglandBoatShow.com.
Fans, there's a new player in town and a new name, but the same winning team.
Imperial Subaru, formerly Patriots Subaru, is still bringing you the same great customer service and the same great staff you've always trusted.
The only difference?
A huge selection of brand new Subarus ready to take the field. From all-wheel drive performance to top safety ratings, Subaru is built to win in any weather, any road, any play.
So if you're in the market for a new ride, make the smart call and celebrate Imperial Subaru's grand opening all month long.
Imperial Subaru, championship level discounts. Visit online at imperialsubaru.com.
Is foot pain keeping you from living the life you love? Hi, it's Phoebe with the Good Feet store. Life is too short to be living with foot, knee, hip, or back pain. When all four arches in your feet are supported, the results can be amazing. Go to goodfeet.com to make your appointment today.
Your hot takes on the Sports Hub.
We've got a winner in our New England Ford First Five contest. Anthony Toppy of Wakefield has won a pair of tickets to a future Bruins game, courtesy of the New England Ford dealers. That's because Murat Husnudinov got on the board 2 minutes and 31 seconds into this one. Snaps a lengthy losing streak in that contest. As the puck gets dumped in around behind the Bruins net. Tied at 1, 13.5 to play here in the first period. The outlet from Zadorov is going to go for an icing here. So bring the faceoff back into Boston territory.
Getting back on those pucks. Zadorov's first back on the puck. Didn't have a ton of options there, so we tried to go up the boards. Ends up going all the way down for icing, but that first touch important for the Bruins. He had a second to try to make up a mind and try to get a tape-to-tape pass in there. Just doesn't connect.
Off the face-off, Husnudinov able to track down a puck, get it to Pasternak, moves it into the Rangers zone. They come back quickly. Lafreniere going to carry it to the Boston line. Miller to Gavrikov coming on late, gets the shot straight on. Swayman squeezes that one. And a little dust-up breaks out in front of his crease. Zadorov right in the middle of that.
JT Miller, and it is.
Yep.
I say that in a complimentary way. He's going to be involved in a lot of that stuff. Zadorov's been active, and they were teammates at Vancouver. He's had a running dialogue with Rempe and JT Miller to start this game. That's off the rush, though. That chance off the rush. Gavrikov is the next guy activating to get himself up into the play. Bruins had 3 guys back, but maybe a little over-aggressive on the back check. They allow that lane to Gavrikov coming late.
JT Miller and Vincent Trocheck going to name for Team USA for the upcoming Olympics. Here's a shot by Panarin. Stuffed wide of the net by Swayman. Zacha turning around near side. Play to the circle. Panarin keeps that alive. Pass comes all the way across to Borgen from the right point. A shot save made by Swayman. Wasn't sure where that puck was. He had it. And then after the whistle, it came dropping free behind him.
He looked to his right as well. He wasn't sure he had it at first.
And the faceoff will be to his left. Mika Zibanejad going to take that. He is the other Olympian for the Rangers, part of Team Sweden. Off the draw, Zacha, second effort, able to get it into the corner. Aspero one-hands it around behind the net to McAvoy. Up the right side to Arvidsson. Pass off the skate of Zacha coming through center. And the Rangers regain, then turn it right back over. Here's Zacha across the line, steps to the left circle, shot, and he scores! Pavel Zacha rips one just inside the right post, and the Bruins have a 2-1 lead.
It's another defenseman falling down for the Rangers. It's the third time it's happened. This time it's Borgen. Just blows a tire, falls down. Zacha's in alone on the left wing circle. Good aggressive pinch up the wall by McAvoy. I think it was Borgen that went down, right? He's just trying to pivot towards the middle and loses his footing. Zaka's got the shot from inside the dot in the left wing circle, and he's going to go far side on Jonathan Quick to the glove side.
Pavel Zacha with points in 3 straight. Gets his 11th goal of the season. And the Bruins with a 2-1 lead. 12:44 still to go here in the first period. Peak will steer it up the right side for Minton. Trying to direct that deep. Puck comes to him. Here's Geekie moving toward the slot. Shot hit the post. On the near side wall, Rangers will break the zone.
Well, he doesn't need much space to get that shot away. And it's a good one.
Geekie hasn't scored in 8 straight. Puck in the near side corner of the Bruins zone. Peak able to get it free, but it comes toward the slot. Geekie there to keep it away from Laba. Rangers keep the zone. Laba redirects one toward the net, and Swayman able to get a stick to that. At the back of the net, Perreault fighting off Peak. Trying to turn it toward the front. Blocked by Steves, and back into the corner, it's Lohrei. Bruins going from left to right here in the first period. Lohrei comes all the way to the red line. Steps to his left, gains the attack zone, gets a shot up high on Quick, who knocks it down and then covers it up.
Took Lohrei a second to get your feet moving. You know, he's looking for the pass, the outlet. There really wasn't anything open, but he gets his feet moving, gets going north, gets going up the ice, and the Rangers pour through the neutral zone that time, then the D back off of him. He's all by himself. And that was right after Geekie had hit the post. I think Quick might have got just enough of that.
Looked like he just got a piece of it with the end of his glove. 11:45 to go here in the period. Quick's over getting equipment checkup over at the Ranger bench here. So this is his 12th start of the year. Shesterkin had started 34 games this year, now on IR. Quick 3-7-2 with a 2.39 goals against and a 9.11 save percentage.
Yeah, as a backup though.
Yes. A little different when you're the day-to-day guy, but I mean,
starter for a long time with the LA Kings, but
only American-born goaltender with 400 victories in the NHL. Jokiharju will play it down the wall, wrap back around toward the near side. Jokiharju pinching in to try and keep it deep. Now Pasternak at the back of the net. Husnudinov will take toward the far corner. Spun against Carrick. Puck brought in behind again. Pasternak to the right circle. Jokiharju gives it back to Pasta, who's all the way out near the blue line. He hands off out there to Zadorov, cutting to the right circle. Now turns back, fires, redirected, goes wide into the near corner. Husnudinov stumbled in pursuit. And Rempe going to bring it up the left wing side here for the Rangers. Chips and chases. Zadorov poked it back toward the near corner. Jokiharju to Husnudinov. Coming out into neutral ice, Elias Lindholm. Backhands a pass to Pasternak. He'll step in across the Ranger line. Stick handling through traffic. Here's McAvoy to the right circle. Goes around behind the net. Pokes it back in front. Corrali had a chance. And a second one. Quick trying to find it, and he can't. Janot got a poke in there. McAvoy's shot goes up over the net. Kastelik back to Aspero. Rims it around near side. McAvoy down toward the hash marks. Plays it in behind the net. Kastelik. Back to the near side again. McAvoy waiting for it. On the half wall. Steps away from the man. Gives back to Janot, and his shot was blocked on its way to the net. Side of the net. Corrali knocked down Gavrikov. Race to it far side. McAvoy gets his body in front of Rempe. Kastelik will steer it back off the end wall toward the near side. Corrali keeps it free. Jumped away toward the slot, and Schneider is there to clear for the Rangers, but that's going to be an icing.
If it gets there.
They wave it off at the very last second as Aspero played it right along the goal line.
That chance starts with, it's Pasternak 1 against 3. And the Rangers just back off of him, and he finds McAvoy coming off the bench.
Middlestat locked up in the far corner of the Rangers zone here against Zibanejad. Zacha involved as well as Borgen. Puck came free toward the circle, kicked away. Zibanejad's got it. His pass across ice blocked by Arvidsson. Second effort does get it out into neutral ice. Panarin able to get around Peak and into the zone, but lost it toward the slot. Bruins head the other way. Middlestat will dump in from center ice into the left wing corner. Middlestat and Arvidsson, both in that far corner. Now Minton joins them. Middlestat coming toward the hash marks. Got it back to Zadorov. Fires one across ice. Yoki Haru gets a shot through. Save made by Quick. Borgen.
Yoki Haru has Minton up high as well.
So steal by Minton inside the blue line, coming to the near circle. Backhand shot. Stick save Quick. Scramble for the rebound.
Oh, it's an adventure right now for the Rangers.
Here's Yoki Haru. Fires across. Arvidsson looked like he had a point-blank shot wide open, and somehow Quick got a piece of it. Lifted out of the zone by Zibanejad. And this one will make it for an icing.
Yeah, they are an adventure inside their own zone right now. They were, backing off. Missed assignments. Yeah, I think Arvidsson, he just shot it wide. Yeah, shot it off. He's got half the net to shoot out, if not more. He's in the left wing circle, gets a great pass over there. He just missed the net short side.
8:33 to go here in the first period. Bruins with a 2-1 lead. Face off to the right of Quick. And a whistle as they tried to drop the puck. Zibanejad wins it. Hammered around the near boards by Robertson. And that one's going to go all the way down for another icing. Bring the face-off back into Ranger territory here.
Bringing Minton out to take this face-off. It took Corrali off.
Minton against Zibanejad. Zibanejad gets a warning. Protests. Long conversation. And then Minton pulls it toward the far wall on the second effort. Locked up along that far boards. Geeky. Kicked out toward the blue line. Be steered out of there and into the Bruins zone by Borgen. Rangers get some changes on. Steve's going to whistle it right back in behind Quick. Reached out to try and stop it. Couldn't. Zusi sends it around the near wall. Miller able to hand off for Lafreniere coming through the neutral ice. Played deep into Boston territory. Goes crashing into McAvoy. Near corner, Minton. On the circle, Miller pressed up against the boards by Aspero. Steves will send it around toward the far corner. McAvoy will get to it first. Pokes it up the wall, and Geeky able to protect it and help it out of the zone. Susi trying to get it right back in. Steves the takeaway. Geeky and handle a pass over on the far side. Turns back toward his own zone. 7.5 to go here in the period. Here's Elias Lindholm across the line. Peak. Back to Lindholm. Near side corner. Trying to turn the puck back down low. Rangers will regain. Rose pass gets redirected out through center ice. Peak trying to come back ahead of Radish does. Rowe holds it in for the moment. Now it's cleared by Elias Lindholm. Gavrikov tosses one ahead. Come around behind Swayman. Lorai sent back to the near side. Peak against Radish. Radish pushes it back down low. Perreault trying to center. That one broken up, but Radish keeps it. Schneider from the left point. Radish top of the left circle. Now to Schneider again. Shot through some traffic. Swayman able to see it and make the save. No rebound. 6:45 to go first period here at TD Garden. It's the Bruins with a 2-1 lead on the Rangers here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Whether you're putting together a hockey team or Ford's award-winning lineup of SUVs, a great team starts with the right players, like the iconic Ford Bronco family, with great looks and the 4x4 capability to perform on or off the ice. And the rugged Ford Explorer, with seating for 7 and room for all your gear. Check out the full lineup of award-winning Ford SUVs at your New England Ford dealers today. Proud partner of the Boston Bruins.
TD Bank cardholders score special benefits at TD Garden, from pro shop discounts and free tours to free popcorn and more. These benefits were made for game time. Card eligibility restrictions and terms apply. Learn more at td.com/TD Garden Perks. TD Bank, Bank of the Boston Bruins and the Boston Celtics.
Good news, homeowners. Over the last 5 years, home values have increased more than 40%.
Bad news, homeowners. Some of you haven't adjusted your insurance to cover your home's increased value, which means a natural disaster could also be a financial disaster. Relax, people. Talk to an independent agent about safety insurance. They'll make sure you have the coverage you need today to ensure a happy tomorrow. Safety insurance will help you manage life storms.
Wendy's has new chicken tenders and new sauces. So whether you're a creamy ranch girly or a new Wendy's signature stand, you can dip to your heart's content. Now let's wrap this up because I gotta dip. I want to try these new tenders. For tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's.
Hit 98.5 The Sports Hub. Middays on The Sports Hub.
Fans get down here to TD Garden tomorrow to cheer on the Bruins as they take on the Pittsburgh Penguins starting at 5 p.m. Select tickets still available. Visit bostonbruins.com/tickets to grab your seat for the action. Plenty of action here in this first period. 6:45 to go. Bruins with a 2-1 lead on the Rangers. And a defensive zone faceoff coming up. Second of 3 meetings on the year between these teams. Bruins will make their only visit to Madison Square Garden coming up in late January. It's the 674th all-time regular season meeting between these two franchises. As Corrali gets it puck deep here. Quick will send it around toward the far side. Comes back in behind the net, and Gavrikov off the near wall. And the Rangers will break out. Schneider from his own blue line. Right wing pass to Cooley, directed into the Bruins zone, but right to Zadorov. Angles it off the near side, trying to get it to Jeannot at the attacking blue line, but missed, and that's a Bruins icing.
Fans, hockey season's the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless boiler that's right for your home or business, and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
Faceoff will be near circle to our left. Kastelik against Miller. And Rangers will control it. Miller sends around behind Swayman. Jeannot waiting for it along the far side wall. Lifts it through neutral ice. Bouncing puck. Horgan turns back into the corner. Kastelik went hard at him in the corner. Just missed the heavy contact. It'll be pushed back into the Bruins zone by Robertson. Gasparo to McAvoy. Up the right side, Middlestat. Gets it into the Rangers zone. Morrow going to wrap it back around that far side. Gasparo helps to keep it in. The back of the net. Middlestat against Soucy, who lost his stick. Arvidsson trying to center, but that's broken up. Pushed out through the neutral ice. Directed back toward Arvidsson. He's got Middlestat in across the line. Drop pass for Zacha. Stops at the inside of the far circle to Aspero. Kicked it onto his stick. Now it's McAvoy with a shot that goes off the back wall. And Arvidsson couldn't stop it. Near side boards, comes back out toward center. Arvidsson will get it back to Zacha just inside the Ranger line. Knocked away from Arvidsson and cleared. Glove down by Peak, and from the red line, he fires one in on goal.
That was a promising rush for the Bruins. They just were never able to get that shot away.
Gavrikov from just in front of his own net. 5 minutes even to go here in the first period. Panarin redirects it around behind Swayman. Lorai gets it from his goaltender in the far corner. Try to play it up the wall. Panarin cut it off. Gavrikov at the near side. Rolling puck through the high slot. Chased down by Panarin out near the blue line. He's got Gavrikov on to Zibanejad, but the puck got under his stick. Husnudinov will play it for Lorai from the far circle. Sends it to Pastrnak out in the neutral ice. Lobbed across the ice into the Rangers zone. Husnudinov rims it around that far side. Elias Lindholm gets it back deep. Pastrnak shielding the puck against Zibanejad. Trying to turn it out in front. Cooley winds up with it. Husnudinov put a shoulder into Gavrikov. Schneider to Zibanejad, and now on to Panarin. Pastrnak nearly had a gift right in front of the Ranger net. Gavrikov will turn back here as both teams getting some changes on. Robertson. And that puck gets redirected off and out of play as they try to get it deep. We'll take a timeout with 3:58 to go here in the first period. It's the Bruins 2 and the Rangers 1 on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, or CRV. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
Hey, it's Charlie McAvoy, and I'm proud to partner with Service Credit Union because I believe in their mission to support first responders. This season, our 73 Reasons campaign is giving back over $250,000 to protect those who protect us. Join thousands making a difference today at servicecu.org.
Having the right winter tire matters, so take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Feeding the Puck for Families is proudly presented by the Shaw's and Star Market Foundation. With every assist, the Shaw's and Star Market Foundation Nourishing Neighbors Initiative will donate funds to the Greater Boston Food Bank to end hunger here in our local communities. Up to $50,000. Learn more at 985thesportshub.com/feedthepuck.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, or CRV. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
Toucher and Hardy, mornings on the Sports Hub.
3:58 left first period. Bruins with a 2-1 lead. Marat Hustininov and Pavel Zacha with the Boston goals. Mika Zibanejad got the Rangers on the board first. Just 84 seconds into this one. Another face-off coming up outside of the Boston blue line here. Minton between Geeky and Steves. Peak paired up with Lori. Puck will come deep into Ranger territory. Quick goes behind the net. Around the far side wall. And Radish stumbles trying to get out of the zone. Then turns it over at center ice to Minton. Walks right back into the Ranger zone. Shot kicked away by Quick.
It's contagious right now.
Wonder if there's... I mean, I haven't seen Bruins falling down, but there was a basketball game here last night. Ice a little choppy this morning. Puck along the near side wall. It'll be Minton coming back toward his own zone. Deep to Lori. Steves will direct it deep. Bounces past Quick behind the net. Around the near side boards and Rowe. Rink wide pass through neutral ice. Dumped in by Lafreniere. McAvoy has it out of the near corner and steps in behind the net with 3 minutes to play in the period. Corrali sent it out to neutral ice. Cut off by Soucy. Miller got it back in. Here's Lafreniere with a shot. And the right pad saved by Swayman. Soucy, high slot, looking for a lane to shoot. Tries it, and Jeannot blocked it. Morrow on that far circle. They work it back to Soucy now with the left point. Threw one to the net. Looking for the redirect. Never made it to the net. And McAvoy will push it up ice here to Corrali. Back to McAvoy, and he dumps it around behind Quick. Into the far corner. Corrali against Morrow. Lafreniere will play it up the wall. Trocheck tosses it into some open space.
Kastelik finished hard in that corner.
Miller sends one through the slot. Swayman puts a stick on it into the far corner. Comes behind the net. Miller near side. Can't get it back to the point. Blocked by Jokiharju. Arvidsson will bring it up ice. Arvidsson across the Ranger line to the far circle and into the corner against Schneider. Arvidsson takes a tumble, but able to play it along for Middlestad, who gets tripped up going behind the net. And a penalty coming up.
It's going to go to Zibanejad. Be a hook there, a Middlestad, or a trip.
So with 1:57 to go here in the first period, Bruins will get the first power play of this game. Tripping is the call against Zibanejad. Bruins power play, fourth in the league coming into the day, 25.6% on the season. Rangers are middle of the pack on the penalty kill. Killed off 80% of their short-handed chances this year. Faceoff will be in the offensive zone here for Elias Lindholm. Off the draw, Rangers try to pull it back deep behind the net. Zacha in a battle for possession. Pastrnak involved as well, as the puck will trickle over to the far side corner, and Laba gets there first and clears a bouncer all the way down the ice. McAvoy starts out toward his own blue line, then leaves it behind to Zacha. He and Elias Lindholm come side by side through neutral ice. Elias on the right wing pass to Pastrnak. Try to get it right back to him. Sent instead into the near corner, and the Rangers will get the clear. New York will change up their penalty killers. Minute 15 to go in the period. And then McAvoy had it taken away by Miller, but that's going to be a penalty as Miller got the stick in on McAvoy's hands. McAvoy shaking that off, but the Bruins are going to get a two-man advantage out of it.
Minute 15 still remaining in the first penalty. Yeah, it looked like the Rangers were going to create this turnover. Miller just got whacked to the right hand of Charlie McAvoy.
A minute 12 to go in the period. And a huge opportunity to extend this 2-1 lead. Elias Lindholm will be out there to take the face-off here in the near circle down to our right.
Be a good time for Geeky, huh?
This would be a great time. He's standing at the high slot right now. And now Elias is going to get kicked out of the circle, so Geeky's going to come in to take the face-off, and Pastrnak will take that spot. As off of the draw, puck pushed into the corner. Zacha able to fight through some traffic. Got it to Lindholm. Now back down low it comes to Zacha. Steps in behind the net. Brings it back toward that near side corner. Up top for McAvoy. Over to the far circle for Pastrnak. Pasta got it to Geeky. Centering pass came right through the top of the crease. Zacha back to Pastrnak. Top of the right circle. Fired across looking for Geeky. Schneider got a little piece of it. McAvoy to Pastrnak. Lines. Fires. Save made. Rebound kicked on to McAvoy. 38 to go in the period. Pastrnak to Zacha. Back to Pasta. One-timer. Save made. Rebound. Scramble. They pulled it off the line. McAvoy. Geeky had a wide-open shot. That got blocked. And it'll be cleared along the far wall, but not out. 25 to go in the period. Geeky far circle. McAvoy to Pasta. Right circle. At the dot. Tried to get it across to Geeky. It's picked off and cleared by Trocheck.
Geeky had the best chance there. I think that was blocked down low. Might have been Schneider that blocked it.
6 seconds left in the period. Pastrnak trying to race end to end here across the Ranger line. Trying to throw into the net. It's blocked. Goes in behind. And that's going to do it for the first period. So there'll be 3 seconds left on the Zibanejad penalty and 49 seconds left on the power play as a whole when the second period gets underway. The Bruins head to the locker room with a 2-1 edge after 20 minutes here at TD Garden. We'll step aside, back with our first intermission coming up here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers. Well, we are back unscheduled because the Bruins have taken a 3-1 lead as they took a look after the siren had sounded to end the period. They went back and took a look at that puck that got pulled off the line. It made it across the goal line.
Yeah, Schneider pulled it off, but it had already crossed the goal line by the time he got to it. And then there was a great chance by Geeky, and it was actually an unbelievable save by Jonathan Quick, who got it with his blocker. But that came after the puck actually crossed the goal line. So they're still going to have 34 seconds remaining on a power play. It'll be 5-on-4 power play. The Rangers were all in the locker room, except for a select few.
Yeah, the Bruins, a few of them had gone up the tunnel, but a good chunk of the team stayed. 32.9 showing on the clock right now.
Zibanejad's out of the box. JT Miller's still in it. They're going to have to put time back up on the clock.
Yeah, you mentioned that save that Quick made on Geeky with the blocker. It was a phenomenal one. That ultimately won't count.
Not only does he push across to his right, but he goes out. And that takes away some of the angle.
So it's a 3-1 Bruins lead. 32.9 to go in the period.
Rangers are still getting to the bench.
Yeah. So we're ready to face it off here and finish off the second period. There's a minute 21 left on the penalty to JT Miller. So it's the 5-on-4 power play here for Boston. Steves couldn't get cleanly into the Rangers zone off the draw. It'll get ripped down ice here by Gavrikov. Middlestat turns it out of the far corner. Arvidsson will carry up ice. Rink wide pass, got redirected, but Steves has it. Left wing circle, 15 to go in the period. Comes toward the side of the net. Cooley gets a stick in there. Here's Arvidsson, in front, kicked away by Quick as Minton tried to knock that one in.
Yeah, he's looking for him back door. Quick with the right pad.
And that is going to do it for the second period. So the Bruins take a 3-1 lead into the locker room at the end of 20 minutes here at TD Garden with the late addition there. And so a 2-goal cushion at the end of one. And we now will be back with our first intermission coming up next on the 98.5.
Travel to job sites every morning wondering when your materials will arrive? Granite City Electric Supply can change that feeling and have your crews working first thing every morning. Use the GCE Night Train. Overnight delivery guaranteed by 6 a.m. to most job sites throughout New England. Or pick up at one of 27 GCE Night Train depot locations, providing convenient 24/7 access to materials for pickup on your schedule. Granite City Electric, proud partner of the Boston Bruins Radio Network.
Score a hat trick with Avidia Bank's free checking. Get your paycheck up to 2 days early. Enjoy free ATMs through the Sum and All Point networks. And never get blindsided by minimum balance requirements or monthly fees. That's a win for your wallet, hockey fans. Visit AvidiaBank.com. Avidia Bank. Honest to goodness. Member FDIC. Member DIF. NHL fans, give yourself some great looks this season and get Boston Bruins tickets at Ticketmaster. As the official ticket marketplace of the Bruins and the NHL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game, so you can catch all the action live all season long. If your plans change, you can sell or transfer your tickets, and mobile tickets make it easy to get into the arena in time for puck drop. With Ticketmaster, you'll ensure that when they shoot, you'll score. Get tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Bruins.
Hey hockey fans, it's Bob Beers. If you're ready to upgrade your outdoor living space, look no further than TimberTech Decking and Railing. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand, and it's tough enough to handle anything. It looks just like real wood, but without the costly maintenance of a wood deck. It won't rot, warp, splinter, or peel, ever. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck will last year after year after year. Connect with a local contractor or order free samples at TimberTech.com to see the TimberTech difference for yourself. TimberTech, everything wood should be.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance, plus plenty of room inside. Start your journey in a brand new vehicle. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, Passport, or CRV.
See dealer for financing details.
Mass Mutual presents an uncomfortable pregame conversation between goalie UC Saros and center Ryan O'Reilly.
Hey, Juice, what are your financial goals?
No goals.
Like, no goals for retirement?
No goals.
What about a new home?
No goals.
Good talk. See you on the ice.
No goals.
Planning and protection on and off the ice. Go to massmutual.com today.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law. At Catches, we don't just work here, we live here. We're part of the same neighborhoods, the same schools, the same New England towns that you call home. So when life hits hard and you need someone in your corner, you deserve lawyers who truly understand what's at stake. With over 40 years of experience and more than $3 billion recovered for the people of New England, we know how to win, and we know how to fight for you. Visit CatchesLaw.com today to schedule your free consultation. And remember, there's no fee unless you win.
IBEW 103 has powered Greater Boston for 125 years on the job site, in our neighborhoods, and in our stadiums. IBEW 103 and Nika Contractors, proud partners of the Red Sox, Celtics, Bruins, Patriots, and 98.5 The Sports Hub. Visit thepowerprofessionals.org to find a qualified electrical contractor for your project.
Felger and Maz, afternoons on the Sports Hub.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the 98.5, the Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub. Station.
First intermission here at TD Garden. Bruins have a 3-1 lead over the Rangers. Pavel Zacha's power play goal, his second goal of that first period, coming with just under 33 seconds left after they looked at the review. That has the Bruins up by 2. And for our first intermission today, we take you a look back at the last week in the NHL. Mika Zibanejad completing the first hat trick in Winter Classic history. Fraser Minten played hero for the Bruins in his return home to Vancouver. Anthony Duclair of the Islanders with a hat trick and 5 points against the Devils and a whole lot more. Here are your NHL plays of the week.
A minute 42 to go. Reinhart cuts in, evades the stick check. Moves to the far corner. Radish on him. Plucked out of there. Saucer pass aiming for Marchand near circle. Zibanejad to a loose puck. This time he won't miss. It's a hat trick for Mika Zibanejad in the Winter Classic.
Hauling up, point left circle, center point Radish, right circle to Kucherov. Right corner Paul, right circle Kucherov, center point Radish.
Shoot, score! Radish again! The 5th point for Nikita Kucherov. Darren Radish. 2 power play goals here today. It's 7-2.
Here come the Sharks in. Regenda shoots. Score! Hat trick for Pavel Regenda. He gets into the slot in a simple dump in. And Regenda is the lone bright spot for the Sharks in this game, picking up the 3-goal hat trick, and that makes the score the Lightning 7 and the Sharks 3.
1 minute left in OT. Heineman ahead. Barzal in, curls. Schaefer scores! Matthew Schaefer wins it in overtime over the Leafs. His second of the night, his 12th in the NHL. And the Islanders take down Toronto in a 4-3 final. The Islanders empty the bench to mob the 18-year-old. It's a Matthew Schaefer overtime winner.
Minten, near side boards. Turns away from Sherwood. Gets it across to Pasternak. High slot shot. Glove save, rebound, score! It's Fraser Minten. The hometown hero wins it 3-2 for the Bruins. His second overtime game winner this year, his second goal of the night.
Loose scramble as Deneau's able to get it back to Hudson at the blue line. Rolling puck, but he'll turn up ice. Driving towards the net. Hudson shoots, scores! Lane Hudson wins it for Montreal! And they finish the road trip with 2 points. 4-3 final.
Off the bench, it's Crosby for the game. The backhand, he scores! Nobody, and I mean nobody, does it like Sid. The overtime game winner here in Columbus, and the Penguins have stormed all the way back.
Levshinoff leaving it there in the high slot. Mikheyev, he'll carry over to the left wing circle. Mikheyev cuts behind the net, around to the right circle, wide open, put it there, Bertuzzi! He shoots, he scores! That trick for Tyler Bertuzzi! Hawks win in overtime, 3-2! It's raining hats here at the United Center! Bertuzzi with a second hat trick of the year, scores all 3 Hawks goals here tonight.
In the Washington zone, and a puck for Justin Sordoff. I mean, these guys are flying right now. Back to center, here he comes again. Sordoff coming right up the middle, across the Anaheim line, dropped off to Van Riemsdyk, center to McMichael, on across, they score, and it's a hat trick. Justin Sordoff, 3 goals for number 34. Oh, baby, it's 4-1. Washington, have a day, Justin Sordoff.
Nelson wins it again. At the center point, Cale Makar.
Shoots! Save made, the rebound! Nelson got it knocked away from him by Vasilevsky. And the puck played by Kucherov. Trying to clear it up the middle, Radish. Turns it out to center ice, Hagel with the open net. Right wing Cirelli across the blue line, shoots! Score! Cirelli! Dagger! 4-2 Lightning with 1:25 left to go. McDavid off the right wing into the corner to Nugent Hopkins to McDavid. Scores! Hat-trick goal! Edmonton up 6-2. Connor McDavid is on fire. Hats rain down on the ice here at Rogers Place as Connor McDavid. It's
the hat-trick marker on a nice setup by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
Trying to reset up top. Held onside, Aspero forced off the puck. Berkeley Catton, delayed penalty coming to Boston. Catton fires, scores! There it is! Berkeley Catton, his first goal in the National Hockey League from the right side. Fires it in by Slavin. Seattle leads 2-1.
Redirects through the slot. Gathered by D'Angelo, right circle, drags, leaves it. Duclair across, Barzell catches left circle. Barzell, Duclair, scores! Anthony Duclair delivers a hat trick. His third of the night. The hats come raining down from UBS Arena. It's a Duclair hat trick and a 4-0 Islanders lead.
A heck of a night for Anthony Duclair and the Islanders against the Devils this week as part of our NHL Plays of the Week. Bruins with a 3-1 lead over the Rangers after one. We'll check the other action around the NHL next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Ski season is here. Before you hit the slopes, don't forget to stop by Country Ski and Sport and get the equipment and service you need to make the most out of this winter. Bring your skis in to take advantage of our $79.95 tune-up special to get your skis waxed and sharpened. Stop by one of our stores in Quincy, Hanson, or Westwood, or shop online at countryski.com.
Shop, dine, and enjoy this winter at Patriot Place. Hit the ice at Winter Skate, shop your favorite gear, and fuel up like a champ. Download the Advantage app and plan your visit to Patriot Place today.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor, call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Busy Dog Basement Technologies is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Scott Zolak talks with Boston basketball champion and Boston dental patient Derek White.
One time, Dr. Maliki, we were talking, and he told me about his first startup. I think it's called Floss Time, where they bring their team in, provide dental services at the workplace, because it's hard to go to the dentist, and like everybody is super busy. Does your family go to Boston Dental as well?
Yeah, my wife's she enjoys the care there, and definitely been a great to have a family-like atmosphere in our dentist.
Boston Dental, for a championship smile, go see them in the Seaport for high-end sports-focused dentistry. To make your appointment, visit bostondental.com.
This is 2026. No more messing around. It's the first day of the rest of your life. Today, you are switching to Astound, shifting your Wi-Fi and life into a new gear. Reliable, affordable connection, so you can browse, watch, and play like you've always wanted. Because slow Wi-Fi is so last year. Under budget, full speed ahead. That's Astound. Wi-Fi starting at $19.95 per month. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
The Duncan Women's Beanpot Championship returns to TD Garden for its third straight year. Don't miss the chance to see women's collegiate hockey take center ice on January 20th. Tickets available now on Ticketmaster.com.
The Pats play on the Sports Hub.
One period in the books here at TD Garden. It's the Bruins with a 3-1 lead over the Rangers. All of the other action around the NHL is later today. A 3:30 face-off in Pittsburgh, where the Penguins will host the Flames. Pittsburgh has won 6 in a row entering that one. They will be here at TD Garden to take on the Bruins tomorrow. Blue Jackets at the Avalanche. That's a 4 o'clock face-off. Avs lost 2 in a row earlier this week, then came back and beat Ottawa on Thursday 8-2. The Dallas Stars visit San Jose Sharks this afternoon at 4 o'clock. The late games tonight, or the night games, I should say, tonight. 7 o'clock face-off in Buffalo with the Sabres hosting the Ducks. Buffalo has won 12 of their last 13. The Ducks winless in their last 8. Vancouver visits Toronto tonight, where the Maple Leafs have won 6 of their last 8 and have points in all 8 of those games. Red Wings at Montreal for a 7 o'clock face-off tonight. Ottawa Senators trying to snap a 3-game losing streak as they host the Florida Panthers at 7 o'clock tonight. Tampa Bay Lightning riding an 8-game winning streak as they visit Philadelphia this evening. The Kraken at the Hurricanes, and Seattle has gone undefeated in regulation in their last 10 heading into that game. An 8 o'clock face-off in Nashville tonight where the Blackhawks are in town. Connor Bedard returned from injury last night. Hawks still lost to Washington 5-1 in that one. Islanders at Minnesota tonight at 8 o'clock. And the late starts at 10 p.m. The Oilers hosting the Kings, and the Blues visit the Vegas Golden Knights. It's the Bruins with a 3-1 lead on the Rangers after one. We'll have the second period coming up next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Hi, it's Jason Todd from Blue Sky Restoration. All hockey season, Blue Sky is restoring historic garden moments on the ice. Tune in to the Bruins Radio Network every home game to hear this date in history, restored by Blue Sky. And remember, if you have a property disaster, visit goblusky.com. Restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow.
Sports don't get any tougher than hockey, and trucks don't get any tougher than Ford F-Series, F-150, and Super Duty. The trucks that move mountains also move parade floats and snowmobiles. With that versatility, it's no wonder Ford F-Series is the #1 selling pickup for 48 years straight. Visit buyfordnow.com for great offers. Your New England Ford dealers, a proud partner of your Boston Bruins. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
98.5 The Sports Hub and the Bruins Radio Network welcome the following new partners. Your New England Chevy dealers and the Chevy Silverado. TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. Blue Sky Restoration. Tune in to hear this date in history being restored by Blue Sky all season long. And remember, if you have a property disaster, visit goblusky.com. And your Boston area Lexus dealers. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer today. From the home of the Bruins, thank you for joining our winning team.
Having the right winter tire matters. So take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hockey season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
The Bruins play on the Sports Hub.
Bruins with a 3-1 lead over the Rangers at the end of one period, joined by Pavel Zacha downstairs. That's a nice little bonus, Bob, to get one after it looked like the period was over.
Yeah, no, I think there was some good plays on the power play at 5-on-3, and I'm happy that I got the bounce that Lindy kind of kicked it to me to that side, and I was there. But yeah, sometimes you need a little bit of luck to go behind the goal line there.
So when the power play is working, as you guys get one there late in the period, what's the biggest key?
Yeah, I think it's just being going to the net. We had a couple shots there. I think we moved around a little bit and just go into the next period. Feeling good, making some plays, and being kind of breaking out in the neutral zone. Have a little counter attack, which we did this period, and just keep going.
Thanks to Pavel Zacha for his thoughts. Couple of goals from him in that first period. And he's brought to you by TD Bank. TD cardholders score special benefits at TD Garden, from pro shop discounts and free tours to free popcorn and more. Learn more at the TD Garden website. TD Bank, bank of the Boston Celtics and Bruins. Bruins have some more power play time opening up this second period, about 45 seconds worth as they get it right back into the attack zone. Here's McAvoy to Zacha. Down low to Pastrnak, sends one into the crease, and it's covered there by Quick.
Take a look now. Middlestat on this power play unit. No Geeky. They're one short on the bench over there. So.
Yeah, Geeky did not come out of the locker room to start the second period. We'll keep our eye on that. Zaka wins it to McAvoy. Here's Pasternak again along the left wing boards. Pass toward the near corner, jumped up and got a piece of Gavrikov. Zaka out at the blue line, able to keep in, but now swept out. 20 seconds to go on the power play. Bruins moving from right to left here in the second period with a 3-1 lead. Pasternak standing near the red line. Pass to Elias Lindholm coming forward. Plays it down the right wing boards. Gavrikov trying to separate him from the puck. Zaka will wrap it around near side. Pasternak out of the left wing corner. Throws it in front off of Gavrikov. Middlestat tracks it far circle to McAvoy. Steps to his right. Power play comes to an end with Miller coming out of the box. Around the near side, Pasternak. Try to play it back to the front. Blocked by Schneider. Lifted out of the zone by Zibanejad. Zadorov back inside his own zone and pass to Corrali, who brings it back inside his own blue line. Minute 10 into this second period. It gets kicked back into the Boston zone off of Trocheck. Up the near side, Corrali directs it ahead, but stopped by Borgen. And Aaron got it into the Boston zone, but Zadorov plays it right back out. Kastelik near the red line against Borgen. Now Janot on the left wing side gets run to the wall. Puck brought behind the net and around to the far side by Panarin. Out into neutral ice. Right side gets Radish in across the line. Sends it back over to Robertson for a drive, and the glove saved by Swayman.
Yeah, that's routine there. I mean, good look at it. Sticks to the glove, for Swayman. No rebound. Geeky, we just said, did not come back out to start this period. He had that great opportunity after the puck had crossed the line.
Right, as it turned out, yeah.
He was out there for that 5-on-3.
Yeah, that goal, Pavel Zaka from Elias Lindholm and David Pasternak. We are being told that Geeky has left the game to attend to a family matter. Well, hopefully nothing too serious as the Rangers gain possession here inside the Bruins zone and then give away out in the neutral ice. Here's Arvidsson on a 2-on-1. Arvidsson trying to get around the sliding Trocheck. Ended up separating him from the puck. On the near side board, Steve's got knocked down. Got it to Arvidsson. Minton coming in front, scores! Fraser Minton able to fire that home from between the circles, and the Bruins make it 4-1.
It's been bad and worse here for the Rangers. I mean, Bruins have a clear-cut 2-on-1, and it's a forward that's back. And then Bruins stay on this. That's Trocheck sliding to take that puck away from Arvidsson. And then they turn it over, trying to go up the boards. The Bruins quick on it. Arvidsson tries to throw it in front. It's going to bank off the side of the net and then come back out in front. And Minton just sneaks his way right in between the hash marks to pick up a loose puck.
9th of the season for Minton. Of course, had 2 goals in the game in Vancouver. One of 2 multiple-point games on that trip for him, as Carrick will bring into the Boston zone and a centering pass, and that's broken up in front of the net by Peak. Arvidsson will carry back ahead here for the Bruins. Lohrei at the far side circle in traffic, but comes free toward the slot. Kicked onto the stick of Soucy. Carrick will play back into the Boston zone. Rempe bearing down on Peak as they go into the near corner. Middlestat turns back up ice. He's got Arvidsson coming through center. Chips it in and heads for a change. 3 minutes into this second period, Bruins with a 4-1 lead. Schneider's pass tracked down by Gavrikov over by the Bruins bench. McAvoy able to poke one free inside the Boston line, and he'll bring back behind Swayman. Near side, Pasternak tried to backhand it ahead. That was blocked. Schneider sends a backhander toward the net. Swayman makes the stick save and then covers up as Aspero gets into a wrestling match in front of the net with Radish.
Yeah, and you wonder, the Rangers, you're down 4-1. You've looked ugly doing it. Well, left your goaltender out, hung out to dry a few of them, but do they have that game changer? Can they, can you do something to try to change this thing around? You mentioned Rempe earlier. He's not able to drop the gloves just yet. A big hit here or something, because it just has not been there. JT Miller's tried a little bit, but it's been so. The Bruins just had a 2-on-1, and the only guy back was
Trocheck. Yeah.
The defense for the Rangers good. Falling down and giving pucks away.
Off this face-off, it'll come to Jokiharju, and around the far side, boards and out. Here's Husnudinov skating onto it on the right wing side against Gavrikov. Gets it back to Pastrnak, one-timer, saved by Quick. Rebound batted toward the far corner. Pasta gets it back to the front of the net, and it comes out toward the blue line. It'll be grabbed and brought out of the zone by Panarin. Cross-ice pass missed. Jokiharju throws it back up ice, but Schneider will send right back to Zibanejad. In across the Boston line. Panarin able to stick handle toward the far side circle. Centering pass. Zibanejad takes it into the far corner. Around the near side, it'll come to Schneider. 4 minutes into the period. Crossing pass. Elias Lindholm gets a stick on that. Husnudinov will bring out toward the red line. Pass to the left side for Pastrnak. Kicks it into the zone, but Rangers regain. Getting some changes on. New York is as well. Schneider from his own blue line. Now Borgen. Looking for somewhere to deal it up ice.
1-2-2. It's force the Rangers to come that 200 feet, right? Force the dump in. Get going back the other way as soon as they do it.
Force the turnover here, and deep it goes for Jeannot in the far corner against Borgen. Corrali comes over to get involved on that play as well as the puck squirts out toward the blue line. McAvoy had his effort blocked. Here's a clear, and Trocheck's got a midi breakaway, moving in, and gets taken down and goes hard into the wall in the corner. They're going to call a penalty and a penalty shot.
I thought Aspro made a good play there coming back. Him and McAvoy are coming back into the play, and they're chasing him down. I don't even see the penalty.
He lifted a stick.
Oh, McAvoy got the toe of his stick on the top hand.
Wow.
Wasn't much, but he got it on the top hand.
All right, so a penalty shot attempt here for Vincent Trocheck against Jeremy Swayman. Trocheck will pick up the puck at center ice, moving from left to right. He winds his way slowly into the right wing circle. A right-handed shot coming between the circles, and the save made with a blocker by Swayman.
The two will be Olympic teammates in another month.
Yeah.
That Trocheck came all the way in from this right side. Right-hand shot, really slowly coming in. Swayman he didn't really give anything there. Trocheck tried to go low to the blocker.
That comes with 15:06 to go here in the second period. Bruins still up 4-1. So no harm, no foul on that one. And teams remain at full strength. Face off to Swayman's left here, and Minton wins that cleanly. From the corner, Lohrei behind the net to Pete. Pastrnak gets it back to Lohrei, breaking out. Across the red line, now across the Ranger blue. Down the near circle, tried to center. It was blocked by Morrow, who looks like he's trying to shake that one off. Loose puck comes back out towards center ice. Minton moves it to Steves. Takes a hit from Lava, but gets it deep. Around the far side wall. Minton goes into the corner and steps in behind the net. Back behind for Steves. Trying to force it out in front. It comes to Pastrnak. Centering pass off of Steves in traffic, and the Rangers will bring it away. With Perreault carrying toward the Boston line. Swapped off his stick by Lohrei, who turns it back up ice. Steves got stood up in the neutral zone by Morrow. Arvidsson gets in after a puck behind the net against Borgen, who goes down. Arvidsson pulls the puck to the far corner. Centering pass for Zacha. Had a chance at his third, but that one slipped off the end of his stick. McAvoy will dump back in from the red line. Middlestat in the near corner. Now Zaka at the back of the net. Zaka centering pass and a chance in tight for Arvidsson. Arvidsson's got it again along that right wing circle to Middlestat. Brings it back to Arvidsson off the wall. Backhanded corner for Middlestat. And a pass back toward McAvoy, a little bit behind him, and Charlie had to reach back for it. Lost it out of the zone, throws it back in on a delayed offside. Bruins will change up. Rangers will clear the zone, and Rempe into the Bruins zone. Gets shoved to the wall by Zadorov and knocked him off of the puck. And back comes Boston with Lindholm sending over to the right side for Hustadinov. Down to the end boards. Hustadinov gets it back in front. Pasternak. Hustadinov scores! His second of the game. And the Bruins make it 5-1.
Starts in the Bruins Z zone. Zadorov lays the hit on Rempe, separates him from the puck, starts the breakout the other way. And the Bruins just too many open men, right? I mean, you got guys standing all alone. Just good hustle, win a battle down low. Hustadinov tries to drop this puck off for Pasternak. Pasternak says, nope, here, give it back. Little give and go, in tight. Chips it into basically an empty net.
That's going to be the third assist of the day for Pasta. Hustadinov with a pair of goals, 7 on the season. And with 13:15 to go here in the second period, Bruins have a 4-goal lead.
A big turn of events, right? You get the penalty shot. Opportunity to get this game to within 2. Unsuccessful on the penalty shot. Swayman, by the way, in shootouts this year, he stopped 12 of 13.
Yeah. We had that.
He made that one look easy.
He had that long shootout against Vancouver. It was here at home. As Jeannot rings one off the post. Here's Zadorov centering. Castellic got it across. Jeannot a second chance. And that one kicked away by Quick. Bruins looking to pour it on here in the second period as Zibanejad gets it deep into Boston territory.
They've had 2 posts. Geeky had one in the first period. That one was crossbar post, iron.
Puck is behind the net here with Zadorov. Borai up the left side. Steves lets Pasta take it, and he'll send a floater in toward Quick, and he's going to cover that one up as it bounces into his crease. That'll be a face-off inside the Rangers zone when we come back. 12:08 to play here in the second period. And it's the Bruins with a 5-1 lead here on the 98.5, the Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Have you tried the good stuff yet? I'm talking about Good Stuff Smokehouse, New England's #1 authentic barbecue. This destination barbecue is going to keep you coming back again and again, from fall off the bone ribs, perfectly smoked burn ends, and all the fixings. You got to try the good stuff. Head to goodstuffsmokehouse.com to see the full menu.
Scott Zolak talks with Boston basketball champion and Boston Dental patient Derek White.
I know you advocate so much for Boston Dental. You recommended them to a few of your teammates who actually use their services now, and I use the one in the Seaport.
Yeah, recommend it to a couple of my friends, and first they see the work that I've gotten done and how it turned out, and now they want to go in a great location and nice office and everything, so people have really enjoyed their experiences.
Boston Dental. For a championship smile, go see them in the Seaport for high-end sports-focused dentistry. To make your appointment, visit bostondental.com.
St. Anne's Credit Union is giving you something extra, and it's the perfect time to take advantage. Depending on the amount of your new account or loan with them, you'll receive a free gift or a cash bonus as their way of saying thank you. It's easy, it's convenient, and you can get started in just minutes. Visitstanans.com/free-gift for full details and to open your account today. NMLS number 525435, insured by NCUA, member MSIC.
Coleman.
It's electric.
When you need an electrician, call Coleman Electric. From Boston to Bow, New Hampshire, south to Sandwich, west to Worcester, Coleman Electric has an office around your corner and up your block. Remember, it's not Coleman, it's Coleman. Kuhlman.
It's electric.
The Revolution play on the Sports Hub.
Bruins up 5-1. 2 goals here in the second period. Minton from Arvidsson and Steves at 2:12. Husnudinov from Pasternak and Lindholm at 6:41. With all those feeds, the Shaws and Star Market Foundation donates another $400 to the Greater Boston Food Bank to help fight food insecurity. Learn more about Feeding the Puck for families at 985thesportshub.com/feedthepuck. Face off in the offensive zone here for the Bruins with 12:08 to go in this second period. And off the draw, Minton fighting to get it back to the point, taken away by Trocheck, and out of the zone he comes. Boston coming through neutral ice, and Pasternak will get it back deep. Morgan from the near corner sends it up the wall, and now batted across ice by Miller. Carried into the Boston zone. Robertson trying to find a lane to the net, won't. Lafreniere spins it back in behind the net.
Minton helped out McAvoy that time.
Here's Miller trying to throw it in front, and Minton blocked that. Steves pushes out into the neutral ice and sends it softly ahead. Trocheck with a pass that gets redirected into Boston territory by Lafreniere. Aspero around the far side to Arvidsson. Back to McAvoy in the corner. Up the far wall and a bouncing puck. Gavrikov just a step ahead of Middlestep. Schneider back toward Gavrikov over by the Ranger bench. Hacked at by Arvidsson. Gavrikov will drop it back toward his own blue line. Zacha nearly took away from Panarin. Schneider back to Gavrikov on that far side. Yep. Pass did not connect. Face-off will come back to the Ranger zone.
That's when they're doing it correctly, the 1-2-2 in the neutral zone, that's what they're getting. You're not allowing either the forward or D to get to the red line. They're close, but don't allow them to get to the red line. They tried to make a pass and actually hop over a stick there, but force that dump in if you can.
Puck comes toward Quick after the off of the face-off. Push that off toward the corner. Around the far side. Rangers will break out, moving from left to right. Gavrikov swats it ahead. Cut off inside the Bruins zone by Zadorov. Elias Lindholm to Pasternak on that far side. Lifted up through the neutral zone and into the attack zone. Schneider gets it right back out of there. Jokiharju will pivot back inside the Bruins end. Pasternak to Zadorov jumping up. Across the Ranger line. Throws one toward the outside of the net. Caught the outside of the post, it sounded like. Elias Lindholm against Zibanejad on the end boards. Rangers will come out. Where the pass angled off the near side wall to Panarin. His pass across near the blue line picked off by Husnudinov, who's back up the right side. Husnudinov, top of the right circle. To Pasternak, high slot. Looking for Husnudinov, and that one hit a skate.
Right, that was a 3 against 4. The Rangers had 4 guys back, but they're way back.
Here's Lohrei, a steal at the blue line. Walks it to the high slot, and a shot tipped off of Quick and up out of play.
Can't believe how much room there is to make plays for the Bruins today.
Has been all day.
Yes.
9:51 to go here in the second period, just past the midway point, and it's the Bruins with a 5-1 lead on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, or CR-V. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
When it's really cold, you'll feel it in your bones. And your house will feel it in its pipes. Of course, if your pipes burst, you're going to feel it in your wallet, too. That's why Safety Insurance offers discounts to Massachusetts and New Hampshire homeowners if you have water leak devices or freeze detection systems. It's smart to think safety first. Ask an independent agent about Safety Insurance. We'll help you manage life storms.
The Shaws and Star Market Foundation has teamed up with Andrew Peak for Feeding the Puck for Families. Every time he or one of his teammates feeds the puck to help score a goal, the Shaws and Star Market Foundation Nourishing Neighbors Initiative donate to end hunger in our communities. Since it began, Nourishing Neighbors has raised more than $250 million nationwide, ensuring neighbors have the nutrition they need to thrive. Here with each assist, the foundation will donate $100 to the Greater Boston Food Bank, up to $50,000 to help end hunger. Learn more at 985thesportshub.com/feedthepuck. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, or CR-V. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
The Celtics play on the Sports Hub.
Catch every thrilling moment at TD Garden this season. Individual tickets for the remainder of the 2025-26 season on sale now. From intense division matchups to legendary Original Six showdowns, don't miss the action. Visit bostonbruins.com/tickets to secure your seats today. 9:51 left, second period. Bruins with a 5-1 lead here over the Rangers. Face off in the offensive zone. New York will control. Around the near sideboards, it's Lafreniere. Skating up the right wing side, gains the Boston line, comes down the hash marks to the corner. Runs into Lori. Battle for possession. Hooked free by Janot. Corrali gives it back to Peak. Off the far wall and out. Kastelik near the red line. Knocked away from him by Trocheck. Miller will give back to Schneider, and from the red line, he sends it around Swim. Peak in the far side circle wins a battle. Kastelik along the far wall. Poked it to the blue line, but not out. Peak blocked a shot attempt. Goes in behind the net to retrieve the puck as the Rangers go for a change. A rally from the red line will dump in. Soucy around to Morrow. Up the right side. Radish having to fight off the linesman in the neutral ice. Now Laba will play around behind Swayman, who came out, couldn't stop it. In the far corner, Zacha and McAvoy both there for the Bruins. It'll be Zacha to come away with the puck. Throws a long one up ice, trying to get Arvidsson a break. And nearly misplayed by Quick. He almost handed it right to Arvidsson. And then Arvidsson got decked in the far corner, a little slow in getting up. Middlestat to Zacha, top of the left circle. Scores! There's the hat trick for Pavel Zacha as he makes it 6-1. First of his career.
Yeah, hard to describe the body language right now for the Rangers. I mean, just they failed to get that puck out. It got it out to the blue line, but not out. Arvidsson, who was still picking himself up off the ice and behind the goal line. Eventually, this puck is going to come to Zacha. It's Middlestat who kept it in, and Zacha just rips this puck high blocker side on Jonathan Quick. People just realizing now the hat trick.
Well, the second goal of the hat trick was during the intermission. Half the crowd was at the concession stands by then. So, yeah, it's just kind of filtering down. Once the first hat hit the ice, more of them followed. I think it had been 7 games since Zacha had scored a goal. Great to see him break through here today with 3. And we still have 8:34 to go here in the second period.
Rangers made a goalie change. I was wondering if they'd do it after the 5th goal, but they just made a goalie change.
Jonathan Quick, not a lot of help today. Stops 14 out of 20 before he departs. And Spencer Martin will come on to make his Rangers debut. Last seen in the NHL with Carolina last year. He had actually spent part of the season this year playing over in the KHL overseas. Signed on as a free agent with the Rangers back in November, and with the injury to Shesterkin, pressed into backup duty, and now takes over for most of the second half of this game. The ice crew has cleaned up the hats. Found a good one for Pavel Zacha to add to the collection. So 3 goals on the day, now 13 on the season for Zacha. That is 1 shy of his total from 82 games last year. And we're going to fight off of the faceoff here as Carrick's going to try and wake his team up against Kastelik. They're trading right hands right at center ice. Oh, and Kastelik lands one on the button and drops him.
He threw one extra one, too. That got a couple people's attention down there.
Kastelik hanging on the crowd.
I've never seen Kastelik.
this has had a little bit of everything. Bruins coming over and giving Kastelik some high fives while he's in the penalty box. Now he's going to pop out and head back over toward the bench and up the tunnel.
They might give him an extra penalty for that last punch. After he dropped Carrick was down and kind of covering up, and he threw one last punch to the top of his head. I would doubt maybe an extra penalty there for him. Hopefully not injury related.
So that comes with 8:31 to go here in the second. No announcement about any extra penalty. But it will be 5-on-5 here.
Jeannot and Rempe are lined up against one another here. Zadorov is also barking at him.
And off of this face-off, Jeannot able to sweep it back into Bruins territory. Zadorov going back, Rempe bearing down on him. I think he got up a little high with that hit. Although tough to not be high when you're 6'9". He'll rim it around the far side. Kept into the blue line. Peak goes into the corner. Shoved by Rempe. Around the near side, Jeannot to Zadorov. Pass ahead to the blue line for Steves. And he turns up ice. Zadorov and Rempe having words behind the play here. Again, Rempe, from what we hear, not cleared to drop the gloves.
If I'm Zadorov, why am I fighting it?
Right.
Up 6-1.
Carrick had his opportunity,
yeah, and he took it. I mean, they determined that before the drop of the puck. I get that, but okay, that's enough.
Puck goes off the glass and into the seats here. The faceoff will come back inside the Bruins
They're
zone.
still barking at one another. Rempe looked like he was ready, though.
With the injury, Rempe's playing in his 21st game. He's only got 7 penalty minutes this season. Zadorov with the league lead in that department. 113 coming into the day. So off the face-off, puck pulled toward the corner, but we get a whistle, and they're going to have to do it again. Still 7:40 remaining here in the second period. So they've given, Kastelik did get a 10-minute misconduct. Was the reason for him going back to the locker room. So fighting majors between he and Carrick, and then the misconduct ends his period.
Yeah, I'm assuming it was the punch at the end.
Yep. Puck gets directed deep here into the Rangers zone. Gavrikov in the far corner. Sends behind the net to Schneider. Collision near side corner. Schneider was hit by Husnudinov. Puck out in the neutral ice. McAvoy and Aspero able to hold off Zibanejad. Far side, Husnudinov from Lindholm. Gets it back to him across the line. Pasternak left circle, a drive. And Spencer Martin makes that save and covers it up.
I mean, even that rush right there. The D are all the way back at the dots. There's no gap at all between the forwards and the D right now for the Rangers. It's the easiest entry we've seen all season.
Well, that puck was just sitting inside the blue line, and Lindholm just able to walk right onto it. Face off in the near circle.
Everybody has these rough games. As a team, they're having a rough one today.
Well, we talked earlier about, what happened the first time these teams played this year. The Bruins had one of those days. The Rangers are having one here today. They're going to get a little help here. As that puck gets batted out of play.
Yeah, it's going to be a
off
penalty
Mason Lohrei.
Lohrei.
Or is it? No, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so Lohrei will get a delay of game penalty here for knocking that puck over the glass.
Only the first time shorthanded today. They did give up the penalty shot.
Right.
But
the Rangers power play, which is 6 for 13 over their last 5 games, ranked 12th in the league in that department for the season. Gets their first opportunity here with 6:55 to go in the second. Bruins with a 6-1 lead. Face off inside the Bruins zone, and it's controlled by the Rangers. Pushed into the corner for Trocheck. Around the near side circle, Zibanejad will rip it back around to that far side. Panarin waiting at the hash marks. They get it back to the point to Gavrikov. Now to Zibanejad, who hits the post. Far circle. Elias Lindholm couldn't settle a bouncing puck. Comes back around to Zibanejad, and back deep it goes. Panarin again waiting for it to that far side circle. Off the end wall. Poked free by McAvoy. Can't get it cleared. Zibanejad.
Zadorov misread that. Tried to make a pass to Corrali.
Top of the far circle. They go down low. Centering pass, and Miller one times it on Swayman, who makes the save and no rebound.
They had one shot hit the post. The Rangers really working from one side to the other. They get you chasing on one side, working all the way back over to the other side. Zadorov had full possession of it. He could have iced it. He tried to make a pass to Corrali.
Faceoff will be to the left of Jeremy Swayman. 1:21 to go on the Lohrei penalty. 6:16 remaining in the period. Minton against Trocheck on this faceoff. Trocheck wins it. Gavrikov sends it over to the top of the far circle. Gets it right back now, center of the blue line. Zibanejad top of the right circle. Down low to Miller, trying to get it in front. Blocked by Aspero. Race to it in the corner. Zibanejad able to play it back to Gavrikov. Top of the circle. Trocheck. Zibanejad to Miller in front, scores. Miller got that puck with his back to the net, able to pull it in front and get it around Swayman. A power play goal, cuts it back to a 6-2 game.
Yeah, nice, quick. He knows exactly what he wants to do with this puck before it comes to him. And as it's coming to him, he's already spinning, going towards the net. And he's able to get this puck. It's a left shot. He's off to the left of Swayman. Comes all the way across the crease to push this puck in past the right pad of Swayman as Peak was getting there.
JT Miller returned to action after missing 7 straight on Thursday night. Got an assist in that game. Gets his 11th goal of the season here. His 4th that has come on the power play. So Bruins lead is now 6-2. 5:56 to go in this second period. And a false start on the face-off to resume things. Second try, and Bruins will control it. Lohrei to Peak, up the right side to Arvidsson. Tipped up into the Rangers zone, but they're going to say Middlestat was offside. We will take a timeout here with 5:48 remaining in the second period. It's the Bruins 6 and the Rangers 2 on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V. It's your local Honda dealer.
Sports don't get any tougher than hockey, and trucks don't get any tougher than Ford F-Series, F-150, and Super Duty. The trucks that move mountains also move parade floats and snowmobiles. With that versatility, it's no wonder Ford F-Series is the #1 selling pickup for 48 years straight. Visit buyfordnow.com for great offers. Your New England Ford dealers, a proud partner of your Boston Bruins. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Wendy's has new chicken tenders and new sauces. So whether you're a creamy ranch girly or a new Wendy's signature stand, you can dip to your heart's content. Now let's wrap this up because I gotta dip. I want to try these new tenders. For tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's.
Do you want to skate where the pros skate? Warrior Ice Arena is the official practice facility of your Boston Bruins. Our state-of-the-art facility offers a variety of skating and hockey programs for all ages and skill levels. Plus, public skating, hockey, and freestyle. It's the perfect place to host your next corporate event or birthday party. And yes, Bruins practices are free and open to the public. Visit us today or check out warrioricearena.com to learn more. Warrior Ice Arena. Skate where the pros skate.
TD Bank's here for an assist with a special checking and savings account offer for new customers. Perfect for fans of the Bruins. Learn more at td.com/garden offer or stop by any TD Bank location in New England. Terms and eligibility apply. TD Bank, Bank of the Boston Bruins.
This is Boston's home for sports.
Pavel Zacha's hat trick goal here in the second period is today's electric play delivered by Granite City Electric's GCE Night Train. Electrical contractors, get on board the GCE Night Train. Order your materials to be delivered overnight to the job site the following morning and save time and money. Go to GCEnighttrain.com to order. Bruins leading 6-2 here with 5:45 to go in the second period. Puck comes in deep the Rangers zone. Spencer Martin on in relief of Jonathan Quick. Played it away from his net. Rangers moving it through neutral ice. Radish will dump it in. Pete goes into the near corner, gets it to Lohrei, fired off the near wall out toward the blue line. They can't get it out. Radish near the top of the circle in a stick battle with Zacha. Now Middlestat will come in and win that puck, but Radish stays with him, and the Rangers keep it in. Morrow walks it toward the near side, gives to Borgen, back through the slot. Pete gets a stick in on that. Middlestat will clear to center ice. Borgen gets it back toward Laba and in across the line, but a whistle for an offside here against New York.
And score a hat trick with Avidia Bank's free checking. Get your paycheck up to 2 days early. Enjoy free ATMs through the Sum and All Point networks and no minimum balance or monthly fees. Visit AvidiaBank.com for details. Avidia Bank, honest to goodness. Member FDIC, member DIF.
Faceoff will be just outside the Boston line. Faceoff number 40 of the day. Pulled back inside the line. Pastrnak gave it up, got it right back. And knocked back toward McAvoy. Usnadinov to Aspero. He'll get to the red line and dump it in. Around the far side boards. Poked off the wall. Zibanejad. Morrow coming out through neutral ice. All the way to the Boston line. To the left wing circle. A centering pass got through Zibanejad. Came to Cooley, whose shot got forced wide. And then he tried to go short side as it came back out in front. Soucy. Near side on the blue line. Trying to get it to Cooley. One off the puck. And Boston comes the other way with Pastrnak up the left side. Stops at the top of the circle. Throws it across the ice. McAvoy scores! Add the extra point. It's 7-2.
Pastrnak was all alone. 1 against 3. He's waiting for help. Usadinov's the second to join the rush. And McAvoy's the third to join the rush on the far side. Pastrnak waits, feathers this puck over. It gets by everybody. See who that was on the back check there for. It's Panarin. Puck just slips right by him. He got a piece of it, but right over to McAvoy. Pastrnak get his 4th point in the night, the afternoon, I should say.
Yeah, he's assisted on the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and now 7th goals. As Pasta for McAvoy, just his 2nd goal of the season to go along with an assist earlier today. 7-2. Still 24 minutes to play. Puck gets dumped in here around Swayman. He'll send it around the far side. Jokiharju got driven to the wall by Miller. Bruins break out with Steves. Corrali back to Steves on the right wing side. Knocked off his stick. It'll come around deep. Jeannot blocked it. Didn't know where it was. Rangers come ahead. Lafreniere dumps it in from the red line. Bounces off the stanchion and in behind the net. Jokiharju will bring it back around to the near side. Rangers are changing. Pass up the right side. Off the boards to Jeannot. Couldn't get it deep. Laba brings it toward the right wing side and dumps it in. Jokiharju behind the net for Zadorov. His pass hit a skate. Perreault coming in front of the net. Zadorov recovered, knocked him down. Radish plays it to Perreault, who gets knocked down along the end boards by Zadorov. Near side wall. Laba shoved against the boards by Jeannot. Jokiharju trying to send it behind the net, picked off by Perreault. Send it back out toward that far circle. And a chance by Robertson. Stick save made by Swayman. Zadorov will get a clear. Bouncing puck settled by Zibanejad back at his own blue line.
Shift for this group.
Zibanejad back across the Boston line. Shot right into the glove of Swayman. And he will hang on and get the whistle.
Jokiharju and Zadorov were exhausted.
Face off inside the Bruins zone with 2:43 to go here in the second period.
Carrick coming out of the box after serving his major.
Yeah, you got the fighting major against Kastelik earlier in the period. Kastelik in the locker room because of misconduct as part of that fight. So we won't see him until into the third. Middlestat, near side circle, and knocked back behind the net. Cooley centering pass. McAvoy was there. Arvidsson will bring it up the right wing side here. Arvidsson to the far circle. Zibanejad back checking, forced to turnover. Cooley will get it back into Boston territory. Aspero and McAvoy retreat back behind the net. Aspero's pass to Middlestat out near the blue line. Gives it to McAvoy. Drags it out towards center ice. Plays it in and goes for a change. Gavrikov in the far corner against Zacha. Zacha's got a hat trick today. Morgan will throw one in towards Swayman from the blue line. Jeremy just hands it off near the side of the net for Laura. Up the left wing side, Middlestat wrestled away from it by Borgen. They're going to turn that into a Bruins icing.
Now, Laurie has the reverse if he wants to use it there. Nobody over on that far side. I think Borgen made much of a play at the puck either.
No. Pastrnak 4 assists today. Zacha 3 goals. Husnudinov 2 goals. McAvoy a goal and an assist. Elias Lindholm 2 assists. These are the multiple point games for Boston so far today. As Miller circles toward the high slot. Shot is blocked. Middlestat trying to spring Pastrnak, but just missed.
Morgan Geekie again as well.
Yes. Geekie left the game after the first period. We are told he is attending to a family issue. Do not know any more than that. Lorai along the near side boards Minton against Trocheck. He's got a hold of his stick. Lorai will start it out toward his own blue line. Pass too strong for Minton. That's going to go for another icing. So far, 10 different Bruins have gotten in on the point scoring today, which equals their output from Thursday night.
Well, you got 7 goals mostly they've scored this season. So high watermark for that offensive. Things have gotten pretty sloppy the last few minutes.
Here's Schneider walking down the right wing wall. Forced up over the net off of Husnudinov. Pastrnak will send behind the net, and Lorai from the near corner. For Husnudinov, that's going to go for another icing unless Minton can get there first. He cannot. So with 1:03 to go here in the second. It has not been a swiftly played game.
Not even close. Lawrence had 3 icings in a row here.
Yeah. Minute 3 left here in the second period. It'll be Minton and Laba on this face-off. Minton 4 and 5 so far today. Laba gets a warning and then wins the draw. Here's Schneider coming down the right circle into the corner. Trying to turn away from Husnudinov. Gets it behind the net. Radish chasing around the far side. Now Laba in that left wing corner against Minton. Back to the point. Shot wide of the net by Robertson. Comes around near side. And chip back in deep. Radish off the near side boards. Schneider can't get it through Husnudinov. Second effort gets it down toward the corner. Carried back out toward the blue line by Perreault. And a shot knocked down in front. Scramble for the loose puck. And they can never get the shot through. Puck went up and over the net.
There's a pick out high.
Came around near side for Husnudinov. Schneider will hold the line. And then gets trucked by Pastrnak. Knocked down. Radish gets upended trying to get the puck in front. Robertson in the far corner gets it back along the far side. Carrick. Now it's Schneider. Over to Robertson. Top of the circle. Shadowed by Pastrnak. Carrick coming out of the left wing corner. Skates it all the way out to the blue line.
Got to know how much time's on the clock.
Yeah, he never got the shot. Ran out of time as the period comes to an end. And the Bruins with a 7-2 lead here at home.
Tired white jerseys after that shift. That was a long shift.
Yeah, they managed. That was a more than 2-minute shift for Lori, Peak, Minton, and others. Pasternak was out there almost 2 minutes as well. But they survived that. Take a 7-2 lead to the locker room at the end of 2 periods here at TD Garden. We'll be back to talk about the first 40. There's a lot to talk about here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub, Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Hey, it's Patrice Bergeron. Every great play starts with an assist. That's why Avidia Bank and I are taking Assist for Kids beyond the ring. For every Boston assist, Avidia Bank donates $75 up to $30,000 to provide $150 max saving accounts for local kids. And Franklin Sports is donating $7,000 in street hockey equipment, giving us $37,000 to help kids get out and play. Because every kid deserves the chance to play and fall in love with the game, just like I did. I'm proud to team with Avidia Bank and Franklin Sports for Assist for Kids. Learn more at avidiabank.com/Team Bergeron. Avidia Bank, honest to goodness, member of the IC, member DIF.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance, plus plenty of room inside. Start your journey in a brand new vehicle. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, Passport, or CR-V.
See dealer for financing details.
Hey hockey fans, it's Bob Beers. If you're ready to upgrade your outdoor living space, look no further than TimberTech Decking and Railing. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand, and it's tough enough to handle anything. It looks just like real wood, but without the costly maintenance of a wood deck. It won't rot, warp, splinter, or peel, ever. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck will last year after year after year. Connect with a local contractor or order free samples at timbertech.com to see the TimberTech difference for yourself. TimberTech, everything wood should be.
NHL fans, give yourself some great looks this season and get Boston Bruins tickets at Ticketmaster. As the official ticket marketplace of the Bruins and the NHL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game, so you can catch all the action live all season long. If your plans change, you can sell or transfer your tickets, and mobile tickets make it easy to get into the arena in time for puck drop. With Ticketmaster, you'll ensure that when they shoot, you'll score. Get tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Bruins.
Hi, everyone. Julie Stewart-Binks here, along with former NHLer Nate Thompson. Join us on Energy Line as we share our takes, stories, and surprise guests every week. Patrick Kane, 3-time Stanley Cup champion. Team USA head coach Mike Sullivan. 6-time Stanley Cup champion Mark Messier.
With over 800 NHL games, I know a couple guys.
Biz didn't have Twitter. No one knew who he was, so I called Whit, and I'm like, how is Biz? He was like, I'm telling you right now, you're going to hate him. Then he'll be your best friend.
Listen on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts,
or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is 2026. No more messing around. It's the first day of the rest of your life. Today, you are switching to Astound. Shifting your Wi-Fi and life into a new gear. Reliable, affordable connection. So you can browse, watch, and play like you've always wanted. Because slow Wi-Fi is so last year. Under budget, full speed ahead. That's Astound. Gig Wi-Fi for $50 a month with the 3-year price lock. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
Boston Sports Talk, the Sports Hub.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Easily Media Group Station.
And then Arvidsson got decked in the far corner, a little slow in getting up. Middlestat to Zacha, top of the left circle, scores! There's the hat trick for Pavel Zacha as he makes it 6-1. First of his career. Yeah, that part of an offensive explosion here through the first 40 minutes for the Bruins. A 7-2 lead over the New York Rangers at the end of 2. Back alongside Bob Beers, I'm Ryan Johnston. And, well, I mean, you've talked about it really since early on in this game. The Rangers are giving the Bruins opportunities, and the Bruins have taken more than advantage here this afternoon.
Yeah, it's been a really poor performance by the Rangers defensively. You know, it started early with guys falling down. Husadinov beats, was that Schneider? Schneider came over to try to play him, and Husadinov just blew right by him on his breakaway goal. They'd had a breakaway by Steves just before that,
right?
When somebody blew a tire. So I mean, it's Zacha scores when a defenseman fell down. So I I think they're shell shocked, and they're saying, okay, just keep everything in front of you. Now they're just backing up. And there's so much gap between the forwards for the Rangers and the D for the Rangers that everything in the middle is where the Bruins are making plays. Even when it's 1-on-3, they just backing off.
Well, at least twice we've seen Pastrnak all by himself with the puck in the offensive zone against 3 or 4 Rangers, and nobody makes a play on him.
Nobody closes on him. Nobody closes on him. It's just like, and it's, you know, it's a decor without Fox, and so you try to take advantage of it without Fox in there, who's on long-term IR. Without Shesterkin, you know, Quick made some good saves. He probably would like to have a couple back, but he made some good saves as well. But he's got no help in front of him, and it's just, you know, you're taught to, you know, especially when it's a 1-on-3, you got to close on the puck carrier, right? Mm-hmm. You've got a couple guys to protect the middle of the ice in case you get beat, but you've got to close on that puck carrier and take away his options. And I mean, they're just backing way up, and it's been so glaring. And then even the coverage inside the zone. I mean, how many times have the Bruins been wide open for a play? It's just, it has not been pretty. And, you know, Mike Sullivan knows this team, you know, a lot better than we do. But, you know, how you get the message across that we've got to be so much better defensively. And I can't imagine that they played. Their road record is good.
Yeah, no, they're 15-8-2 on the road this year. It's been at home where they've had all their troubles.
It's just an afternoon to forget right now for them in the way that they play. So stay out of the box in the third period, you know, in terms of not taking unnecessary penalties. You know, for Lorai, that was a little bad luck. He batted that puck out of the air and it ended up in the crowd. So, you know, he didn't shoot it up there on his own. But 3 icings at the end, and just it got really ugly at the end of that period. You know, Bruins trying to get out of their own zone, and you know, not that the Rangers were putting a ton of pressure on, but they're putting some pressure on, and you know, it led to a couple really long shifts. It led to some icings, and you know, just play the game the right way here in the third and finish this thing off the right way.
Yeah, when you get into games like this, you know, you don't want to let any bad habits creep in after you play.
That's what we talked about.
Yeah.
Hard not to sometimes. It is.
Yeah.
It's hard not to sometimes. So, you know, just play the game. I mean, where have you won this game? You've won it in the Rangers' defensive zone. So it's the safest place to play right now. I mean, it's a good fight from Kaslik and Carrick. Spirited bout. You know, do you want to fight at that point in the game? You know, that's up to Kaslik. And he decided to take that fight. I'm sure Carrick asked him for it, unless there was something going on that we didn't see before that. You know, as long as it's misconduct and it's not a hand injury, because he got a pretty good pop at the end there, but he did get a 10-minute misconduct. So, and that quieted things down. Rempe tried to get something going with Sidorov, but at that point it's 7-1, or 6-1.
6-1. Yeah. That fight came right after the Bruins had made it 6-1, and you know, like Carrick probably asked him, and Kastelik's willing, and
that's
he
totally
knows,
on him.
Yeah, he can absolutely handle it, and did. So you know, Bruins with a really good day offensively here, and a 7-2 lead at the end of 2 periods. The goal scoring 3 today for Pavel Zacha, his first career hat trick. You've got 2 from Marat Husnudinov today. You've got a goal apiece from Charlie McAvoy and Fraser Minton as well. And David Pastrnak with 4 assists. So some big numbers being put up here today offensively by the Bruins, who extend that lead out to 7-2 at the end of 2 here at TD Garden. The shots on goal are 22-14 in favor of the Bruins through the first 40 minutes. Time for our music of the game, brought to you by Live Nation. Canadian rock icons Triumph return to the road for the first time in 35 years. See them at Leaderbank Pavilion on June 4th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. We'll get a check of the other action from around the NHL when we return here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Tune in to the BetMGM Celtics Radio Network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today and discover the new look same game parlay product, live bet tracking, parlay quick betting, and more. Please gamble responsibly. Electrical contractors, get on board Granite City Electric's GCE Night Train. Order your materials to be delivered overnight to the job site the following morning and save time and money. Go to GCEnighttrain.com to order.
Route 1 Grill House in Saugus is the place to be. With a 70-person function room and relaxed outdoor dining, it's perfect for any occasion. The best part? The food is irresistible. Baby back ribs, steak tips, seafood, pizza, you name it, they got it. Plus, this football season, enjoy 50-cent wings, and they got the Sunday ticket for every game on Sunday. They also have an extensive martini list and a large selection of draft beer. What more could you want? Located just before Sullivan Tire on Route 1 South, this family spot is one of a kind, so don't get it confused with any other restaurant. Make Route 1 Grill House your next dining destination and tell the Floramo brothers that Joe Murray sent you.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, it's Felger here. If you've been thinking about a new roof, you probably need one. So call my friends at East Coast Metal Roofing. Their roofs are guaranteed to last a lifetime, and Sports Hub listeners get 10% off the total job. Call 844-611-ECMR or go to eastcoastmetalroofing.com.
Champions play here. The Sports Hub.
2 periods complete here at TD Garden. It is the Bruins with a 7-2 lead over the New York Rangers. Let's take a look at the other action coming up later today around the NHL. All of the other action around the NHL is later today. A 3:30 face-off in Pittsburgh, where the Penguins will host the Flames. Pittsburgh has won 6 in a row entering that one. They will be here at TD Garden to take on the Bruins tomorrow. Blue Jackets at the Avalanche. That's a 4 o'clock face-off. Avs lost 2 in a row earlier this week, then came back and beat Ottawa on Thursday 8-2. The Dallas Stars visit the San Jose Sharks this afternoon at 4 o'clock. The late games tonight, or the night games, I should say, tonight. 7 o'clock face-off in Buffalo with the Sabres hosting the Ducks. Buffalo has won 12 of their last 13. The Ducks winless in their last 8. Vancouver visits Toronto tonight, where the Maple Leafs have won 6 of their last 8 and have points in all 8 of those games. Red Wings at Montreal for a 7 o'clock face-off tonight. Ottawa Senators trying to snap a 3-game losing streak as they host the Florida Panthers at 7 o'clock tonight. Tampa Bay Lightning riding an 8-game winning streak as they visit Philadelphia this evening. The Kraken at the Hurricanes, and Seattle has gone undefeated in regulation in their last 10 heading into that game. An 8 o'clock face-off in Nashville tonight, where the Blackhawks are in town. Connor Bedard returned from injury last night. Hawks still lost to Washington 5-1 in that one. Islanders at Minnesota tonight at 8 o'clock. And the late starts at 10 p.m. The Oilers hosting the Kings, and the Blues visit the Vegas Golden Knights. Here at TD Garden, the Bruins have a 7-2 lead after 2 periods. We're back with the third coming up on the 98.5 The Sports Hub. Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Hey, it's Ian Herzig, Project Director at Blue Sky Restoration Contractors. When water and storm damage hit, time's of the essence. The longer you wait, the more extensive the damage can become. At Blue Sky, we offer fast, 24/7 emergency response to minimize damage and restore your property quickly. And because of the size of our staff and number of locations across New England, we're there in no time and get to work quickly. So when disaster strikes your property, don't panic, but don't wait either. Visit GoBluSky.com and we'll be there. Blue Sky Restoration, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow.
Whether you're putting together a hockey team or Ford's award-winning lineup of SUVs, a great team starts with the right players, like the iconic Ford Bronco family, with great looks and the 4x4 capability to perform on or off the ice, and the rugged Ford Explorer, with seating for 7 and room for all your gear. Check out the full lineup of award-winning Ford SUVs at your New England Ford dealers today. Proud partner of the Boston Bruins.
Bob's a financial professional who's currently enjoying a win-win scenario, meeting with a valued client and enjoying a round of golf. But Bob's used to win-win scenarios because he works with Mass Mutual, who not only provides the freedom and flexibility to offer his clients products and solutions that meet their needs, They offer Bob the autonomy, compensation, and optional home office support that meet his. Win-win. Success for your clients and yourself. The feeling is Mass Mutual. Learn more at massmutual.com/wealthmanagement.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law. At Catches, we don't just work here, we live here. We're part of the same neighborhoods, the same schools, the same New England towns that you call home. So when life hits hard and you need someone in your corner, you deserve lawyers who truly understand what's at stake. With over 40 years of experience and more than $3 billion recovered for the people of New England, we know how to win, and we know how to fight for you. Visit catcheslaw.com today to schedule your free consultation. And remember, there's no fee unless you win.
Hey, it's Charlie McAvoy. I love working with Service Credit Union because I believe in their mission to support the health, safety, and financial well-being of first responders. They put people before profits, and this season, Service Credit Union is giving back in a big way through our 73 Reasons campaign, donating $200 for every block shot and $1,000 for every shutout, up to $250,000. Service Credit Union, success built on trust, banking built on service. Join the team and learn more at servicecu.org.
Electrical contractors, your crews have better things to do than sit in their trucks and name cloud formations. Let Granite City Electric Supply get your crews working first thing every morning. Use the GCE Night Train. Overnight delivery to your job site by 6 a.m. Or pick up your materials with 24/7 access at one of 27 GCE Night Train depot locations. Let's face it, knowing your supplies will arrive at 2 p.m. doesn't help you in the morning. Experience the GCE Night Train difference from Granite City Electric, proud partner of the Boston Bruins Radio Network.
The game is on the Sports Hub.
It's time for this date in Bruins history, being restored by Blue Sky Restoration Contractors.
Well, Chris Thorburn hasn't scored a goal this season. His last goal was last March 19th. Here he comes down the middle. Backhand and a save, Rask. He took a peek over his shoulder, but he had it between the pads. Sean Thornton with 3 goals on the season and a chance to tie it. At the 5:16 mark of the second, here he comes from center ice. Sean Thornton down the middle on the penalty shot. To the net. Backhand score! Stick side on Pavlik. And Sean Thornton on the penalty shot has tied the game at 2.
This date in Bruins history today taking us back to 2012. Sean Thornton scored on a penalty shot. Winnipeg's Chris Thorburn had an unsuccessful penalty shot as the Bruins beat the Winnipeg Jets 5-3. It was the first time in team history that there were penalty shots both for and against in the same game. Fast forward 14 years later, and the Rangers had a penalty shot earlier today. Jeremy Swayman stopping Vincent Trocheck. And Boston has a 7-2 lead as we go to the third period here at TD Garden. 4-point day for David Pastrnak, all of them assists. If you're wondering, he has 3 5-point games in his career. Pavel Zacha with his first career hat trick today, scoring goals 2, 3, and 6. One of them on the power play. That one had to be reviewed at the end of the first period, and turned out it had gone in before the rest of the period played out. They went back and reset, put about 32 seconds on the clock to restart that first period. Gave the Bruins a 3-1 lead instead of a 2-1 lead going to the locker room after 1. They come out of the locker room here with a 7-2 advantage and 20 minutes left. Bruins will be going from left to right here in the third period. The Rangers will control the puck first. Schneider gives over to Gavrikov near side. Directed ahead for Miller. Denied entry. Now it'll be dumped in by Lafreniere. Round to Miller far side. Hands to Trocheck in that far circle. Back to Schneider with a shot through traffic. Swayman made the pad save, and then he got the rebound as well. Yoki Haru couldn't get it through Miller. Back of the net, Trocheck. Goes into the right wing corner. Brings it up to the top of the face-off circle to the high slot. Turns to his forehand. Got the shot in. And Swayman makes the save and then covers up.
The Rangers with a good start to the period. You had D involved as well. Up in front of the net was Gavrikov. Good rotation. A couple of shots in there on Jeremy Swayman. The last one through a total screen. He wasn't able to find that puck at all.
33 seconds into the period, and the face-off will come to his right. He's faced 16 Rangers shots so far today. Bruins with 22 through 2 periods. Off the draw, near circle. It'll be Cooley to send it around the boards. Husnudinov going into the far corner, trying to protect that puck. Able to come out of the fray with it, but then lost it. Panarin stepping in behind Swayman. Comes to the left wing circle, sends it all the way across to Borgen to the far point. His shot forced wide of the net. Zibanejad had it knocked off his stick by Minton. Still loose behind the net. Zibanejad regains. Pass off the near boards is picked off by Pastrnak. Try to backhand it for Husnudinov. Instead, it goes up the far side. McAvoy skates onto it, leaves it for Husnudinov, left wing circle. Moving toward the slot, hands off to Pastrnak. Back across, and they hit the post. McAvoy with a top of the circle drive.
You're keeping track. That's 3 of them today.
Pastrnak going to bring it right back into the attack zone here. Throws it across ice, and Karam's off the far board. Jeannot just on a change. Spins it in behind the net. Rangers will regain. Lohrei keeps Radish at bay at the Boston line. Corrali trying to move it through the neutral ice. It directs onto Laba. And the Rangers will start forward. Laba gets a pass across the line. Radish throws it wide of Swayman. Comes around near side, and Perreault tried to bang it home near the short side post. Lohrei will take it from behind the net for Steves. Chips up the left wing side. Jeannot in that far corner, taken to the wall by Soucy. Still tied up over there. Steves reaching in. Jeannot, Corrali, now back to the point. It comes Zadorov with a shot, and off the pad of Spencer Martin. Jeannot trying to get it back in front for Corrali, directed up into the air. Arvidsson a drive. That one just missed.
Got a lot on it.
Zadorov with a blast, and that one takes the mask off of Martin. And that draws the whistle.
That's a better shift in that offensive zone there. A couple of good shots. Couple just missing wide. I want to see them play, you know. There's a graphic up. They said scoring chances after 2 periods were 14 to 14. I'm not sure I believe that.
Doesn't feel like it. I mean, the Rangers had 14 total shots on goal through 2 periods. You telling me they were all scoring chances? Face off here to the right of Spencer Martin. He has faced 5 shots since he came on in relief of Jonathan Quick. Miller just at his own blue line, skating over to the far side. Lafreniere will direct it into the Boston zone. Zadorov and Miller collide in that far corner. Jokiharju hit by Trocheck. Middlestat's got it. Has his stick slashed at. Trocheck broke his own stick trying to knock that puck away from Middlestat. Puck deep in the Rangers zone, and Gavrikov in the corner. Carrick will push it through neutral ice. Aspero keeps it out of the Boston zone, but his pass kicked away from Zacha. McAvoy has it. On the right side, he's got Middlestat across the Ranger line. Middlestat trying to protect the puck as he goes toward the corner. Comes in behind the net. Pastrnak centering pass, and it came all the way through. McAvoy steps into a drive, and that one just missed. Out of the far corner, ricochets out to center ice. McAvoy will play it back in. 3.5 minutes into this third period. Around the glass near side. Pastrnak knocked it off. Sends it across ice. Aspero, first man to it. Minton out near the blue line. Trying to shoot through Carrick, and that kicks off of Carrick and up over the glass on that far side out of play.
The Bruins are missing another player now. Just doing my little count here. You can do it quicker with your special statistics.
Like Elias Lindholm is.
Elias Lindholm, I had not seen him
in the locker room right now.
So you got Kaslik in the box serving the rest of his 10. Right. You got Elias Lindholm not coming out for the third period, and you lost Geekie after the first period.
There's a shot. Score! Pastrnak just threw it at the net, and it redirected in front. Was that Husnudinov? Second hat trick of the day. Marat joins Zacha. And anybody who's got a hat left, here they come. First of his career.
Just a floater in towards the net. He's covered in front, but he tips this puck down. You don't see many tip-in goals by the Bruins, but this is a perfect tip as he's covered in front. Shot was about, I would say, maybe thigh high, and he tipped it down and past Martin.
So that'll be Pasta's 5th assist of the game.
He immediately went to the net and picked that puck up for Husnudinov.
So Husnudinov had 5 goals on the season coming in here. He's got 8 now. Big smile on his face. As for the second time today, the ice crew's out cleaning up hats. Still 16:09 to go. It's an 8-2 Bruins lead. So for Pasta, this is his 4th career 5-point game. Second one that has come against the Rangers. Players waiting for the cleanup to finish here.
Well, the fans keep throwing them.
Yeah.
I think that they're done, and then more come over.
I mean, the body language of the Rangers right now is, all right, come on. Can we need to get to a bus and to a plane. All right. They have completed doing a double check to make sure the ice is clear. 8 goals on 25 shots for Boston here today. Face-off gets us back underway. Into the Bruin zone it comes. Panarin threw one that got redirected wide. Jeannot gets it over to Jokiharju into neutral ice. Corrali turns at the red line, lifts it into the right wing corner. Gavrikov goes behind the net, around the far side. Jeannot peels it off the wall, takes a hit, got it to Steves, and he sent it across ice. Jokiharju steps into a drive, and Martin knocks that one down. Came back out in front. Jeannot couldn't quite find the handle. He was standing in front of the net. Steves has it back along the half wall from Jokiharju. He'll play it down toward the corner. Corrali try to get it back to Jeannot, kick back out in front. Cooley will glove it down, but then gives it away. Steves, cross ice. Zadorov trying to get back for Jeannot, who was cocked and ready. Puck slowed up, never got there. Jokiharju center of the blue line. To Steves, one-timer. That one had some mustard on it. As Martin made the save, Jeannot gets clocked in behind the net.
He tried to throw the hit.
It'll be Gavrikov to get it back into Boston territory. 5 minutes gone here in the third period. Peak in the far corner. Middlestat lays it out to center ice. Here's Zacha trying to find Arvidsson. Juggle the puck near the attacking blue line. Rangers come back the other way. Radish with a shot up high on Swayman. Goes up into the air. Thrown back out in front. Lohrei is there to steer it away, but not out. Morrow to Radish. Kicked away from him by Peak. Still loose near circle. Laba. Wide angle shot. Misses the net. And it will carry him back out across the blue line and sent back toward the Ranger zone. Perreault gets the pass and sends it around behind Swayman. McAvoy skates it back toward the near side circle. Finds some space. Coming through neutral ice. Up across the Ranger line. Turns with it, top of the far circle. Gives it to Minton. Minton down the right circle. Gets to his forehand. Shot is blocked down on the knee by Soucy. McAvoy to Aspero. Pass will rim around behind the net. Sent back around near side. McAvoy able to pull around Perreault. Aspero near side. Pastrnak got it tipped by Husnudinov. Pasta gives to McAvoy. Back toward Pastrnak, who was setting up for a one-timer, but he's knocked away from him. Aspero's got it back, coming toward his own zone.
Should have been a 2-on-1 for the Rangers there. They lose the handle on the puck. Aspero comes over, takes it away.
Like McAvoy just got a slash from Lafreniere, shaking that hand off again. He took one earlier today. Aspero behind the Bruins net with possession. 13:20 to go. Throws it all the way out to center ice. Corrali to Steves. He's got a lane. Steves goes in and shoots up over the net.
It's his second breakaway of the game. Steves, he wanted a penalty there.
Well, he wound up with Gavrikov's stick wrapped around him. Rangers are back into the Bruins zone now. Peak.
Saw a penalty shot called last period for a lot less than that, right?
Lohrei will send around to the far side, and Steves will just chip it out. Schneider skating back to his own zone to retrieve here for New York. Carrick will send into the Bruins zone. Rempe goes along the end boards against Lohrei. Zaka involved there as well. Rempe lost his stick. Pete can't find it. Side of the net. Swayman's got it covered as Carrick comes crashing into his crease, and
Pete took him out, threw him down to the ice, ripped his helmet off.
Carrick going after Peak. Rempe's in the middle here, this fray. One linesman's got a hold of him. Middlestad and Brodzinski out in between the circles with an official in between them. Kastelik comes out of the box, and Peak is going to head in there with 12:26 to go in the third period. It's the Bruins 8 and the Rangers 2 on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
Coleman. It's electric. Call Coleman Electric. We'll yank your old wires, upgrade your panel, recess your lights, and charge up the EV. For any power problem or project, call Coleman Electric, and we'll be at your house in the flick of a switch. And if the switch is broken, we'll be there quicker. Coleman. It's electric.
Scott Zolak talks with Boston basketball champion and Boston dental patient Derek White.
So, Derek, you were the first player in sports history to give a dentist and a dental office a shout-out on national TV during the championship celebration.
I mean, obviously, the whole world saw me chip my tooth, and so having a dentist that acted quickly on it, and everybody at Boston Dental has been amazing and so nice to me, and so any chance I can to shout them out is definitely important.
Boston Dental. For a championship smile, go see them in the Seaport for high-end sports-focused dentistry. To make your appointment, visit bostondental.com.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty, managing partner of Catches Law Group. At Catches Law, we're proud of our roots. For more than 40 years, we've been part of this community, raising families, cheering for the Patriots, and fighting for our neighbors. Being named the official law firm of the New England Patriots isn't just an honor. It's a reflection of what we stand for: loyalty, strength, and community. Whether you've been hurt on the job or are suffering from years of physical wear and tear, we're here for you. Visit catcheslaw.com or call us today to schedule your free consultation.
Buy your next boat from Nauset Marine on Cape Cod. Nauset Marine specializes in Boston whalers, Robalo, new, used, and brokerage boats. Visit them this week at the New England Boat Show or go to nausetmarine.com to view their inventory and learn more. Nauset Marine, keeping families afloat since 1961.
Your hot takes on the Sports Hub.
12:26 left third period. Bruins with an 8-2 lead on the Rangers. They're sorting out the penalties here. Peak in the box for the Bruins. Carrick for the Rangers. They've got 4 minutes on the board for Peak and 2 for Carrick. And now Arvidsson's going to come over and serve part of that double minor, it looks like.
They play. Yeah. It's going to be 5-on-4.
Yeah. Rangers will have a 5-on-4 power play. The faceoff will come inside the Bruins zone. It'll be New York's second power play of the game. They scored on the first. The officials trying to sort out the clock. Shouldn't be that difficult. 4 minutes one way to the other.
But you don't put 4 on the clock.
Right. So they take Carrick's off the board. Peak's got 2 minutes up. And 5-on-4 power play New York. As Miller wins the faceoff along the near side circle. Way down toward the corner, and Vanejad gets back along the near side. Gavrikov at the left point. Panarin standing at the hash marks along the near side wall. Back up top, Gavrikov faked a one-timer, got it back to Panarin for a one-timer, and Swayman comes to his right to make that save. On the near side circle, Panarin back to Gavrikov again, back to Panarin. Centering pass, Miller standing between the circles.
Wide open.
Fired one up over the net on the one-timer. Kastelik will clear. Martin hands it off in the near circle to Gavrikov back in the Rangers zone. 1:20 to go on their power play. They're moving from right to left here in the third period. Played through the neutral ice and across the line. Chased down deep here by Trocheck. Around the near side boards it comes, and Zibanejad lost it to Minton. Jokiharju will lead a shorthanded rush. Coming to the right circle, a shot and kicked away by Martin. Now the Bruins have to hustle back with Zibanejad gaining the line. Going to the far side for Miller, and Husnudinov broke up the effort to get that to Panarin, and now back up ice he comes with Corrali coming down the middle. Husnudinov fed it in front, and Zibanejad back checking to take that away. Perreault in the neutral ice. Relieved to the puck by Corrali. Zadorov's got it. Right side of McAvoy. 30 seconds still to go in the Rangers power play. McAvoy will send it softly into New York territory. Lafreniere brings it back toward the Boston zone. Perreault tried to give it back to him, and McAvoy a takeaway and a clear. Rangers back in their own end again.
Panarin had one-timer, but a really good opportunity was JT Miller on that slap shot from the slot. He just missed the net.
Kastelik on it back into the corner to Zadorov. Able to pivot away from Radish. Lafreniere gloves it down. Arvidsson was serving the penalty to Peak. He's out of the box to even it up. The Rangers 1 for 2 on the power play today. Here's a redirected shot that Swayman gets a piece of. Near side corner. Jumped up into the air. McAvoy trying to find it. Taken by Cooley instead. Far circle. Gets it back to Borgen for a one-timer. Swayman takes a peek behind him, but he's got it. And with that, we will take a timeout with 9:58 to go here in the third period. It's the Bruins 8 and the Rangers 2 on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, or CR-V. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
TD Bank cardholders score special benefits at TD Garden. From Pro Shop discounts and free tours to free popcorn and more. These benefits were made for game time. Card eligibility restrictions and terms apply. Learn more at td.com/TD Garden Perks. TD Bank, Bank of the Boston Bruins and the Boston Celtics.
This year's Farmer's Almanac warns of a harsh, super snowy winter. So take control of the wet, snowy, and icy conditions with a new set of Bridgestone winter tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Bridgestone winter tires. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Advance your career with an MBA or specialized master's through Babson College. Join the school ranked #1 in entrepreneurship by U.S. News & World Report and #2 best college in the U.S. by the Wall Street Journal 2025. Visit babson.edu/grad programs.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, or CR-V. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
Hit 985thesportshub.com.
Fans gear up with the latest black and gold apparel at the Pro Shop powered by 47. From hoodies to hats and more, there's something for every Bruins fan. Shop the hub on Causeway or online at bostonproshop.com. Just past the midpoint of the third period. Bruins with an 8-2 lead on the Rangers. Hat tricks today for both Pavel Zacha and Marat Husnudinov. That is the first time that the Bruins have had 2 hat tricks in the same game since January of 1964. Andy Habenton and Dean Prentice were the 2 hat tricks on that day. As the puck gets rimmed around here behind Jeremy Swayman. Lohrei coming toward the near side. Kicked away from Arvidsson. Panarin trying to get it to Zibanejad, cutting to the net. Lost it back. Zacha to Arvidsson and out of the zone. Panarin will get it back in. Puck comes off the near side wall, and Jokiharju will play it up the boards. Arvidsson to Middlestat, trying to find it. Rangers will regain. Bruins announced that Elias Lindholm will not return to the game today, as you might expect, with an injury and a 6-goal lead. Question will be, what's his status for tomorrow and going forward? It's a lower body injury. He left the game. We last saw him with a little over 4 minutes to go in the second period. Then Morgan Geekie left after one, tending to a family matter, we are told, as the Bruins get whistled for an icing here.
Fans, hockey season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
Bruins will play a 5 o'clock game tomorrow against Pittsburgh. They are playing at home
against Calgary.
Just getting started against Calgary this afternoon. Face-off win here by Miller. Morgan hands to Miller out near the blue line. He in turn gives to Soucy. They've run that play a few times today. Lafreniere to the far circle. Husnudinov loosens it up to Minton. Pastrnak over by the Boston bench. Husnudinov trying to get it back on that far side. Here's Pastrnak down the left circle. Pivots away from Trocheck. Got it back for a one-timer for Minton, who scores. 6 assists for Pasta. 2 goals for Minton. It's 9-2.
Yeah, I mean, it just... The Rangers have 4 guys back, 4 blue shirts now in and around the net, but... Bruins get into the zone. Pasternak's going to pull up on this left wing side. There's four blue jerseys down by the net. Minton comes in late. He made some contact with JT Miller out by the blue line. It's his second of the game.
So David Pastrnak has now tied the Bruins all-time record for assists in a game with 6. Ken Hodge and Bobby Orr are the only 2 other players who have ever done that in a Bruins uniform. 9-2 Bruins. 8:20 to play. Crowd is chanting, "We want 10." Yoki Haru in the near corner of the Bruins zone. Corrali has it pinned against the walls. Zadorov goes behind the net toward Kastelik, far circle, runs into Schneider, and then knocks him down in the far corner. Schneider able to play it toward Laba. Here's Gavrikov stepping to the high slot. Jeannot blocking that shot partially. It got through to Swayman, who made the save, and then a rebound. And Kastelik will play it up the far side, and that one goes in and out of the Bruins bench for a stoppage in play.
A couple of good saves made there by Swayman, following that puck, right? It's bouncing around in front of him, keeps everything in front of him, able to track it. I cannot get over the breakdowns defensively that the Rangers have had here today. There's 4 guys. It's 2 against 4. And then Minton comes late after the contact with JT Miller out by the blue line.
Arvidsson just nearly picked one off and went the other way in a hurry. Middlestat. Rempe able to knock one down near the Boston line. Here's Arvidsson pushing it up ice. Dropped away from him by Brodzinski. This will be Rempe back toward the Boston zone. Plays it toward the far corner. Peak able to avoid a check from Rempe. Went crashing into that far corner. Arvidsson's got it. Brings it out across the line. Coming up the left wing side with Lohrei down the middle. Took the shot instead and just missed. Peak throws it back in front, and that one bounced off of Martin, and the Rangers will clear.
Just like the Bruins wanted to have a better performance against the Rangers than they did the first time these 2 teams played. This will be... Bruins are going to face the Rangers again in Madison Square Garden later this month.
Puck goes off with Cooley and into the net.
I would expect
into the bench.
A better performance from them.
Yeah, January 26th, the only time Boston will go to New York City
Fox
this week.
Can play in that game either because
he's out through January 31st. Yes, because he's on long-term IR. He has to miss at least 10 games. Shesterkin was placed on regular IR, which is a minimum of a week, but we don't have any information as to when he might be back. Face off inside the Ranger zones. Zibanejad won it back into the corner. Borgen can't get it through Steves, but it kicks off as Steves goes over the glass and out of play. 6:45 left in this one. As mentioned, Pastrnak with 6 assists today, tying a franchise record. Most points in a game is 7. That's been accomplished 4 times. Or Esposito, Neely, and Peterson. Each of them had 3 goals and 4 assists in their 7-point games. Pasta's done it all assists today. It's McAvoy. Cross ice out of the far corner, jumped away from Minton. Panarin deals to Zibanejad, skating out into the neutral ice, chips it up the left wing wall. McAvoy gets to it first. Around that far side, Steves will get it out. Gavrikov back to Panarin. And back across the Boston line, but McAvoy again. Aspero to Steves, and a bouncing puck at the blue line is held in. Goes around behind the net. Panarin to the near circle from the dot. Shot turned away by Swayman. Panarin out of the blue line. Gives over to the far side. A one-timer and a save by Swayman, and the rebound put into the corner off of Trocheck. Trocheck able to keep in. Aspero will pull the puck back behind Swayman and angles it off the far boards to Steves. Out to center ice. Rangers going to dump right back in with Robertson. Aspero in the right corner. Around the near side. Kastelik wrestled down by Robertson. Trocheck handed to Borgen, center of the blue line. Robertson sends one toward the slot. Trocheck turns and trying to get that to the net. Hit the outside of the far post, it sounded like. 5.5 minutes to go. Lafreniere back to Borgen. Robertson shot saved by Swayman, and then he is able to cover the rebound and bring us to the final stoppage in this one with 5:20 to play here in the third period. Bruins 9, Rangers 2 here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance, plus plenty of room inside. Start your journey in a brand new vehicle. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, Passport, or CR-V.
See dealer for financing details.
Hi, this is Andrew Peak. I'm excited to be teaming up with the Shaws and Star Market Foundation and 98.5 The Sports Hub for Feeding the Puck for Families. Every time me or one of my teammates feeds the puck this season and helps score a goal, the Shaws and Star Market Foundation Nourishing Neighbors Initiative will donate $100 to help end hunger here in our local communities. Since its inception, Nourishing Neighbors has raised more than $250 million across the country to ensure our neighbors have the nutrition needed to thrive locally. Every time we feed the puck for a goal, the Shaws and Star Market Foundation will make a donation of $100 to the Greater Boston Food Bank to help end hunger up to $50,000. To learn more about feeding the puck for families, visit 985thesportshub.com/feedthepuck.
Wendy's has new chicken tenders and new sauces. So whether you're a creamy ranch girly or a new Wendy's signature stand, you can dip to your heart's content. Now let's wrap this up because I gotta dip. I want to try these new tenders. For tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Zoe and Beetle, middays on the Sports Hub.
5:20 remaining here in the third period. It's a 9-2 Bruins lead. 9 goals matches a season high in the NHL this year. It's been done 4 other times, most recently by the Islanders in a 9-0 win over the Devils earlier this week. David Pastrnak, 6 assists. That is the most in the league this year, most points by one player in a game this season. Puck is at the back of the net here. And Zacha and Busnadinov both with hat tricks today. As the outlet, Kastelik chasing up the right wing side. It's crashing into the boards against Robertson. Laba brings it back into his own zone, hands to Robertson there. Hero, we're going to feed it into the Boston zone. Laba and Peep going back behind the net. Rohrai pulls the puck free to Jeannot, far circle. Rushed by Radish, held against the far boards. Still trying to dig that loose. And Janot pushes it a little further up the wall. Now it'll come to the blue line, held in by Soucy, but as he tried to play it back down the wall, it'll go up and out of play.
You know, hard to believe. First shot of the game for the Rangers goes in. I mean, it was a good setup, but a bit of a breakdown defensively by the Bruins, and the Rangers scoring that first shot. But then it was just the errors, physically and mental, by the Rangers defensively were on display, on full display, as that period wore on.
Yeah, that goal by Zibanejad came a minute 24 into the first period. The Bruins went on to score the next 6 in the game. As Arvidsson takes a hit along the near boards, and that's going to draw a penalty. And now we've got a scrum breaking out in the neutral zone as Yoki Harju went over and grabbed a hold of Cooley. Come to Arvidsson's defense. Officials pulling them apart. 4:15 remaining in this one. Arvidsson up and headed back toward the bench.
Yeah, Arvidsson was bent at the waist, so his head was actually below the dasher. They'll call boarding to Cooley.
Really has not been much in the way of penalties in this game. Each team with 2 power play chances to this point. Bruins will get a third with 4:15 to go. Crowd earlier on in this period was chanting, "We want 10." They'll get an opportunity here.
I like Marco Sturm putting Corrali, Kastelik, and Janot out there.
Yep.
Mitten still has an opportunity for a hat trick. He's out here on this power play, but
yeah, especially given you're down Elias Lindholm and Geekie right now. Certainly no need to try to pile on anymore, and don't need to risk getting anybody else hurt. Kastelik wins the face-off. Lohrei just gets to it in time to hold it in. Kastelik, and Corrali's pass got away from him, and the Rangers will clear. So we tick down to 4 minutes to go. Lohrei to Janot. Carries it to the attacking blue line, but that's going to be offside. The crowd again makes it known that they'd like to see 10 on the scoreboard.
Save some for tomorrow. The team that's won 6 in a row coming in tomorrow.
What time's the Celtics game start here tonight? Bull Gang is starting to check their watches here. It's been a long one, been a fun one, but it's been a long one. Kastelik gets it across to the far side here for Minton, and he'll rim it around behind Martin, who comes out, knocks it off the dasher. Leaves it behind the net. Gavrikov will play it up the middle. Laba going to carry ahead here shorthanded. Gains the Boston line, coming down the left circle, throws it across ice. Schneider plays it off to Karam and sends it back around the boards. Laba got it back out of the zone to Gavrikov. He throws it back toward his own zone, and Martin will stop it at the back of the net for Schneider. Hammered around the far boards and goes all the way down. 3:20 to play. Minute 5 left on the Bruins power play. Yoki Harju gives it to Minton coming out of his own zone. Through center ice. Across the line. Usnadinov. Right wing corner. Minton got it behind the net for Arvidsson. Trying to center. Shoved up against the wall. Knocked down. Usnadinov near circle. Minton on the half wall. Yoki Harju. Top of the far circle. Thrown to the net. Arvidsson trying to get it in front. Usnadinov was crashing, but that was blocked. Arvidsson steps to the front. Hits the post. Is that 4?
I believe so.
9 goals and 4 posts. Swayman off the clear, gives to Steeves. Peak, 18 seconds left on the power play. Peak gives it to Arvidsson. To Yoki Harju just inside the line. Steps into a shot blocker, save Martin. And the Rangers will get a clear here. That'll do it for the Cooley penalty with now 2:15 to go. Bruins 1 out of 3 on the power play today. 9-2 lead. Peak along that far side wall against Schneider in the corner. Sent behind the net. Gavrikov gives to Cooley near circle. Skates out toward the red line and chips in. Lorai goes behind the Bruins net. Our side.
Jeannot just went over to challenge Cooley.
For that hit on Arvidsson.
Yeah.
Jeannot now into the Rangers zone. Taken away by Morrow. We got a wrestling match going on over by the Ranger bench. Corrali has a hold of Cooley. Gloves are popping off there. Corrali's helmet does as well as he tries to throw a right hand. And then they exchange rights. Going back and forth here. Corrali throwing a couple over the top and takes Cooley down. Well, both of them will head to the locker rooms 96 seconds early.
Not that he needed it, but that's instant, from his teammates. Recognize that. Jeannot went over and challenged him. Jeannot's he's a better fighter than Corrali. Let's put it that way. So Cooley was saying no to that one. So Corrali recognized it and went. And the only question I have here, and I don't think they're going to call it, is the instigator. You get an instigator last 5 minutes, you're suspended.
Right.
And it looks like just 5 minutes each for fighting.
Yeah, teams are coming out 5-on-5 here, so 1:36 to go. And a faceoff will be in the Ranger zone. First fighting major of the season for Corrali. Jokiharju near circle to Minton, back to Jokiharju, one-timer, score! Hustadinov with his fourth! He tipped that on the way in! Murat Hustadinov has gone from 5 goals to 9 goals in one afternoon.
A face-off win, D-to-D. Parks himself just off to the side of the net. And the coverage off the face-off is there, and then it's not. It's just, he's standing right in between the hash marks here for this. Tips it out of the air, knee-high.
Hustadinov had 11 career goals coming into the day. He's got 4. Big hit on Aspero by Rempe behind the Bruins net. Here's Hustadinov with a 2-on-1. Coming forward down the right circle. Tried to go in front for Steves, who was behind him. Steves rims it around toward the near side. Hustadinov to Jokiharju, one-timer block. Minton looking for a hat trick. That shot got smothered. Final minute of this one. 10-2. Puck comes bounding back toward Aspero at the Bruins zone. Hustadinov on the right wing side. Back into the Rangers' end. Top of the circle. Gives to Steves. Wide angle shot. Martin took a look. And that puck trickled free as he rocked back into the crease. But the whistle came. And the Rangers come over as Fraser Minton was sniffing around for potential.
Like the puck was still loose.
It was. It came loose. 40.9 left. Well, came here hoping to see a good game today. I was not expecting 10 goals. Bruins are short a man here before they line up for the faceoff. Steves jumps back out. And off the draw, they control it. Peak drives one in, stopped at the back of the net by Martin. Into the neutral ice come the Rangers. Soucy gives back over to Borgen. Now Miller into the Boston zone. Right circle, trying to get to the front of the net, forced in behind. Final 15 seconds left. Kastelik will pick up a free puck on the near boards and just lob it back out towards center. Bruins are going to win their 4th in the last 5 games here. as the TD Garden crowd comes to their feet, and the final siren will sound on a 10-2 thrashing of the New York Rangers today. What an afternoon for the Bruins here on home ice, as just about everybody gets involved on the offense. We'll be back to recap it in a moment on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. It's time for powerful performance. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, or CR-V. Hurry into your Honda dealer today.
I love shows about survivalists, eager to test themselves under the most extreme conditions. Of course, when you consider weather events these days, wildfires, hurricanes, torrential rain, and flooding, we're all survivalists. Visit the Resource Center at safetyinsurance.com and be prepared to protect your family, your property, even your business. The forecast calls for safety. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law. At Catches, we don't just work here, we live here. We're part of the same neighborhoods, the same schools, the same New England towns that you call home. So when life hits hard and you need someone in your corner, you deserve lawyers who truly understand what's at stake. With over 40 years of experience and more than $3 billion recovered for the people of New England, we know how to win, and we know how to fight for you. Visit catcheslaw.com today to schedule your free consultation. And remember, there's no fee unless you win.
Hey, hockey fans, it's Bob Beers. If you're ready to upgrade your outdoor living space, look no further than TimberTech Decking and Railing. TimberTech is the #1